At the Okoli Law Group, we specialize in producing justice. If you or a loved one in the Atlanta metro area is facing serious criminal charges, then you need serious legal representation.
The Okoli Law Group is here for you. The Okoli Law Group is here for us.
The Okoli Law Group, serious legal representation.
Are you looking for a high-quality education provider? Are you looking for an educational institution that is 100% focused on Black history? Well, you have come to the right place. At AE Learning, we provide exceptional African history education, training, resources and courses to an international customer base. At AE Learning, our e-learning courses deliver high-quality content and support teachers and students alike, ensuring that they have what they need to achieve their learning goals. Go to aelearning.net to select from our comprehensive library of multimedia e-learning courses. Our courses come complete with tutorials from our African history teachers. Within our e-learning courses, you will also benefit from high-quality videos to assist in your learning. Throughout our courses, quizzes and examinations are provided so you can test your knowledge. A generous library of downloadable resources complements your learning, and in addition, there are materials to read through. Go to aelearning.net to learn more. AE Learning, your source for quality African history education.
Get in there and
guys, real quick, this is a little off topic. I'm listening to this interview of Michelle Obama. It's like your husband is the first ever Black president of the United States of America, and you're not happy. Like, how can you not be happy? Your husband is the first Black president of the United States of America, and you just complaining. You're not happy. Oh, I'm sorry. She's doing her. Man, that's embarrassing. Oh, well. Guys, hit the like button again. Please hit the like button. Also, make sure you share and make sure you subscribe. Thank you so much for joining. Sorry about that, but I was just catching a clip of an interview with Michelle Obama and Steve Bartlett, and she's just complaining about her time in the White House. And I'm like, your husband was the first ever Black president that served 2 terms here in the United States of America, and as a Black woman, you're complaining about it. Like, I mean, what else do you want? But anyways, hit the like button again. Please hit the like button. Also, make sure you share and make sure she's the worst first lady ever. She's always complaining and throwing him under the bus. That's a whole nother show. That's a whole nother show. Yeah, I mean, this is crazy. Man, she's literally going on the interview chitlin circuit to complain about her time as the first lady. And it's if Obama was never elected president of the United States, nobody would know who you are. Again, if Obama was not elected president of the United States, nobody would know who you are. That's the reality of it. Yeah, so hit the like button, make sure you share, and make sure you subscribe. But at NAM, I've never seen this from any other first lady. Hell, if anything, Hillary Clinton had every right to publicly shame Bill Clinton. She had every right, but she doesn't. She chose not to do that. Again, she chose not to do that because she sees the bigger picture. I mean, she had every right. to go on every single talk show, talk bad about Bill, clown Bill for what he did while he was in the White House, but she chose not to. Meanwhile, Michelle, every opportunity she gets, she's finding a way to take jabs at Barack. I just find it interesting. No, Hillary will never be president, so it doesn't matter. She'll never be president. That ship has sailed. Sierra Leone. Citizenship is back on in the beautiful country of Sierra Leone. Visit donfo.africa to learn more. Again, please visit donfo.africa to learn more. I'll be taking a group in December. Again, I'll be taking another group in December to start the citizenship process. Also, we're rolling to Nigeria in August for the Oshun Festival. Zanzibar in September for Safari Blue. Namibia and South Africa in November. And then Sierra Leone in December. So if you're interested in joining us, please visit donfo.africa. Again, if you're interested in joining us, please visit donfo.africa. Let's jump into today's topic. Lyor Cohen and Anna Wintour, the lead editor, head editor of Vogue, control Black American culture. They pull the strings in regards to what Black American culture, what parts of it gets distributed across the world, that you guys whenever I have this conversation, when we talk about Black American culture, and the argument is, well, we're the most is the word imitated? Is that the word? Imitated? Yeah, we're the most imitated group on the planet. That's what I'm told. Dinus, everybody wants to be Black Americans. We are the most imitated group on the planet. But then when I see what's being imitated, it's the most dysfunctional parts of the so-called culture. When I go to Africa, and we have the N-word tariff that's in place here on the live stream. If you say the N-word, again, if you say the N-word, it's a $10 tariff, depending on the context. So I'm using it. The N-word, the way I'm going to use it now, is in proper context. When I go to Africa, and an African who's wearing saggy, skinny jeans, listening to Bobby Smurda, and he comes up to me and says, "What's up, my nigga? What's up, my nigga?" I don't get excited over that. I'm like, I don't want to attach that to Black American culture. That's not our best. But that's what these people lead with. They lead with the most dysfunctional part of our so-called culture. And I'm going to put that in quotation marks. And then we got so-called FBA, ADOS, Black Americans saying, yeah, man, these people want to be us. Like, they get excited when other cultures say, "What's up, my nigga?" Like, they get excited. Oh, they want to be us. I'm like, no. All the contributions that we made to the planet, we have reduced it to nigga. Black America's created a stoplight, all the inventions, George Washington Carver, everything he did with the peanut. Booker T. Washington. But we want to reduce it to nigga. And you know, when I have conversations with my with my African or with my African immigrant friends and family, like, Diners, we idolize you guys. We used to watch the Cosby Show. Yeah, we used to watch the Cosby Show all the time in Africa. So it went from the Cosbys to nigga. But who controls that? Because it's not Black Americans who controls what aspects of our culture gets exported to the world. We don't control. Black people in America do not control the export of our culture. That's why when I hear us say that we are the most imitated and, I guess, what's the term, not duplicated people on the planet, you have Lyor Cohen and Anna Wintour, who decides what gets exported. Fresh Prince. Nah, it's definitely Anna Wintour. Anna Wintour, Lyor Cohen. You know, and they stay in, you know, they stand in representation of the people who's really pulling the strings behind the scenes. But that who controls it? It's not the positive aspects of Black American culture that get exported. It's the dysfunctional negative aspects. And y'all are here for it. You guys are here for it. You guys get excited about it. You guys get pumped about it. No, Anna Wintour is definitely a factor. You want to get into the international fashion game, you got to get crowned by Anna Wintour. Anna Wintour is definitely a factor. It's not a matter of Black people don't know who. Well, they know that, or they're gonna know. And it's not a fact. It's not a matter of Black people don't know who Lyor Cohen and Anna Wintour are. It still stands that they decide what gets popularized when it comes to Black American culture. What aspect, as far as on a global level. FBA culture is the most emulated culture. We are trendsetters. No, there is some truth to that, but non-FBA people decide what the trend is. They decide what they're going to export. That's just the truth. I'm sorry. We sold out the culture. You know, that's why, again, when we have these conversations about everybody wanting to be and imitating our culture. I'm like, do y'all travel? Do you guys see what gets imitated? Like, do you really want to claim that? Like, do you guys really want to claim that? Ivy, there's not a lot of Divine Nine chapters in Africa. There's not. There's really not. It's not. And Divine Nine doesn't have the influence on the continent like they do here in America. That's just not true. The average African would know 50 Cent and Niga and Bobby Shmurda before they know Kappa Alpha Psi, Alpha Kappa Alpha. I want to say there's Divine Nine. Yeah, Divine Nine chapters are slim on the continent. No, we're just having a conversation. But links in the chat room. If you want to call in, if you disagree, you're more than welcome to call in and disagree. If you agree, you're more than welcome to call in and say, Dynas, you know what? You're on to something. Again, you're more than welcome to call in and add. See, Atnam is Nigerian. I don't know what Divine Nine is. Nobody ever heard of it. Yeah, it's. I mean, we're on the continent. You know, we have. I guess we're there, but you know, it's you know, we're not. We don't have that much influence on the continent. If that makes sense. How was it hijacked? Tripping travels. Links in the chat room. I want you to call in and tell me how it was hijacked. I want you to call in and tell me how it was hijacked. Let me know how was it hijacked by the tethers. Miss Sandman, go ahead.
Hey, how you doing? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Oh yeah, great. Yeah, I wouldn't put too much criticism on the Obama administration because you got to keep in mind that his administration was the main administration that helped end the war in the Middle East, or at least cease it from the intensity that it was in. Because I recall when I was in the military, I was under the military under Bush and under Obama. And it was like constant deployments, every other year for whole entire military. So had to cut back on that, had to end that situation. And I recall like right at the end of our last deployment or before our last deployment, Obama sent a hit squad to take out Saddam Hussein. So that pretty much put an end to it. Our job from that point on was just to hand the country back over to the Iraqis and the Afghani people. But as far as like the culture thing, I think it's a situation where people we get boxed into having to deal with certain things in society, like this order and organization that's required for society to operate, and just our whole life we're all forced to capitulate to that order and that organization. And when you have like a culture like African American culture that's kind of like bucking the system, I think it like just it intrigues a lot of people, and it's not just American people. It intrigues. I think it intrigues people from other cultures in other places. Imagine like growing up your whole life in the system where your parents say you got to act like this, you got to operate like this, but then comes this rebel type culture that comes in and says no, but forget all of that, just be disrespectful or ignorant. And I think all people and all races enjoy it a little bit, but I just think that they allow us to be the face of it because they don't want to be associated with it, even though they enjoy the debaucheries as well. So yeah, I just think we're getting used. I think it's in every culture. If you was to go to a party full of white people, they're going to be doing all kinds of crazy stuff, probably a lot more crazy stuff than we would do at a black party or black house party. It's just that people enjoy that evil side of things, just the animalistic, go crazy type deal, because whenever a person gets out of that culture or gets out of that box that they put us in culture wise, and we demonstrate something different, it catches on, and unapologetically Africans or people or African American just seem to not really care what people think of them. You'll see like a white person get called a racist, and then they'll be offended. Oh, don't call me a racist. But if you call a black person a racist, he'd be like, so, you know what I'm saying? It's like we don't really care what other people think of us to a certain extent. So that boldness, that attitude, I think a lot of people try to emulate because I think maybe they are living vicariously through African Americans around the world.
That sounds like a bunch of la la la. I don't want to take accountability for anything.
See, let me pass it to Larry. Oh, are you done, Sam Man? I'm gonna pass it to Larry. You done, Sam Man?
Yeah, I'm done.
All right, go ahead, Larry.
All right, Dynast. All right. Sorry you had to experience that whilst you were in whichever African country.
It's been in just about every African country I go to.
Wow. I guess things have changed since I was last there. I didn't know they were going around doing that. But I tell you one good thing, at least that none of them in that part of the world decided to copy Little Nas X. So that's a good thing.
I would say this, Larry. It's probably there. In fact, it's there, but they can't be out in the open like that.
Oh yeah, the other thing I was going to say. And Wintour, how did you figure out that she was responsible? Because I know she's like with the magazine Vogue, and she gets involved with the Met Gala. But
she's like the kingmaker in fashion. Period.
Really?
Yes, and Wintour is huge.
I mean, she's huge internationally. I understand through Vogue, but you were talking specifically about like Black American.
Well, even with Vogue, I mean, it's when Black people were up crying that they're not in Vogue, so that they went to Anna Wintour.
All right, okay. I thought you were going to say she was like in charge of like broadcasting and like.
When it comes to fashion, Anna Wintour is the number one major player as far as influencer in the world.
So if a couple of Black Americans, I don't know, doing an R&B video or whatever, she decides whether that style she's going to put in.
Well, no, not necessarily on that level, but just as far as like, if when Black people want to talk about what's fashionable and high fashion, whatever Anna Wintour puts in Vogue, that's what we're going to imitate when it comes to like high fashion, as far as women walking around with their Louis Vuitton Speedy purses and Balenciaga and all that stuff. Anna Wintour is the one that decides. These fashion brands, they go to Anna Wintour to get their seal of approval.
Do you get the chance to educate those ignorant people who come up to you and say?
I have, yes, I have. The first number one is like, excuse my language, because we do have the N-word terror, but this is in context. First thing I tell them is, I'm not your nigga, and then we take it from there. But yeah,
all right. Anyway,
but it's just when we have these conversations on here, and they say Black America is the most imitated and whatever the rest of the phrase is. I'm like, do you understand what is being imitated when I travel? Like it's it's not. It's the dysfunctional stuff that's being imitated.
I think that the term they use is cosplayed. They like
Or
using cosplay.
cosplayed or whatever. Imitated and never duplicated, right? And not duplicated. So yeah.
Okay. Can't argue against that. You've experienced it, you've seen it, so it's a shame, but they hold
well, Larry, even in the UK with this drill rap.
Yeah, I was gonna bring it up.
Where does it come from?
Yeah, I was gonna bring it up, but I was thinking, I don't know, because you were talking about America. I was gonna bring it up because like the drill thing, and I laugh when I look at the younger people when I'm on debates. It's like you didn't create that; you just copying Black Americans from Chicago.
That's from us, yeah.
That's say it's UK drill. It's just Black American music. You've taken their music, you've tried to put your own kind of flavor on it, but it's their music, and you're just trying to copy them. I hear terminology that's come from America that they say things like ops. It's like, where did that come from? That came from the US, and they say fam. Yeah, you get me, fam. It's like, fam.
Yeah, and now they're also using the N-word a lot too.
Yeah. And I get into arguments with them. I say, don't nobody here is the N-word, and some of them get upset. But thankfully it's still taboo in the UK. But yeah, you're right. More and more people are copying and they're trying to use it. But it's still
even with like Afro beats, like they're starting to use the N-word more. And it just sounds so out of place, it's so whack. And I'm like, come on.
But I got into an argument with you, was it last year when you did the thing about Afro beats had passed hip hop?
I'm gonna have to retract that.
Yeah, because I just said to you, Afrobeats is just copying Black American music, and I said that song Shy Yo that Burna Boy did, he just took Tony Braxton song, He Wasn't Man Enough, and then he just used that, and then he started saying Shy Yo. I was like, you're just copying Black Americans. So yeah, I can't argue with that. People are copying Black Americans, but as you pointed out, it ain't the Cosby Show they're copying. It's the other stuff. Yeah, true. So I'll yield the floor to whoever wants to contribute.
All right, go ahead, T.
Yeah, man, I got to respond to Mr. Sandman because this is the problem with a lot of our people not understanding the bigger picture, always making excuses. Let's say even if, when he says they won't allow us or they control our image. So the question I have is, why do we allow it? Why do we still watch it? I mean, all these ghetto shows like Love Hip Hop of Atlanta, all these just ghetto Black stereotypes would not exist if the collective wouldn't just watch it. You know what I'm saying? Even if you look at the Zeus Network, man, I don't know if have you ever looked at the Zeus Network?
I know.
Oh man, bro. Oh my God, that is Black debauchery. It's shocking. So, I'm like, man, is there any other race that has a network where it's nothing but their people fighting and being very sexualized and acting like they are ridiculous? And the fact is, if the majority of the subscribers and the watchers are Black people, you can no longer just keep blaming white people, because let's say if white people's over it, let's say you know it, but you're still watching it and you're still funding it, you are the problem. That's it. Like all these stupid excuses, everyone wanted. Okay, they emulate it, and yes, you're right. They emulate the bad parts. You're right. A lot of Black folks don't travel outside of America, so when they say, "Oh, a lot of the Black folks emulate us," they're thinking like the good things. No, man. When you go overseas, you got people who are non-Black want to say, "Hey, can I call you the N-word? Hey, do you play basketball? Hey, do you rap?" That's the African American stereotype that's being pushed around the world. It's not political science, ingenuity, things like that. It is the worst of our community being pushed. And then the brother making excuses for Obama. And, like, this is what I'm saying. Like, this is what I criticize Black men more than Black women, because the problem is, if we're going to be leaders and we don't know anything about politics, we don't know anything about what's going on around us. No wonder why the women are lost. Who is educating them? The brother just said, "Don't blame Obama or don't go hard on Obama for the Middle East because Obama's been making peace in the Middle East." And I'm like, bro, were you asleep? Like, how do you get that? Not even the news is making, not even the Democrat media is making that. This man, the Arab Spring started under his regime, where they started all these CIA funded Arab civil wars, overthrowing governments who are friendly towards Iran, who are anti-Israel. It happened in Syria. We saw what happened to Libya. Now, I mean, and there's still reverberations of it where we are going to war in Yemen. All these stupid little Middle Eastern wars to protect Israel. And for this guy to come here and say that Obama ended that. What if that's the case? Where the heck did ISIS come from? Did ISIS just appear under Bush? ISIS appeared under Obama. So this is what I'm saying, man. Black people got to stop making excuses. This is why nothing changes, and this is why other races benefit out you, because they'll put some filth out, and then you make some stupid excuse. Well, you know, they don't allow us to achieve. They only put bad stuff about us. But then you will go fund it, promote it, share it all around the media so everyone can laugh at it and then get more black looks at it and then continue to fund it.
I mean,
I'll pass Mike on that.
I'll admit that during the recession and I was in the military, I didn't feel the brunt of the effect of the economic crisis that a lot of African Americans were dealing with, because I had a different issue to deal with, with all the deployments. So I didn't see it from your perspective. I wasn't, worried about this, worried about that. I'm just worried about surviving, what I mean, dodging bullets and shit. So I understand your plight, and it's messed up what happened to a lot of our situation, here in America as African Americans losing our wealth. But, a lot of people around the world is struggling. It ain't just us. You might think, oh, damn, I lost a couple $100,000, or I lost a 10
Stop trying
grand
to
in the
deflect. I
stock
don't
market.
care
But
if everyone
there's
is
literally
struggling. We're
people
talking
in the
about
world
black
walking
people.
around
Stop
with
trying to
no
deflect
shoes
to,
on.
oh,
You know what I'm saying? And
the
it's like,
Mexicans are
and
doing
you
this. Who
bitching about,
cares? We're talking about
you
black
bitching
people.
about the stock market,
Always
and
deflect. You
and
see that?
and, and people walking into bathrooms. You know what I'm saying? It's like, how can we take you serious?
But Donna, do you see the deflection off of black people to justify mediocrity? You see that? Just everyone else, who cares? We're talking about black people. Stay on topic. Do you care about the betterment of your race or not?
Mediocrity in what way?
Or if the white man is doing bad, then it's okay
Mediocrity
for
in
us.
what way or what field?
T. Khalifa saying stay on topic with black people, but you mentioned that Gaddafi like he black.
Mediocrity in what area?
Oh my God! Did that? Oh my God!
Let me
Yes,
pass it.
I asked
Oh
you a
my
Hold on.
question.
God!
Let me pass. Let me do this. Let
Did
me
he
pass
try
the
to make
mic.
an analogy with Gaddafi?
Let me pass the mic to Cuddy. Go ahead, Cuddy.
Big salute panel, big salute chat, big salute Donis. I totally agree with you, Donis, but those two are just small pieces to the pie. What controls what goes on in America is the Bohemian Club. I know you from Cali, Donis. Are you familiar with Bohemian Grove?
Yeah, and I don't think any black people are at that table. I don't think.
No, they not.
Yeah.
But black people don't control nothing.
Y'all say that like y'all know that. We don't
That's
know
the
who's in the
truth. Really,
Bohemian
it's the
Grove.
truth, really. I mean,
We
come on,
don't
man.
know who's at the Bohemian Grove.
All
I know
right,
you're not there.
Willie. I
Kodak
can tell
Black
you
might
right
be
now.
there
I
for all
can
we
tell
know,
you
but we
right
know
now, Willie.
you're not there.
It's
We
majority
sure
white.
as hell funded.
Vast majority white. I can tell you that right now. Go ahead, Cuddy.
Hey, Donis, can I shed some light on the panel?
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
It's wiki. This is the only reference I have.
There's more references online too, but I'm familiar with talking about. Go ahead.
Yeah, but the Bohemian Club, I recommend everybody go do their homework on that so you can get a better understanding of who controls the media, sports, the food, military, everything under the sun that comes out of America. All the world governments, they all meet up there for 2 weeks and they decide how they're going to push their agenda.
Okay, but how do you stop black people from supporting it? Because you see that once again, it's deflection. Black people already think white people control everything, yet still consume garbage and promote garbage. So by you saying that changes what?
Because no black people control the media. Nothing in the
Okay,
media
black people know
control.
that, but our situation is not changing. So why are you telling us this if it's not offering any type of solution for change?
Oh, the
Every black
solution for
person knows
change is to
that white
stand up
people
and fight.
controls
If
the
you ain't
media and
built to fight,
everything.
if
So
you're
you
not
can
built
talk,
to
no,
fight
because
the
this thing,
devil,
y'all
ain't
throw up
nothing gonna
all these
change.
conspiracies to deflect. That's all y'all do is deflect because you don't want to hold people accountable. That's what you're doing is deflecting. You
gotta
don't want to
fight.
stay on topic about
Are
who
you
is
built to
why are
fight?
black people supporting mediocrity. No,
Are you
because
built to fight?
that's why nothing gets done. No. I'm here to refute and rebuke because that's why nothing changes because our people loves
Ain't
deflecting like
nothing.
you are.
Ain't nothing gonna change because you're not willing to fight. If you gonna fight and stand up with your chest out, then things will change. But if you stay stagnant and docile, ain't nothing gonna
This
change.
guy's
See,
having
you
fun.
coming here yelling at us, you need to use that energy
How
to
do you
fight
get
the
black
devil.
people to stop supporting this nonsense?
You
You
can't.
can't.
What is your answer to that?
You can't fight.
You can't.
Then
Fight
why are you bringing up this Bohemian Grove nonsense then?
because that's who you need to fight against. That's your enemy, your
Oh,
open
God.
enemy.
So who has a Bohemian Grove card? How can you look at someone and say that man is the Bohemian Grove?
Their
How?
names are all you got to do your homework. Their names are all
Yeah, bro,
online.
this is why black folks is all over the place.
All right, let me pass the mic to Ivy. Go ahead, Ivy. Ivy, we can't hear you, Ivy. Now, Ivy, you black bullet calling on the Obama phone, Ivy. We can't hear you, Ivy. You're on your Obama phone. Ivy, you black bullet, View Park in Windsor Hills in LA. We can't hear you. You're on your Obama phone, Ivy. Ivy, we can't hear you. Ivy. Ivy.
Nah, I think that Kamala Harris phone, bro.
Ivy, you View Park in LA now. We can't hear you.
I think the Bohemian Grove got her.
Well, before my Muammar Gaddafi,
come on, Ivy. You Ladera Heights, View Park,
before
Baldwin
my
Hills,
Muammar Gaddafi battery dies,
Black Boule in LA, Ivy. We
can I
can't hear
jump in
you.
there?
Hold on, I gotta give Ivy a hard time. Ivy, you Black Boule, Baldwin Hills, Ladera Heights, View Park, LA's finest. We can't hear you. Can't hear you, Ivy. Okay, I gotta pass to Willie. Go ahead, Willie.
Well, I wanted to welcome the audience to the Everybody Hates Black Americans show. And it's good to join you all again. But before my Patrice Lumumba battery dies on me, let's just jump right into the topic, right? So when you're talking about
Willie, why would you say Patrice Lumumba battery?
why would you say Obama phone every single time? Like, we didn't have elderly people that needed those Obama phones. Like, we didn't have elderly black people that needed those things. What I'm saying is, I look at him, right, and I'm proud.
You can't
I,
put
you
Obama
asked
and
me a question,
Lumumba
I
in the
can answer.
same sentence.
You
Go
asked
ahead.
me a question, I can answer.
Go ahead.
It never take me long to get you to jump off the porch and cut me off, right?
Go ahead. Go
What
ahead.
I'm saying to you is, I personally take a lot of pride in this presidency. Everyone else doesn't have to. But I saw black people come out in droves, and I saw what came out of our political power. I see that as potentially sparking the next minds that want to go into black American politics, right? So I'm personally proud of it. So every
Like
time you
Kamala
tear
Harris.
it, so every time you tear it down, it's offensive to me. So since you could care less how I feel about that, why should I care about my Patrice Lumumba battery? That's about to die. My Gaddafi battery. That's about to die. My Thomas Sankara battery. That's about to die. I'm saying that level of disrespect isn't necessary, right? But I'm big on mirroring. And let's just get right to it, right? The reason why Kodak will always have more influence than y'all is because our children are being raised in a capitalist society and you're broke. Give them something else to believe in and they'll follow you. All they doing is following the money. That's why they follow me. And I'll land there.
All right, go ahead, Castro. Unmute yourself, Castro.
Peace. Can you hear me on my Well, I don't want to say Obama phone. I think it
Obama
just.
phone. We hear your Obama phone is now,
Well,
listen,
can you hear
Obama
me on
phone,
my
the
Yahoo
headquarters
phone?
of Chicago. So we know you on Obama phone. Go ahead.
Yeah. What I'd like to add to that is I agree with that last part of what he was saying. Like the kids are just following what they perceive as money or what's the fastest way to get to money or status, social status. So the music just happens to be that. I don't think it's, I don't think we necessarily down bad because of the music that we're consuming and the images that we're looking at on TV, because at one point we didn't have this music. We had nice music, loving music, wholesome music, and look at where we've gotten from there. So I don't think the music is and the imagery is really doing the damage. Um, I saw people sliding, listening to the Isley Brothers. I don't know if you seen Baby Boy. Yeah, look at Baby Boy. How Snoop Dogg pull up and he dropped the window. Did he listen to the slow songs, bro? He got the perm in his head. So like this, how dudes did it back then in the '60s. I think a lot of it has to do with the drugs. We down bad because of the drugs that we consuming. And the music. The music is just a reflection of our mentality after consuming these drugs. So like if we are gonna move, we gotta be honest about our situation. I ain't heard nobody mention drugs on the panel yet. Everybody's pointing to music and imagery, but the biggest mind altering thing is the drugs that we consume. That's what I want to end with.
All right, go ahead, Ivy.
Can you hear me now?
Hey, we hear you loud and clear now, Ivy.
I don't know what happened, but I just wanted to say, Dynas, my organization, we do have chapters in Nigeria, Liberia, and South Africa.
Okay.
So it is up to positive Black Americans, including yourself, to make sure that your organization is represented. But I'm going to ask you a question as a Pan-Africanist.
I got to answer. Go ahead.
Okay. Africa is the mother and the father.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, I am a Black American and I'm educated. One of my many majors, I have several degrees, was Pan-African Studies. So I know historically that I am of African ancestry, primarily West African ancestry. And so in America, I descend from the enslaved Africans who were brought here, European and indigenous Native American. So why would Africans be following the child? Why? So descendants of slaves should have no influence on a people, on a continent that know their culture, that know their history, that know their language, that know their ethnic affiliation. Who is Hausa? Who is Igbo? Who is Yoruba? Why would they be emulating or following Afro-Brazilians, Afro-Americans, Afro-Caribbean, Afro-Central Americans? Why? We are the thrown away, abandoned children of Mother and Father Africa. So you need to explain this to me. Why would they dare emulate descendants of slaves?
I would say it's not the majority of Africans. I would say it's a small percentage.
So therefore, it's not an issue for the continent. It's not an issue. So if you have 1 billion people on the continent and 200 people say the N-word, does it really matter?
But again, Ivy, it's not about the number of people who are doing it. Well, it is somewhat. It's more about, again, whenever Black Americans brag about us being imitated, it's always just and they point to the examples, it's solely the dysfunctional aspects of Black America.
Listen, the last time I was in Brazil, one thing that's fascinating, because I told you that I love doing research about children of the diaspora, most definitely those of the transatlantic slave trade. And I'm fascinated with those slave cultures that were able to hold on to African religion. Now, you know, when you go to Salvador Bahia, and you walk through there, and you go in the middle of Salvador Bahia, to the, I can't think of the name of the lake, they have large Orisha statues in the middle of downtown Salvador Bahia. You look, you see Shango, you see Yemenjai, you see Alegba, Ogun, and all the others right there. And so now you can go to some parts of West Africa, and you won't see that. I have been to carnivals in Brazil where the whole thing
Well, Ivy, you have to understand Orishas
is Ogun.
Right. So,
Yes.
Ivy, the Orishas is Yoruba culture. So when you go to Yoruba land in Oshun, you'll see the statues. And in fact, the majority of the states in Yoruba land are named after the Orishas.
And
so
that's,
you have Ogun.
I know, but you never give the credit of the descendants of slaves who, through miraculous, you know, to me, it's almost a miracle that they even remember anything of African culture due to the transatlantic slave trade. I think that you are too critical of your people. I have to always call and reel you in. You're too critical of your descendant of slave people. You are FBA technically. You are ADOS technically. You know our mentality here. A lot of this is associated with, I consider it bottom shelf culture, poverty culture. In my family, who were hardworking business owners, I never heard the N-word. My family's, we didn't call each other the N-word. It was not acceptable. I never heard my grandparents ever use that word, ever. I've never went to a family reunion and people are calling each other the N-word. That is a bottom shelf, lower class, poverty culture.
But
And you know it is.
The reason why Africans and
It's
Caribbeans is
easy.
using it is because America export. We are the biggest exporter in the world. You do know that, right? So hip
Okay,
hop,
sir,
black TV
I was
series.
talking.
A
Listen,
lot
sir,
of black
Easy to
people
I was
place.
around
trying
the
to talk
world
to
are
Dynas.
judged by African Americans. No,
And
I'm
so
just
what
saying because
so
black
can I
people
just,
around the world are judged by African Americans, not
and so I'm,
Africans,
It's
because
once
easy to
America is
play
the
again,
most
dumb. It's
powerful
hard
country
to
in the
play
world.
smart.
I was talking to Dynas, and I guess because I am a female, I cannot, but
No, it
I'm
had nothing
just,
to do with you, a female.
okay.
I was just answering the question. The reason
I was
why
trying to get an answer
African
from
American
Dynas.
culture, FBA, low, what you call it, is because
Yes.
America is the most powerful country in the world, and our media influence is exported around the world. That's why you got Africans and Caribbeans calling each other the N-word.
Okay, and so I'm just
You
going to
got
say
Mexicans
this
calling
once
each other the
again.
N-word.
Can I just say, can I say one more thing to
Hey, guys,
Dynas?
let Ivy finish. Go
I
to
just
Ivy.
want to say one more thing to Dynas. And I'm going to say once again, when I look at the children and the descendants of the transatlantic slave trade, that is one thing. Because I've traveled all over the Caribbean, South America, Central America, Mexico, okay, which they have descendants of slaves who come from West Africa and Central Africa. I've traveled to these places. My last travel, my goal is to go to West Africa. But what I am saying, it is no way that Africans should be emulating slave culture in any way. That is like me asking the royal family in England to emulate their white trash. And they're not going to
That
do
doesn't
it.
even make sense. That doesn't even make sense.
No, it does, because to me, if African people, that is the culture, that is the standard. That's what the Pan-Africans say. Africa is the standard. West African is the standard. The culture is there. The pride is there. So why would such a highbrow culture emulate descendants of slaves? And I'm asking Dynas this. I'm not asking the panel.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you asking
Dynas.
diners. It don't make sense if you asking Muhammad or Jesus. It just don't make sense what you saying. Not because
Can
you're a
Dynas answer the
not because
question,
you're
please?
not because you're a female. It just don't make sense because it don't make sense.
It's easy to play dumb. It's hard to play smart.
I'm asking Dynas the question. That's all. I'm not trying to be.
Already answered, Ivy.
Hey, Diners, you know what somebody told me a long time ago, man? Smart people.
That's smart. Let me pass the mic. But Ivy already answered. All right, let me go ahead, Philip.
What's up, panel? Good to see everybody again. I'm going to try to be brief. It's very simple, and Dinus, I agree with what you're saying, and that's why I came up, was because I think it's important to kind of get the foundation of this because it's affecting our money now. Essentially, what I see going on is from the very beginning, coming out of enslavement, the Mzungus had a process by which they branded inventions and consumer products. And you can go back and look, and what they did was they would say, this product was invented by this slave who works at this plantation, and it was successful. You know how successful this plantation was. They evolved from that. And also the Mzungus in many cases kept the patents from these inventions from the African enslaved and formerly enslaved. One of the most famous ones is Nearest, which Uncle Nearest whiskey has come from, who was the Black American guy who helped Jack Daniels come up with the recipe for the Jack Daniels whiskey. Now the family has taken it back and they have their own company. But the point is this, and I put it in the chat. They then went to the Aunt Jemimas, the Uncle Bens, the cream of wheat guy, and why they put black faces with those products was because of indentured servitude / slavery. When blacks were the labor force in the home, it was a brand opportunity to put a black face with it because that type of product was associated with blackness. So what they've done now is they've moved beyond coming up with fictional characters and actually use real people. And this is in part to Ivy's query. What they do, and they've been doing this really since the 19th century, is taking Black American underclass people who've invented music or products, and they platform them as authentic. Then once it gets platformed, these people from the underclass, and we can go through the people all throughout the blues period, the jazz period, now the hip hop period, and Afrobeat period. And they're doing a similar kind of thing on the continent, which I sent you a link, Dinus, if you want to play it, of all the African tribes where they take their symbols and colors and clothing and they put it in the luxury goods. Louis Vuitton is one of the biggest ones. They have a big lawsuit now. But bottom line, what they're doing is they've created a black avatar through using human beings. And these human beings, quote unquote, authentically represent the culture, but they don't control the product. What they do is they create the avatar of the character, put a real person in it, and then black people workshop it, improve it, and it gets sold globally. And that's your answer, Ivy, is black authenticness is sold globally as a product. And
thank you, Philip. I just needed it explained to me in a language and an understanding that I can comprehend. Thank you.
You're welcome. And so what happens is then once it's sent out globally, it's repatriated back to the United States, and then we workshop it some more. We improve it more. We make it look more authentic. But here, to Dinus's point of the show, we don't control any of this. That at the bottom of all of this is the intellectual property that these Black American people, going all the way back to slavery, have made, and that all of the intellectual property is held by Mzungus. We don't own it. And you can ask yourself, I just put it in the chat, how much of Afrobeat remains in Nigeria? And the statistic is 2% of the profits remain in Nigeria. You can look at jazz, blues. How much of the wealth that jazz and blues generated in the Mississippi Delta and in New Orleans remained in that area? You can look. You can look at the areas where we live. When before Katrina, there was an area called Gert Town. It's right by the Black College, Xavier. And Gert Town had dirt floors, the shanty tin roofs like you see in a third world country in New Orleans proper. It got washed away in Katrina, but that's how poor the community was. Dirt floors, no doors on the hinges. This is how little we get of what we produce. And it's all a procedure that the Mzungus came up with to figure out how to use our gifts to make money off of it. And they're still doing it. And the sad thing is that we take pride in them taking advantage of us. That we are saying, look how much that they use this and that. It's in the UK, it's in Africa. We didn't put it there. That's not a black media company that's projecting that. It's not a black music video company or movie studio that's making these films. These are all Mzungu financed and distributed products. And they cut them a check. I was just looking at it. They were talking about how much they paid these people to be in. I'm trying to remember what movie it was. Oh, in New Jack City. Ice-T, they paid him $28,000 to play that role in New Jack City. Now that was quote unquote a black movie, right? It was Melvin Van Peebles' son that produced it. But at the end of the day, he doesn't own the IP to that. He has a contribution to it. But at the end of the day, it was the studio that did it. And they paid Ice-T. You know, that movie made millions. $28,000 is what he made. And I don't even think that he got a back end. Now I got him a job on whatever that thing, SVU, which is also not owned by him. It's Richard or Dick Wolf that owns the Law and Order stuff. But you see my point. It's a bottom line of we don't understand how we're being used. And we've been used this way for now hundreds of years. And when anybody says anything about it, then people get mad. I put in the chat, what part of Black American culture is Aunt Jemima and Uncle Ben? People, whoa! But that's what they've done. They've taken real people and replaced Aunt Jemima and Uncle Ben with real people. I'll land there.
So, Philip, don't that make us uppity slaves, though?
Well,
Philip, that's for you. It does, but based on everything, I'm just saying, take all the sugar coating out of it. I know everybody. I've been on the doom train from the jump because as a hustler, as a street hustler, I just see the black race on paper. I ain't trying to put no bow on it. I ain't trying to put no, no Easter eggs around it or anything. Based on what you just said, and based on where the Mzungu's at, based on what all that they control. Based on that, now the KKK ain't even got to hunt us, so they can sit back and just watch the news. Are we doomed as a people, aka uppity slaves?
How about this?
Don't laugh. Don't laugh.
How about this?
Bro, you hit it on the head.
How about if we just could convince Black America, Black Hollywood to create a studio with some of the Nollywood studios, we could make our own stuff. How about that?
So you putting the word if. Philip, you're a smart guy. If you start off an answer with the word if, it's muted. So my brother, can you please just at the state we at right now, we ain't talking about in the future. We're talking about from right now, where we stand right now on paper. On paper, the black race on paper, based on everything you said, are we just some uppity slaves and we the best slaves that the white man ever grabbed?
I don't want to be on record calling any Black American a slave. So you're not going to get me to do that.
But you just did it. You just did the intellectual Sammy Davis Jr. and that's what you said. If everybody else is controlling us and the same people that's controlling us, we claim they hate us and systematically oppressing us, but we give all our money to quote unquote oppressor and the people that systematic oppress us, when we get money, we move away from our people to quote unquote said oppressor, and the people that systematically out to get us, then what does that make us, Philip?
I think that if we could.
You said if again, Philip. You said if again, Philip.
You're not gonna get me to call Black American anything a slave.
What do you call it then? What do you call it then?
Bougie slaves.
That's what we are. We some bougie slaves. And the reason why the Africans copying us, because only reason that they copying us because we're in the rat race with the top Mzungu. If we was in motherfucking Mexico, the goddamn Africans wouldn't be copying us. They wouldn't be talking about no Cinco de Mayo and goddamn put some limes on some motherfucking tacos.
Well, this is a great segue. There are, and actually,
hey, if I real quick, I need to interject. Hey, Hustle Smart, you never paid your N-word tariff either. I just want to put that on record. Go ahead.
Yes, I did.
No, you didn't.
Close the doors of the church.
I paid for mine and Elvis, remember?
Okay, we'll worry about that later. Go ahead, Philip.
Don't you need to start eating more blueberries, bro.
All I was gonna say was that to prove your point, Hustle Smart, that the second president of Mexico was black, and he's the one that abolished slavery, and he's the one that they got mad at, and that Texas paid assassins to go have that guy killed because he got rid of slavery. That to your point, that we should, if you want to see where they are, they're in a state named after him called Guerrero, and where Acapulco is. There are black Mexicans there.
Right.
And we don't imitate nor talk about them for the point that you made.
Matter of fact, this is the first time I'm even hearing it.
There's also in Veracruz, Phil.
Hustle Smart. Let me pass
it. Veracruz too. Yeah.
Oh no, Philip. Let me pass it to Alan because it was Alan's turn next, and your emotion. I pass it back to you, Hustle Smart. Go ahead.
No, I got you. I was just interjecting. I just wanted to see what Alan was gonna do. Philip was gonna do.
Yeah, I'm gonna step down. Thank you, guys.
Okay, go ahead, Alan.
Yeah, get out of here, man. I agree.
Run like the wind, Alan. Run like the wind.
Yeah, I know, right? I agree with much of what he had to say, though, man. Because what's happened is the African American is the person, the people that people imitate, because we're the people who had for the longest time the access to the technology and things like that in order to put our art forms out there. And so we were the people that people imitated. What white people have done, they've gone ahead and they've taken the music of African Americans and made it into this packaged blackness that you can buy as a commodity and take with you. And it gives you an element of danger, and you can kind of slum it without having to go down to the Cotton Club kind of feel, right? That's what's going on here with that. A lot of people with Afro beats, they're not just imitating African American music; they are taking music from all over the diaspora, and there are countless examples of that, and then reinterpreting it through an African lens, but along with that comes some of the negativity that came from hip hop, i.e. the N-word. And that's been now being put back out there by artists like Burna Boy, who I love. But, artists like Burna Boy, he's probably the first one and the most famous person to be taking the N-word and putting it back out there. And now you have Africans out here saying and repeating and regurgitating the N-word as a term of endearment for the first time. And so that's kind of the how that happened. As far as how the Divine Nine, the Divine Nine, while there are some chapters other places, man, even if you go to where I grew up in New York, you're not going to see a whole lot of Divine Nine in New York. You have to kind of get down here where I am now in Maryland on down in order to even have to really notice their power and their presence. So we need to keep that in mind. That the Divine Nine does not have the reach that people seem to think that they have in terms of influence, but hip hop does. And we as people here have to take responsibility for the negative aspects of what hip hop music has put out there, including stereotypes that we embrace and the N word, whether it be drill music in England, trap dance hall in Jamaica, Trinidad, soca music in Trinidad and Tobago. The negative aspects, although there are plenty of positive aspects, but the negative aspects are present. And I think that African Americans have to take some sort of responsibility for that. We can't claim to be you can't claim to be the people who are influencing the world, and then when the people take your influence, you don't want to take any responsibility for the negative that you did, and in addition to the positive.
All right, let me pat emoji. Go ahead, emoji. Guys, hit the like button again. Please hit that like button as you come to the chat room. Hit that like button. Go ahead, emoji.
Hi, Dinus and
Hey.
panel. Thanks for bringing me on. Going back to the title, I'm not familiar with Mr. Cohen, but I do know Anna Wintour. I remember and got my first kind of taste of her with the movie The Devil Wears Prada and understanding her impact on fashion. Now, I'm a former victim of conspicuous consumption. I've got all the bags with the letters on it and emblems on them. But I'm slowly selling those off on Poshmark and eBay and some of the other resale sites. And I'm investing in products from Africans or African Americans. So I live in Los Angeles. And if my phone goes out, I'm here in Atlanta. There's probably some bankhead issue going on because I don't have an Obama phone.
Hey, don't blame Bankhead, Shawty. Don't you
But
dare blame Bankhead, Shawty. That's where I'm from now. But hey, before you go on, let me interject. Let me ask you a question.
yeah,
You said you was a slay queen. So just talk about you saying where you're selling that you're off of it, but say how you got into it. Then what made you want to buy all the Gucci, the Louis, the Dolce, and all that? What made you
I love
chase that
quality.
dragon?
So not just everything, not everything they sell is quality. So I love quality. I love, beautiful things, pieces, and long-standing pieces. I grew up getting dressed up to go to town with my grandmother in Savannah. We didn't leave the house looking any kind of way. We were the best of what we had, whatever that was. So that's how I got started in it. And over time, I still have pieces from years ago, but I'm bringing myself to sell those items off. Uh, I live in LA. I still shop at Baldwin Hills Crenshaw Mall. It is still open, and mostly Black vendors are there. So I shop at Afro City. There are quite a few vendors in that particular business that I shop in. I shop at African Collection. She's a Nigerian lady that brings in
Yeah,
clothing and
I know
masks.
that's in Lamar Park, right?
Yes,
Yeah, I know you're talking
beautiful
about.
pieces. And so I have a lot of clothing items from her. They're expensive. She just didn't have that much traffic, and it's quality. I don't see myself when I go out and I have her pieces on, one of a kinds. I also go to Nina's Organics. She makes organic hair products. I have long locks, and I'm a heavily melanated sister. So I get her facial products and really have just embraced what we have, the best of what we have. Um, what I like that I'm seeing as in response to the Target DEI program and initiative and what we were trying to do, some of the Black product owners and service providers are standing up and taking an education approach. So, for example, Nina's product lines, she offers workshops, cologne and cocktails. You can come in and see and make your own and kind of understand her approach and why she uses certain products, and you walk out with a clone set that you've made. We're getting educated through that process. The same with the lady with the African clothing. She'll tell you where it's from, give you the history about it, and I'm enjoying that. That's what I'm doing. I'm replacing all of the things. I've had that, done that. It's getting us nowhere. I'd like to see more of that. Now that China is stepping up and, kind of just smashing out the so-called luxury uh, product lines and vendors and telling us what's what, this is time for our Black product and service providers to step in and maybe take an education approach. Another lady I buy bags from, she's from Sierra Leone, but she sources her leather from Nigeria. So I've gotten a whole education from her on dyeing and that kind of thing. So I understand her price points now. I understand what she goes through to get the products here, to get them made. So, I'm willing to pay for that. But if they would step in and use this time that we have now to recapture that segment of Black culture, that's the approach that T. Khalik might have been looking for in terms of what do we do to take our spot back in the limelight. And so I'm willing to pay for it.
So are you in Atlanta right now?
Yeah, I'm in Atlanta right now for Mother's Day.
Okay, what color Wakanda leggings you got on?
I don't have any Wakanda leggings. While I have a fabulous shape, I like to wear slacks and nice dresses. My Ankara dresses.
It is sundress season. You letting it breathe.
Let it breathe. Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. All right. First thing first, I appreciate that back and forth. I really do. But shout out to the host, man. Shout out to the people on the chat. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate the one thing that I appreciate yesterday from watching the show. It was so much, things that I didn't know about the religious tech where it came from. And one thing I would give Volvo credit for that he's on the show. I'm glad that his dumb ass ran from the show because they was shitting on him so hard. He didn't know what the hell he was talking about. You know what I'm saying? The best thing that brother could have did yesterday was run like Forrest Gump when them ankle bracelets came off his hips and thighs. You get what I'm saying? So that was the smartest thing I ever saw. That was the smartest thing I ever saw. Boy, you talking about backpedaling? Boy, his voice went.
Hold on. I gotta go ahead. I'm gonna find the video. I'm gonna find the
run, Mama, run. Hey, now listen.
Go ahead.
I ain't got nothing bad to say about it, bro. They backed him into the wall. You get what I'm saying? Okay, they was attacking him. They wanted answers, but his voice went high like Mariah Carey. And then he answered the question, then he fell off. I was like, yes, that's the smartest thing that I ever seen the brother do, man. So appreciate you, because it was way out your range, man. You know what I'm saying? As far as on the intellect, man. You know what I'm saying? You swim in the dirt. You like a mud duck. You know what I'm saying? You swim with the pigs and shit. You know what I'm saying? But now, when we get back to what the lady, there you go. There go Volvo. There you go.
Just run away, Forrest.
Hold on. They answer them intellectual questions.
Get the bike. Hurry up.
They answer them intellectual questions about religion.
Here we go. Get you.
Volvo on the rope.
Forrest, run. Forrest.
He on the rope. He keeps saying he got the answers. He said, just wait a second. I got the answers for you.
And then run, Bobo.
And then what the dude said, come on, y'all, be quiet. Let Volvo answer the question. And guess what Volvo did?
Run,
right
Bobo,
here. Run, Volvo. Too many intellectuals on the panel, Volvo.
That was funny.
Break those shackles. There you go. There you go, Volvo. Run like the wind. Run like the wind. That's the FBA. That's the FBA ankles right now.
You broke that. That's
some Hebrew Israelite kneecaps.
Okay, all right, go ahead, Smart. Go ahead.
But you know what? To get back on the topic, man. You know, I was just proud of my brother when he left. You know what I'm saying? He can blame it on this. He can blame it on his Obama phone too. But when Ivy was talking and she was saying that, you know, she couldn't understand how can, you know what I'm saying? It just doesn't make, the reason why I said it makes sense because of we're in a capitalist society. You get what I'm saying? Regardless of how much tea oil and yoni steaming and garlic butter sauce you do, no matter how many African Kenya shields that Yamoji wear on her ears, you get what I'm saying? It doesn't matter. We're in a capitalist society. And right now, America is the top dog. The second is China. You get what I'm saying? I mean, not even a close second, but the second is China. So when Africa is a capitalist society too, no matter how much they still revert to the juju, the fufu, the catfish juju, whatever the fuck they do, they still a capitalist society too. If you got money in Nigeria, you live like a king. If you ain't it, you get married and chop your girl up and then you do a money ritual on her. Then you run to Cameroon for 100,000 naira. But that's what's going on. So, and another thing is that in Nigeria, they listen to more music than they watch TV. You get what I'm saying? Most Nigerians don't even have a TV in their house. You know what I'm saying? Most Nigerians don't have a refrigerator in their house. There's two things that most Nigerians don't have. So they listen to the radio a lot. So music is a big part. So you get what I'm saying? So the influence from Cardi B to the drill music, all of that has soaked into the culture. Who else are they to look up to? Now they over there driving. Now they over there throwing money in the club. Now they got strip clubs over there. You get what I'm saying? Because it's all based on a capitalist society. You get what I'm saying? Now it's a little bootleg. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's a little bootleg. You know, instead of jumping in a Phantom leaving the club, they might jumping on a motorbike 3D.
Let me ask you
Or a
this, though,
KK.
brother. Let me ask you this. So you're saying the make it rain culture is why Nigerian weddings do the things they do?
No. I didn't say that. I see, bro. That's how you can be intellectually dumb. You know what I'm saying? I said, hold on. Let me repeat it. I said the strip clubs. Now they have strip clubs in Nigeria. Some type of way you took that into what they do at a wedding.
I'm saying, understand my point though. When I watch
what? No. Your point is invalid. Hold on, bro. Your voice. I don't need to hold on. I don't need to hold on because it's my time. It's my time to speak. So what I'm saying, and you was complaining yesterday about everybody interrupting you and wouldn't let you talk.
Go ahead.
So please be smart and give me the same common courtesy that you wanted.
Go. You got it.
No. You don't need to tell me to go. How about you stop? So, you know, at the end of the day, they copying whatever they see in America because that's where the money come in. And by us being the black people that's in America, no matter how much shit we talk about America, I know for a fact that I'm benefiting from my ancestor that came over there. You get what I'm saying? Like it just done me and my sisters. Like, you know what I'm saying? There's nobody that made as much money in our family as me and my sister. My sister is one of my sisters is a regional supervisor for Geico. My other sister, the air traffic supervisor in Maryland, air traffic controllers. Nobody in our family makes more than us, but we're beneficiary of the slave trade, far as where the United States is at now. When we talk about the minerals and everything that's in the ground,
that makes sense to anyone.
That's fine.
Brother.
That's you still running your mouth. You still running your mouth and all that complaining and crying and you did yesterday. Is all that? Hey, how about this? Since you was crying so much yesterday, how about you wait till your turn to complain about it? That's why you sounded like a female yesterday with doing all that crying. You know what I'm saying? So if I can please get back to my point. At the end of the day, as black people in America, we're doomed because we don't own anything, just the way Phillips say. So you know what? You have a lot of uppity black people that just making money. You know what I'm saying? We spending money. We doing a little bit of investment here, but we ain't goddamn hiring nobody. We ain't firing nobody. The only way we could get somebody fired if a white person call us the N-word. You get what I'm saying? Or a police officer whoop our ass or something. That's the only way we can get somebody fired. Black people can't get nobody fired. You know what I'm saying?
with
and
the
that's
ancestral
where we at. So
seed makers, Doc.
I'll pass the mic. I'll be civil.
Thank you.
I ain't gonna act like
Thank you,
no
brother.
sugar mama
Thank
like
you.
you were doing all that crying yesterday,
Thank you.
like a girl.
All right.
All right, let me
First
pass the mic
off,
to Jagoon. Go ahead, Jagoon.
Guys. I thank you for the time given. You know, I came on not knowing exactly what to say. I was listening for a while, but I was kind of pleased that we weren't having the irrational arguments that normally takes place on this platform. However, it won't take that long for that to happen. You know, what I've got to say is a couple of things. One, let me shock you. Let me just shock you with this. I'm going to make the statement and continue. Do you know, or have you heard, or did your research tell you that genes, what we know as the American genes, the Levi's, do you know that's another thing that was created in Nigeria? And when I found this out, I was taken aback. Now, there's a certain material that I know, Yoruba material. You may know this material yourself. I think I've seen you wear one, actually, Dynast. It's quite heavy. And being heavy in the Nigerian climate, you have to wonder, why is this cloth so heavy? And then they broke it down that this is the cloth that they dyed initially to make jeans. And the fact that I know this material, juxtaposing it with jeans was very simple for me. But it blew my mind that yet again, something that we have given out is actually ours. Now, I'm just going to say that and leave it there. I think we know the rest. Please do your own research before getting at my neck. Now, what I've got to say is that I don't think I'm happy because we should be speaking to each other with a lot more respect and dignity than we do. I'm a Nigerian. I don't want to fight an American, even though I've got a lot of angst to grind with Black America. I've got enough things to say that are negative, but I've got much more things to say that are positive, that are real. My feeling about why anyone in the world follows Black America is because Black America is fantastic. You know, sometimes we've just got to understand what we have given to this world, no matter where we are. African Americans are fantastic, and they've been fantastic for 400 effing years. And this has to be respected and assumed and given us gravitas, not as we start boasting about it and arguing and trying to oppress people with our fantastic nature. Because there's not one Black person in the planet that doesn't have that fantastic nature. You understand? So let me move on. We as Black people in this planet, if we are looking, if we are understanding, if we are watching as we are supposed to, we should understand that we can leapfrog the whole world from the position that we're in now. Over the next 10, 15 years, we can leapfrog this whole planet and put ourselves in our rightful position. But my fear is that we're not going to do that because we love squabbling. We love arguing about rubbish, real rubbish, things that sick my stomach. We like boasting. We like to oppress. We want to be the white man. I've never, ever in my life wanted to be any type of white man. Not because I hate him, because I ain't that. I'm not that. And what I am, what I'm made of, I'm extremely proud of, man. Extremely. You know, I came into this country, UK, from Nigeria. Every day I was fighting fisticuffs, wonderful fights where I beat people up, beat them up. Because many people, they lack moral behavior, which is to myself, I have to honor. I have to honor myself. And as I honor myself, I would honor my brother. And I feel that a lot of us have lost this aspect of our being. If we remember our parents and what they did, what they went through, I think a lot of us are just so flagrant in our behavior, very unfortunate in our thinking, that we're not going forward. We're just boasting about rubbish. So what if you got a Mercedes Benz? So what if you got a big house in the Hamptons? So what are you doing about? What are you doing? What are you doing for anybody apart from yourself? The level of selfishness is what would kill us in our community. Simple things. I'm not here to muck about and throw words and be silly. We are enormously disappointing because we're not watching, we're not looking. and we're not seeing where the gaps are. In Nigeria, in Africa, there is everything. The fact that we have a lot of lowly African people, what I mean by that is people who don't have necessarily the nous or the articulation or the skills to do certain things. It means that the diaspora that Ivy was saying, why are we following the diaspora? We are following the diaspora because of their exposure, because they are skilled, because they are knowledgeable about who the enemy is, or they should be knowledgeable. Instead of joining the enemy, they're supposed to know the enemy in the point of fact that they can now let the Africans who are slight, or I don't want to use the word ignorant, but possibly not as up to date as to who and why the enemy is oppressing us in such a way. This is why, things aren't that as complicated as we like to suppose. Things are not as complicated as we like to suppose. The madam who has gone through the Americas, she went to South America, Central America, the Caribbean. You should have come to Nigeria first. You would have had a better understanding of what you saw in those nations, a much better understanding. And my brother, you're putting your hand up. Is that for me, sir? Come through, brother.
Okay, I wanted to say, well said, brother. Well said.
Thank you, sir.
Said, I totally agree with you. But what you got to understand too, see what our ancestors went through. The difference between a Black American and an African, it's a lot of differences, but the main difference, we grew up in our enemy's house. So
indeed.
Y'all just came to visit, so we know about the enemy. That's what we trying to tell our African brothers.
Sure.
Like what's going on with eBay and the AES and what the movement is good, the revolution is taking place.
Yeah,
is against our open enemy that's controlling all the problems. That's why I ain't gonna say control, I'm gonna say influencing, because they know how to influence and they use us to influence the masses.
The thing is, my brother, let me continue my part from what you just said. Now, this is what I mean by leapfrog. Because of our generation, let me show myself before, because I'm rather ill these days. Anyway, I'll get over that. Because of our generation, there's a lot of knowledge that we have that we've even forgotten that we have this knowledge. And we are not joining hands correctly in order to navigate this space. There's something I say about Black people. I'm a business person. Black people, they're poor at negotiation. And when I say that, I don't mean Black people, they're fantastic businessmen. Don't get me wrong, fantastic. But when we look at the global space that we endeavor, I find that we don't negotiate to our strength.
No, we the best.
To our weakness. Wait, let me land. Let me land. Somebody like somebody. If let me land a bit. Thank you. Somebody like Traore. When I listen to the clarity that comes out of that brother's mouth, he's a young man, but he's so clear. He doesn't waste words. He does not waste words. If you look at most of our leaders, we're talking shit, and we followers are listening to nonsense all day long. I'm a Nigerian. I'm a proud Nigerian, but I'm not proud of Nigeria. If you understand me, I'm not proud, because Nigeria is a country, unfortunately, full of cowards. It's a country full of cowards to the brim. Nobody will get up and do anything. Everybody's crying.
You sound like you're in the UK worshiping the Queen, though.
No, I'm not worshiping the Queen. I'm in the UK because this is a place on the planet.
Oh shit! My fault. I didn't know I was right.
You're a stupid idiot, but that's not your fault. You remain a stupid idiot. It's not bad, but you don't have to interrupt me unless you've got something sensible to say.
It's amazing you never said you was in the UK. You keep climbing out Niger.
What's wrong with this one? What's wrong? Bruh? As you said,
like you got some tea and carpets right down the table.
Don't irritate. Yeah, turn your thing off and keep quiet, because what's coming out of your mouth is just bullshit. You get me? You're the type of person that is in the way of our progress. I won't say more than that. Let me say this.
Hail to the Queen.
The Queen's dead, you dunce. If we can move on.
Did you cry? Did you cry?
Hustle,
is there a reason for you? Is there a reason?
Why? The man is telling his story.
Hustle Small. Okay, let him finish. Let him finish. Go ahead,
yeah,
Drago.
why you gonna let a guy like him on
All right, go ahead, Jagu.
Thank you, thank you. Listen, guys. All I'm saying is that there's
Jagu,
got to
you got
be.
30 seconds. Then I got past the mic.
Thank you. All I'm saying is that there's got to be a different level of communication, camaraderie between us as a people, because what is before us is doom, as has been mentioned on this platform already today. Doom. Imagine doom. I mean, it's too much. Where we are now is doom enough, but we are entering further into doom. I'm saying that collectively is the only way we're going to do this thing. I'll end there. Thank you.
Dinus, can I answer Jagoon's question?
I can't remember asking any questions.
No, but you asked why did I should have went to Nigeria first.
No, that was just a part.
Okay.
I adore what you had to say about your experiences.
Yeah, because I'm
It's
just saying is that I have a connection, and
Mm,
I'm planning to go to West Africa, but I'm saying as a young woman, I felt more of a connection with the
mm,
diaspora, so I wanted to
indeed.
travel to those communities and countries that the Black people had a similar experience as my ancestors,
Indeed. Okay, I
and
do.
then I will end up in the fatherland.
You are welcome, my dear.
Go get you some fish and chips across the pond. You'll feel better.
Thank you, bro.
Hey,
Thank
let
you,
me pass the
Hater.
mic. Let me pass the mic to
What's up
Free
with
Game.
that here? Dennis, where did you get this creature from? That
Okay,
creature.
let me pass it. My girl, go ahead, Free Game.
Well, for the topic, I'm gonna have to agree with you, Dinus. Now you know that Black Americans, we come up with a lot of trends. We set a lot of trends, but we don't control the trend outside of our community. So we don't monetize it, we don't distribute it, we don't publish it because we have a group of people that are tethers that have tied themselves to our community that are not African, and y'all know what I'm talking about, that are the real tethers, but we don't call them out. Are a lot of Black people, Black American people, don't know. But one thing you did leave out was the destruction of the Black businesses that did control Black culture. Somehow they're taken down. Somehow they end up in jail or dead. Are the people who try to fight for the control of their quote unquote catalog, music, royalties, they wind up dead because you have a group of people who have tethered themselves to the Black American struggle. Their struggle seems seems to be taken more seriously than ours, and we don't do nothing about it. So I have to agree with you. We don't control our culture right now today, but also a lot of our culture have been destroyed by the government for the benefit of a certain group of people to make money off us. So also in Africa, this is about to begin to happen too. You see, they got their version of Atlanta Housewives and all these reality TV shows that show drama. It's about to go to Africa too. These
They
people
already
are
here.
behind usury, take it behind the Nigerian government, the banking system that killed Gaddafi. I believe behind the Burkina Faso situation as well. we have to do something about it eventually. We just can't let it keep on happening. So I'll land my plane. That's what I got to say.
All right, go ahead, Bobo.
Shout out free game.
Go ahead, Bobo.
Yeah, let me say this, right? This is such a bad faith question. We supposed to be smart, right? You got to understand that white supremacy is global. That's what we've been preaching this forever. This is global. So anything you say that we don't control, nobody else controls. I just seen a video right now today. You can go look this up for anybody that think I'm bullshitting. It's on Fox News. It's easy to find. It's on your smartphone. I know you got one because I got one. You probably watch me on the smartphone. They flying satellites over Iran, saying that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. They found a hidden nuclear site. They control the planet. So anything that we don't control as Black Americans, nobody else controls. Not China, not Africa. Nobody controls it. If that's your argument. Now, as far as these guys controlling Black culture, you talking about the record industry? That's what they control, because they can't stop us from having no hip hop party, no hip hop event, or nothing like that. They can't stop that. When we was 13 and 12 and 14 at the lunch table and we was beating on the desk and rapping and everybody was singing at the table, when no Lyor Cohen controlling that. When we have a cipher or we do your mama jokes, they don't control that. They don't control our culture. Our culture is a resistance culture. That's why it's so appealing to everybody. Here's the thing, right? I heard a guy earlier say that we need to take responsibility for all this, for what people on your phone right now, on your smartphone, you got everything on there. You put it on there. You put it on there. Hip hop is bigger than a Sexy Red or a Gucci Man or a drill music. Those little guys over there in Europe that's doing the drill music, they had to go look and find that. They had to look and find that on their phone. They had to type that in their phone and find that because they like that. Now, our culture is bigger than just the street stuff you know about. I'm from the street. I come from there. I'm from the projects. I was a teenage drug dealer. I come from the guys that they mimic today. That's me. I'm a Pookie and Ray Ray. I come from that community. I know what that is. Them my friends to this day. To this day, I moved on. I drive trucks now, but my friends are some ratchet ass people. Them my friends. I come from that community. You don't have to mimic that. You don't have to be interested in that. We got much more to offer than that. Why not mimic the LeBron James? Look at LeBron James, a family man. Been with his wife since high school. He ain't got no outside kids. LeBron been in the limelight since he was on the Slam magazine, 14 years old. He ain't got no scandals, no outside kids. Married his wife, hard-working man, stand-up guy. Worked at his craft and became a billionaire. Mimic that. Mimic the Martin Luther Kings. Mimic that. They like that stuff because they like that stuff. They like our culture, specifically the ghetto culture. I'm from the ghetto. Y'all make fun of me all the time. Vovo in poverty, he's in the ghetto. Yeah, I live in the ghetto right now. Right now. They make fun of that and then they mimic it. They like that ghetto culture. They act like they don't, but they actually infatuated with it. They obsessed with it. They obsessed with us. Now, when I was driving home, I was listening to the show, and the guy said something about Aunt Your Mama and Uncle Ben's or some shit like that. I forgot. But we never saying that as a bad thing. That was the left that wanted Uncle Ben and Aunt Your Mama gone off the bottles and off the marketing. We never saying that as a bad thing. That's a flex. Everybody got an Aunt Your Mama. That's auntie. That's big mama. That's mama. That's part of our culture. If you're really from the culture, we address our elders as as like Unc. What's up, Unc? You might not even know him, but he's an elder, so that's a way of showing respect. What's up, Unc? Hey, auntie. Hey, mama, how you doing? Pops, what's good? That's how we talk in the culture. Everybody infatuated with that. So we never seen that Uncle Ben he's not a bad representative of Black culture. And Uncle Ben had on a suit and everything, he knew how to cook. That's fire. Aunt Jemima she knew how to cook. You trust me, if you got somebody in your family built like Aunt Jemima, you want to go there on Sunday. I bet she got a mean pot of greens. I bet big money on that. So what what are you talking about, bro? Do these people control our culture? Prove you wrong. I just proved you wrong. Now y'all control it after that. You know, we understand that it's a troll space, but nobody can. We control about as much as everybody. Oh, let me add this. Far as the music industry, what are you talking about? We don't control it. We got the Birdman and Baby made $1 billion. We got we got the Soulja Boy, Master P, Rockefeller Records.
You proving my point.
Boy.
Rockefeller Records. Slim Thug right now. Slim Thug do videos all the time. He own all his whole catalog. All his whole catalog. These things I said is undeniable. I just burst your bubble.
You don't know what you're talking about, my friend. You have no idea what you're talking
about. Could I come in here, Dynas?
And here's the deal. Black
he
people
was okay 5 minutes ago. 5 minutes ago, he started branching off into stupid land.
Yeah. You know, honestly, we Black people do not own anything in the music industry. Do not control it. And you're claiming to burst a bubble when you're talking about people who essentially are employees who work for people like the Lyor Cohens.
Right? You are African, right?
It's from the Caribbean.
I'm gonna stick to what I have to say.
Okay. That don't matter.
I'm gonna stick to what I have to say.
Fellow African,
African or American.
Dynas, can I come in?
Can I finish saying what I'm saying?
Hold on, Elvis. Go ahead. Go ahead, Alan. I'll pass it to Elvis.
This idea, all right, that Soulja Boy is a major player in the game and can call shots over Lyor Cohen is laughable. It's absolutely hilarious, and so we a lot of times Black people confuse the people who are rich and the people who are wealthy and the people who actually control industries and call shots. Unfortunately, for most Black people, and what's his face is correct. That a lot of times we think we create culture and we think we call shots and we don't call anything. That is a fact. And proof of that is as soon as one of us steps out of line or does something like that, we are cut right back down and put back right in our place. Okay, you know, whether you're Bill Cosby, whether you're Sean Diddy Combs, whether any of those people who thought they were bigger and better than the white man got put down and put back in their place. So yes, we initiate certain things of culture, but most of the culture we're talking about are things that are just refashioned and remixed things that come out of something else. Again, and I'll give you proof. And I'll give you proof. We go ahead and we brag about hip hop and clothing.
That's not
and stuff like that, right?
Even reggae, you from the Caribbean, reggae came from Black Americans. Bob Marley wanted to act like the Black American soul singers first, and then he couldn't do it.
Okay. You think
Bob Marley is not the first person in reggae music.
They always do that. They mimic us, and then they.
Stop that, man!
You're making my friend. You're making a fool out of yourself, and now you're upset. You're making a fool out of yourself.
UK drill.
You're making a fool out of yourself, and now you're upset.
Alan HB, he's a professional at it. After you give him 3, he need a timer. He need like a 3-minute timer to stop himself. You know what I'm saying? Because anything after 3 minutes, he go to stupid land. You know what I'm saying? That's right around the corner from his house.
I noticed that. No, I noticed that he was doing fine, and then he got a few minutes into it, and then he started talking about Soulja Boy being a shot caller and all kind of craziness. But
She got a dog.
Listen. Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example, and I'll yield.
That ain't what I said. Be honest.
Let me give an example, and I'll yield, and then you can tell me how stupid I am, I guess. Even if you look at like so-called black church culture, there's really no such thing as black church culture. It's a remix of white Baptist culture. It's and same thing we did with
He's
clothing.
been listening.
We took European clothing. We took European clothing and we remixed it in various different ways. That is what Black America has done. Right? It's very. It's not. There's no real
Stop being a tether,
original.
sir. Stop tethering.
There's no real original thing. Again, you didn't know what you were talking about earlier, and so all you can do is name call. But you're not even addressing things. Your brother, hold on. Your brother, Thomas Sowell said all this before me.
So you don't think Ryan Coogler's work is
He's a
original?
coon and you're a tether.
Can I come in on this?
Ryan Coogler's work was original, and he is a brilliant director, and I enjoyed his movie.
So this was my issue when you said we built nothing original. Right?
What I'm saying is that black Americans
with an example, right? That's an example of a black man who created something original on his own. When you look at what Tyler Perry is building, now whether he want to wear skirts or not, I might not want to agree with everything, right? But this is a black man that has built a huge conglomerate, and he's helped not only a number of black actors along his way, but community programs as well. He kicks in the scholarship funds and kind of tries to give back. So when we go as extreme as
Hey,
saying
Diners, man. You
we
know what?
have
I don't even
nothing
fuck with Elvis
original,
like that, but
we
y'all
get
just skipped all
nothing
over him,
done,
bro.
right?
They
It's
started
the
babbling and shit, bro.
Yeah,
extreme.
you know,
I'm
you're
gonna
right.
keep it real on that.
It was Elvis' turn. Go ahead, Elvis.
That was a good
All
job.
right. All right. Thank you, Diners. Peace to the panel and hello to the chat. Look, I think this conversation is always a bit unfair if we don't kind of break it down into nuances. Music is always an outlet for a person's social, economic, and sometimes political circumstances. So they sing about their conditions and they quote unquote rap about it. But rap music or hip hop in particular, it's only a segment of African American culture. It's totality of it. The United States is such a large country, and you have African American dispersed throughout this country, and in different regions there are different cultures, and people who are in, like somebody said, a lower economic situation will rap about it or sing or make music about it, and really they're telling you that they're coming from poverty, they're coming from violence, and in some cases they might be glorifying it. In other cases, they might be telling you that they triumph over their situation and and came out of it. So I think when you're talking about somebody like a Lyor Cohen, who is the CEO of YouTube Music, he himself is an employee of Google. When you talk about Anna Wintour, which is the chief senior editor for Vogue, herself is an employee. The key here is the big companies like Universal and Google, and Warner Brothers. These are large media conglomerate with hundreds of billions of dollars at their disposal. It's a money game. You won't find a lot of African Americans who can get $100 billion from a bank in a sense of a loan to compete against a Universal or Warner Brother for distribution. It's not an even playing field. So hip hop has become a commodity on a global stage, and these people with the money and the resources are competing against African Americans like the J Prince or the other guys who wanted to start their own record label and get their own production deals, like the Irv Gotti, rest in peace, who wanted to try to get these distribution deals to compete with these companies. And it's a cartel. These guys will gang up against you. They will use their financial resources to stifle you and not allow you to get into that space. So African American can't control that culture because they just can't compete. At least on the front of hip hop and other kind of music, they can't compete with these intercontinental corporations like the Universal and so forth. So the key here is it's only a segment of their culture. It's not a totality of it. And when people are rapping about gang violence, that's their current social condition. They're only telling you where they come from and what they're going through. It's not telling you that this is black culture in its totality. There are other people who are of a higher echelon, like the sister was talking about, who their social condition is completely different. They never experienced some of the things that these rappers who come from the trenches are experiencing. They live a different life. They're in a social, economic class that is way above what these rappers are talking about. So I think we need to break it down. And overall, I just think that even African music, right? Like somebody was talking about, I think it was Philip, about what's going on the continent. I've been following Burna Boy for a long time when he was with Aristocrat, Records, with Larry, the producer, when he was doing Jamaica kind of, reggae kind of music. We've been following him. He's been a star for a long time. And then he pivoted to more hip hop / Afrobeat. And he's a mega star. But again, it's about distribution. The key here is distribution. You can't compete with these big companies on distribution. Just don't have the resources. And if you do try to get into that space, they're going to try to, they're going to undercut you. They're going to run everything like a mafia cartel kind of thing. And that's the thing. Black people, everything we talk about, it has to do with money. And black people, whether it's Africa or African Americans or black people in America, we can't compete with the white, economic structure. And when you can't compete with them, they do have the control. Not because you let them have it, but because you can't take it away from them because they have such an iron grip on the economic structure of this country and globally. So let's be fair to African Americans. They're good music when it comes to soul, R&B, that's nonviolence, and it's talking about upliftment of black people. But again, there are violent music because most of these people are living in violent condition and poor conditions, and they're only reflecting that through their music. I'll pass the mic.
Put your hands down, you hobbit.
Could I add this real fast? What did he call me? A what?
I called you a hobbit.
Okay. Here's the thing, right? We can even see back in the day, Ray Charles owned his own masters. Sam Cooke was one of the pioneers of that. To have this high standard for Black Americans, like we got to control the music, you got to control the printing press, you got to melt down the plastic to get to control the radio. Nobody else is held to that type of standard. That's how you know that you're arguing in bad faith and you being unreasonable. Donis, you got a business, right? You got a YouTube business. Did you create the webcam and the computer and all that? You got a travel agency. You send people to Africa. Do you control the plane and the jets? And you got to control the plane and the jets. It's called doing business. Doing business. Y'all supposed to be businessmen. All these men come up here and claim they businessmen and they got all these businesses. You're going to have to do business with other men. You may have to do business with your enemy. That's part of doing business. You got to negotiate. You got to give. You got to take. So to hold us to this high standard of you got to have the distribution. You got to have the trucks that they distributed it on. You got to control the gasoline company. You got to control the water that the truck driver drive. Come on, man. That's
this is what people like you miss. This is what people like you miss. What people like you miss. What people like you miss, and it goes way over your head, is that nobody's saying you have to control every single last aspect. Of course, you're going to have to do business with other people, right? But what we're talking about in terms of Anna Wintour and Lyor Cohen is that these people, white people, get to call shots and curate Black culture.
They do not.
They get to curate Black culture, dictate who's on top of it and who's not. And if you don't believe that, then there's nothing else.
Nothing in the Black community.
They curate
drill music guy.
Let me finish saying what I'm saying so you get my point.
From Lyor Cohen. King Von came out of O Block. He came out of O Block.
Let me finish saying what I'm saying.
Again.
Lyor Cohen curates Black music at this point.
What does curate mean?
In other words, he dictates who is on top,
that ain't what I
who gets heard, and who does not. There was a brief hold on. There was a brief period. Can I just finish saying what I'm saying, and you'll get the full picture of what I'm saying? There was a brief period in time when hip hop first came out, in which black people were the ones who were in charge of hip hop music because it was unknown music, and most of the execs didn't even know what the hell was going on. Right. As soon as these people got wind of the fact that this is a profitable music, and it's something that they could use to make money and could dominate the music industry. They don't even have to pay a band. They got involved and they started dictating who was in charge. Well, one of their main boys who did that is on trial now, Diddy, right? These people, they put people like Diddy out front, pretend like he's in charge, that he runs stuff. All the while, they run everything, and then as soon as those people step out of line, those people are then taken and put in their place. And that's what you're seeing over and over again. It's because we don't run those things. Okay, we don't run them at all. And that unfortunately is the sad truth. If you go to the Country Music Awards, guess who's in charge of who's in charge of the CMT Awards, or who's in charge of country music? You better believe it's some white guy from. You better believe it's some white guy from Tennessee, because that is where Nashville is where country music is curated and where it's controlled. I grew up thinking that New York. Hold on, I grew up thinking that New York was in charge of hip hop, and it turns out that some Jewish guy from New York named Lyor Cohen was among the people who were actually, in fact, running the business, and they were taking other black people and making them the face of things, and then using them to go ahead and do other things.
2025.
What that has to do with 2025?
That's not true, brother.
Let me
That's
explain.
not true, Alan.
These guys are.
We're all on this little thing right now that some of you may have heard of, called YouTube. Right now, we live in a direct-to-consumer market. When you look at all the music that Kendrick Lamar performed, right, at the Super Bowl,
Yeah,
it
whoever
was
eating,
on
you got to
his
mute.
first album as an independent artist, right? See, when I'm listening to these arguments, I gotta be honest, I hear a bunch of broken, weak Negro arguments. It sounds like the intellectuals on this panel who believe they're so unbelievably intelligent don't truly believe they can beat Lyor Cohen or Kodak Black, right? When do we get to the conversation of, if everyone in the room is so smart and has black people's best interest in mind, why they can't defeat Kodak Black, right? Because
Kodak Black? What are you talking? You said Kodak Black or ain't no Wintour?
Talk about weirdo.
Let me finish, right?
You weird as fuck.
Can you shut up, goofy?
No, because now you doing the
Maybe
same.
let somebody else
Now you see
understand
what
the
it
point. I
feels
get
like.
it. You don't
Now you see
understand.
what it feels like when you was doing it
I think he
earlier. You
misspoke.
talking?
I think he
It's good
misspoke.
for the goose. It's good for the gather. See, you don't like it when it's done to you, sugar mama. But I'm just gonna do it to you the same way you was doing it to me. No, because you ain't got no point.
Sugar mama.
You ain't got no
sound
point.
like a whole
Talk about some goddamn body.
And
Talk about
this is
want to
the
be Leo.
problem
No,
with little
nobody
Nas
on here
X.
talking about want to be a
He
music and
stimulates
this.
your
Not one single
homosexual
person on
thoughts
here want to be a music is that.
to where
But
you're
your ass
calling
sit up here and
another
talk
black
about
man little mama.
why we can't own
It's
Def Jam.
homosexual
Now
thoughts.
one of us in the record music
And you
industry.
niggas don't,
Now
you
one of us, you
Negroes,
know what I'm saying? It don't want to be in the music. We just make it a point. And you sit up here
you
talking about why
Negroes.
nobody want to be Tyler Perry.
All
Man,
right, let me know
fuck
when you're
Tyler
done.
Perry's faggot
Let me know when
ass.
you're done.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Your weird
So
ass
back to my
up, man.
point, right? So back to my
Go
point.
ahead, sugar mama.
You loud and abrasive, homosexual speaking Negroes, right?
Mhm.
With all that sugar mama stuff. You not only do you not believe you can beat Lyor Cohen, you don't even believe you can beat Kodak Black. So all you do is complain. You have no strategy to divert the minds of young black kids in another direction. That's why everything out your mouth is what we can't do. A bunch of broken Negroes
Can I
think
respond to
they're
that?
so smart,
Can I
but they're
respond to that?
not smarter than Kodak
Can I
Black.
Can I
Think about
respond? Can I
that for
respond to
2
that?
seconds before you
Hey,
speak
LHB,
again.
you said call that black like 6 times. Who is that?
Yeah, I know.
I don't even want this. I don't even want to.
I bet you $1
Kodak is
million.
a Haitian
really funny.
Haitian American
He
music
said it.
artist.
He
He's a
said it
junkie
six.
that
He
has
said
way
it six
more
times like
influence
that's his
over
baby
black
daddy or
children than
something.
you'll
So
ever
I'm just
have.
trying to figure out who is
I'll
Kodak
say it
Black.
again. He's a
Kodak Black
junkie
Who
is
is?
a
that has way more influence over black children than you will ever attain. Ever.
that's sad.
Oh,
Because you're weak.
But that's a
That's
so
sad.
negative
who is?
influence, though, Willie.
That's
That's not
sad.
something you want to
So who?
ascribe to, right?
Yeah,
I'm
that's
not
sad.
dealing
Hey,
with
I'm not
See,
trying
positive
to
you
be.
made
I'm
negative. I'm
not trying to
dealing
be
with what
funny. I'm
is.
not trying to be funny. Elvis,
See, he
who is
wants to
Kodak Black?
cut me off and not
Yeah,
allow me to
Kodak is
make
the
my
guy that
point,
sang
as
Tunnel
y'all
Vision, right?
always do when I say
He's a
Kodak, the
something.
Haitian
little dude
American.
that the little dude that looked like a burnt up piece of chicken that Cutting was just
Yeah,
eating.
he's
Yes.
a Haitian American from
Yes.
Florida.
The
A
one
Guess
rapper
that's
from
what?
on, the
Florida.
one that be
He
on
has more
drugs out
money
there in
than
the
you'll
streets.
ever have, and he
yeah,
has
the one
more
who's on.
influence over
Yeah,
black children than you will ever have.
then
And
that's
you hate
sad.
Yeah,
that.
I'd
You
rather be
hate that.
broke than
You
be
don't
high and laying in
believe
the
you can
streets.
divert
Yeah,
young
yeah,
black
yeah. It
minds
looks like he
away
might
from
be
their
on
Yeah, why
drugs
would
future.
I?
right now.
You know
Yeah,
why?
tell,
But
Because you're
Willie,
not
tell
Willie,
that to
listening.
keep.
I don't get
Tell
your
that.
point about
Hey,
Kodak.
I
I get
tell
your
you
point
what,
about
I'll
Lyor.
never
But you
have
don't
more
get my
money than
point.
I have
Because this
more money. I
goofball is
never have more
screaming.
money
That's why
than
I want
Keith
you to
Ledger.
elaborate, brother. I'm not arguing with you. I
But
just want you to elaborate. What's your point on
I'm
that?
glad I can still see my kids and support. I'm not gonna have more money than Keith Ledger, but I'm still gonna be able to support my kids and be there for them when they call. Why would I want to? Why would I want to be rich and out here laying and licking shit off the street? I seen the video. I didn't know who it was. I thought it just was a crackhead or something on Skid Row. I didn't know he was rich.
But
Like, you
Willie,
know what I'm saying?
why do you think we should compete with Kodak Black? For influence or for what? What do you mean?
First off, I'm
And
pointing
them
out the
dope fiends raise their
disingenuous.
kids.
First off, I'm pointing out the disingenuousness of the arguments. 2 seconds ago, he was claiming he didn't know who Kodak Black was. Now he's watching his videos of him sitting in the street. This shows the amount of influence Kodak has over him.
Wow.
All I'm hearing in these arguments is
Because I
what we
saw a random
cannot do.
video of some
I'm not
crackhead
even
looking dude
hearing
on the
dudes
ground. So I
approach.
know
I'll let him
who
cut me off
everybody is
again. This is why
when
my
I flip
point will
on
never
YouTube
be
or TikTok,
understood
I know who they is.
because of
You get what I'm
homosexuals,
saying? Like
because of
this is
these
the crazy,
homosexuals.
the crazy
This is
weird
why my
thing
point
about
will
black
never be
people, man.
understood.
Come
You
on
get
now.
cut off by
Let's be
these
Like nobody
professional.
don't know.
homosexuals.
Like
Can
you
I
just a weirdo, bro.
can
You
I
weirdo. You
respond to
talk
him?
and you talk slow as fuck. You talk slow as fuck and you sound
You
stupid.
sound like my
Can I
baby
respond to him
mother.
directly?
You
Can I
sound
respond?
No, nah,
emotional
Alan,
like
you
you're
talk a lot,
on
bro.
your
Let's hear
period.
Willie, man.
Okay, fine. I just wanted to respond to him directly about
Jesus
what he
Christ.
was
No,
saying.
Willie
I
was
didn't get
talking
to
about
make
Kodak.
my
I wanted him
point
to
yet.
elaborate. Go ahead,
I
Willie,
didn't
please.
get to make my point. You get what I'm saying?
Because you sound stupid and you
No,
take long
because
to
you
make the fun.
sound like a woman.
You sang your words
You're
like Kelly
acting
Price.
like a
You dummy.
woman.
You sound
Go
like
Oh
take
Kelly
man.
a
Price when
Midol
I'll
and
tell you,
let me
man.
finish
Hey,
my
I tell you
point.
what, if somebody put some music behind you the way you talk, you'll sound just like Kelly Price. He's a
Again,
friend of
I
mine.
can't hear Wall Street
You
Will.
say
I
one
can't hear
word.
him.
You say one word every 6
everyone on the
seconds.
panel
Then
has
let's
just
let's
told
hear
you they
Willie,
want me
please.
to
Let
finish
him make
my
his
point.
point, please.
Why nobody don't want you to do shit? Drink
Everybody on
your
the
wine,
panel's
boy.
trying to tell you that.
Drink your
But
wine,
because
boy.
you're on
Nobody ain't
your
gonna let you talk.
period,
You interrupted
you
me, so
can't
I'm gonna
hear the
interrupt
panel.
you. I don't care.
Go take a
You
Midol,
interrupted me,
bro.
so I'm gonna interrupt you.
Go
Now
take a
you see what it
Midol, man.
feel like, boy.
I'll wait until he drops
Well,
off the
yeah,
phone.
wait it out then. I'll wait for you to start talking again. I'm gonna interrupt you again, same way you did me.
I know, because you're a
Yeah,
girl.
yeah, I know. Yeah,
Right.
okay. Uh-huh.
I blame
Yeah.
Donna for this. I blame Donna.
Gentlemen, my beautiful black men,
Hey,
please.
now we don't want to hear that goddamn black man shit.
Oh man.
Want to hear that
I'm not
shit?
being mean. I just want to hear
We
Bananas.
don't want to hear
everybody.
that shit.
You going bananas, Donis. I blame Donis. Now we ain't gonna have you up here
My
just
premise is,
disrespecting a black
sis,
woman.
right?
We're not gonna have
When
that,
you do
bro.
create these think
Hey, man,
tanks,
get
Bro,
off
we're
that
not gonna have that,
Thursday.
when
bro.
you do
Hey,
You
create
man,
these
leave that
think
lean
tanks,
alone, bro, so you can
ain't
you
got
speed up
hear
nothing
a
your
rich,
bunch
speed
bro.
of
up
You
your
ain't got
dudes who
shit.
speed
are
up
Ain't no
your
reason why you
broken
gonna
conversation.
and
hurt.
defeated.
Nobody
Ain't no
don't give
reason
a
why you
fuck
gonna
what
be
All
you
hurt,
they
bro.
saying,
want to
boy.
do is just complain.
You trying to
They
be
You know what I'm
have
saying?
no
All
plan
I
Bro, that shit
wanna
lame,
for
do
bro.
is
That
anything
go to
shit lame.
positive.
the
They
mall
have
That's
and
no
lame.
ball,
plan for
ball,
progression.
That
ball.
shit lame,
All
bro.
I
That shit
do is
weird.
go
Yeah,
to
that
the
got weird.
mall
Look at
and
his
ball,
look at his
ball,
profile picture.
ball. You
Look
don't
at his
understand what I'm saying about walking to the store. That's how you talk, dummy. boy.
Man, yeah, goofy, man. We
No,
already
that
said
boy. Hey,
last week.
Volvo
You
Red.
had to go to your
No matter
room.
how stupid
You had
I'm
to go to
talking,
your room.
people still
You had
say
to
that
go
you're
to
the
your room
dumbest
and
that
play
ever come
and
on
play
the
with
show,
your
bro.
toys when your
Like
mother came
Nah,
that's
home.
the
you
good
might
thing
have took
about
When
that.
your
I
mother
think you
that's
might
came
the
have took
good
home,
that.
thing
you went
about
to
me,
your room and you
Volvo.
You
played with
might have
your
took that
toys.
spot.
Nobody can ever be as
Go look at
dumb
the
as you,
video
bro.
And you
last
have
week.
a gay
Nobody can
Last
streak.
week,
ever be
You
as
was
have a
dumb as
showing
very
up
you,
your
bro.
mother's house.
homosexual
That's the
You was
streak
funny
you
showing up.
as
You
part.
was
well.
trying to show
And
off
I'm
his
glad
mother's
you
house.
ran away
When his
You
yesterday,
have
man.
a
mother
very
came home,
I
homosexual
give
he
you
went
streak.
in
I
the
give you
room.
props for
He
that,
wasn't
bro.
doing none of
You
this.
know what I'm
He
saying?
wasn't doing none of this. He wasn't
I
doing
give
none
you
of
props
this
for that.
until his mother came home and he had to be quiet in the
What you
house.
say, Shouty? What
He
you
had
say,
to be
no
quiet
neck?
in the house.
What you
He had to
say,
be
no neck?
quiet in the house. You had to
What
be
you say,
quiet
no neck?
last week in the house when you was
What you
playing
say, no
Madden on
neck?
here. You had to turn on
What
that
you
little
say,
13
no
inch
What
neck?
you
And
TV.
say, no
you know
On
what
neck?
the
that 13
craziest
What you
inch
thing
say,
is?
TV.
no
As
neck?
On
much
that
as
What
13
you
much
inch
say,
shit
no
TV,
as
neck?
man.
much shit as you talk
And
about
these are the black
tethers,
men that
you
are gonna
damn sure
lead
got
y'all,
that
huh?
tell
On
the
that
hairline,
13
bro.
inch
These are
TV
You
the
in
the
your
black
one
men
with the
that are
living
tell
gonna
room.
the
save the
hairline.
Pan
You
You
know
had
what
African
to
I'm saying? It's
go.
Union, huh?
You had
amazing
to
that you
go.
always
Big
talking
boy,
about
You had
Africans
to go
when
and
you
big
look
go
boy.
like
and play
What you say,
a
no neck?
pygmy, bro.
What you
From
say?
Australia or some
This
shit.
third
You get what I'm
grader,
saying? Hey,
this
what would you say?
homosexual third grader,
Say that
is
again.
supposed to
Say
lead
that
us into
again.
victory.
What?
you
We
had to
couldn't
go
leave
to your
your slow
room
talking
and
ass,
play on
bro.
your
This
game.
You
You had to be
akin to
homosexual
a
quiet.
third
snail or
grader
something,
Your
is
bro.
supposed to
mother
lead
came
us
Nobody don't
into
home
listen to
victory.
you, bro.
last
You was
week.
sitting up
Your mother came
Good luck
here
home
with
trying
that.
to figure out where
I'm
to
going
last
trying
back
to
week.
to the
invest in
golf course.
KK.
I
They
see
were
y'all
trying
Last
to
tomorrow.
week.
motherfucker trying to get you to invest in some three-wheel
Last
Good
week.
KK
luck
in
with that.
Bikini
I'll be
Faso
Last
golfing.
week.
yesterday. And your
Good luck with
stupid
that.
Last
ass was
week.
going for it. Your
Last
stupid ass
week.
was going for it, you
Last
dummy.
week.
You
Last
know what
week.
I'm saying?
Your mother came home and you went to your room and played with your toys. You wasn't doing none of this. You was quiet in the house and you turned the game on that 13-inch TV and you had to be quiet because your mother came home.
Now
You
your
live with your
mama at
mother.
work. Now you want to
You
yell
live
at
with
my
your
your
mama did
people.
mother.
what now? You said,
No,
Now your mama at
you
work. Now
hey.
live
you
with
want to
your
You
yell
said
at
my
your
mother.
mama
people.
did what now?
You
Man,
you live
You
with
got
your
let's
free
keep
mother.
your
crib?
mothers out of this, man.
You got
No,
free
No, he live with
crib?
his mother.
see, it doesn't bother me now.
I haven't said
What my
nothing
mama
against
was
his
doing
mother.
now?
I haven't
What my
said
Hey,
mama
nothing
was
against his
Bobo,
doing
mother.
he
now?
must
Tell the
got
When
free
hairline.
your
crib.
mama came home, when your mama
Uh huh.
came home, when your
He must
mama
got
came
free
home, you
crib
was showing
today.
up your mama's
Right.
house. You was showing up your
Yeah.
mama's house. And when she came home, you went to your room and played the video game. You was
So
quiet. And you was
hold
quiet.
on. So
And you was
so
quiet.
hold
You
on.
wasn't
So
doing none of this. You wasn't
how
doing
did my
none of
mama
this.
get in? How
You
did my
wasn't
mama
doing
get in the
none
house
of this.
with my
You
truck
wasn't
blocking
doing
the
none of this.
driveway? Tell the hairline.
Notice this. Your truck was in the driveway, but there wasn't any other cars in the driveway because
Where?
you wasn't home yet.
What was my
You
mama
wasn't home
car
yet.
then?
You don't have a car, sir.
No,
You don't have a
why
car.
was
Listen to
so
me.
hold on.
This
Let's
So
keep
if
going.
it was
guy,
When
no
you're
Lyor
at home,
Cohen, will
if it was no
always
car,
win.
let me just use
you're
your
home.
logic. If it was
You're
no car, then
This
gone.
what was
is
my mama
why
car at?
Lyor Cohen
She was
will
gone. She wasn't there
always
when you was
win.
doing all the yelling. When you
So
was
if
doing all
I
the
gotta
yelling, that's
pick
what I'm saying.
between who
When
I'm
you
gonna
was doing
do
all
So
the
this
so
yelling, she
with,
so
wasn't
so
there.
so hold
What?
on.
this Pan
So hold
African
on.
on Lyor Cohen, I'm gonna pick Lyor Cohen every
When you go
time.
on my channel and you
Shalom
see
to my brothers
my
in the
charger
wigwam.
out there with the 215s in the truck, that who car that is?
That ain't your car.
Who
That ain't
car
my
that
And
car.
that's
is?
not your truck
Who
too.
Who
car
And that's
car
not
who
your
that
car who
house.
is?
And
who
that's
car
not
that
your
is in
house.
my garage? Who hey, who car that
Who
is in
car
my
that
Listen to me.
garage
is?
with the
You're
215s
a
in the
dusty
Trump.
Truck driver. I know
With
what you
the
is. You're a dusty
215.
truck driver. You're a dusty truck driver. That's
Right.
good. You're on your home time now. It's Friday.
Right.
You're
I'm on
on
my
your
home time on a Friday.
Monday night, you about to start that truck up, and they're gonna have you driving all across America for $700 a week.
For real? So
Yeah,
hold
I
on.
never get. I'm a truck driver.
No, you a worker, boy. You a worker.
Guys,
Listen,
can I get in?
Volvo. I understand, bro. You a worker. See, that's why you fell out with. That's why you fell out with goddamn the other Maximilian. You hate on CEOs, bro. Do that owner. You a worker, bro. You don't bring nothing home. Only thing you bring home is the smell of the bathroom from work, bro. You
Can I
don't
get
bring
in? Can I
nothing.
get in so we
You
can
stay
bring this?
a cheap ass government assisted giveaway house. You know what I'm saying, in the trap. You get what I'm saying? You ain't got no business about yourself. So you hate on people that get like people like Volvo. You new to this shit. People been seeing me coming on here. Let me tell you something about me. I be on Bankhead every Saturday and Sunday, helping black men become entrepreneurs. I've been doing it for
Every Saturday
years.
and
And
Sunday when you're on your
everybody,
home time.
even the people
When you're on your home time. When you're on
that
your
don't
home
like,
time. I know
even
the
the
game.
people
I'm a
that don't
trucker.
like me,
I'm a real
come up
trucker.
here and tell you they don't came up there and saw me up there or came up there and supported me. All you do is sit on the platform and look stupid in a high chair. That's what you do, bro, with that tether hairline. You don't do shit, bro. Everybody think you stupid, and you show it every time. Like, if you just keep it to 3 minutes, I'm actually on your side because you butt fucking dumb. You get what I'm saying? You give yourself about 3 minutes when you start trying to freestyle
I
with your
decided to
phone.
go out
Your
on the deck and
tether
finish this
hairline go
conversation.
left. It won't let you go, but so far like your hairline, bro. So keep it at about 3 minutes and let it flow like that. But you sit up there talking about somebody's house when you stand in a $20,000 trap house, you know what I'm saying? That was an auction shit. Bro, you're not on our level, Volvo. And it's the same thing with Maximilian came up here and showed $34,000. And yo hyped up junkie ass will sit up there trying to tell another man that another man money ain't real because you said so. Because you said so. And you sit up here and embarrass yourself all the time. It's not one
You
person
sound like a
in the
rapper
chat
right
would
now.
sound like goddamn you smart, bro.
You
You
sound
know
like
what
a
I'm saying? You're a
rapper.
worker. It ain't, you know what?
I
It
make
ain't
it
no
rain. I make it rain.
problem being
Make
a
it rain
worker.
on them,
But you
yo.
know what
I
I'm saying?
make
You
it
sit
rain.
up
I
here and want to
make it
put
rain.
everybody else in
You
your
sound like a rapper.
category. You know what I'm saying? And you sit up here talking about you speak for black people. That was the dumbest thing you ever.
I
But
got more than
nobody would
he.
let you.
I
Nobody would
got
let you
more
talk
than
for them.
he.
Neither one of y'all.
Turn
Hell
on that
no, don't
camera
speak
and
for
show me
me.
what you got.
Neither one of
It's
y'all.
doing a lot
Neither
of
one of
talking.
y'all. You get what I'm saying?
Doing a
Because
lot of talking.
the thing about it, when we
Yeah.
get down to the nuts and bolts of it,
Yeah. What we
all
talking
this
about?
shit they
You want to see
talking
some
about
money?
is all this
You
shit
want to
talking
see
about
some money?
philosophical and what happened if we start. What I do, let me
That was
tell you something,
before I
Cuddy. The
started doing
only
the
thing
right
I
thing and
believe
took
that
it
will
to a
help black
whole
people
nother
out is
level. I can
entrepreneur.
show you
That's
some
the
money
only
though.
thing we can do to
Yeah.
compete. We can't compete. We can't compete
You
being no
can't compete.
professional
You'll
employees.
never
You
be
get what
able
I'm
to
saying?
compete.
Because I'm telling you,
You can't
Cuddy,
even
that's the
compete with
only
me,
thing
let
that
alone
saved
Lyor
me.
Cohen.
The only
You'll
thing that
never
saved
be
me was
able to compete.
entrepreneurship.
Just
I
give
can't
up.
imagine what I would be if I was
Just
going to be
give
a
up.
goddamn employee for 30,
You'll
40
never be
years.
able to
You get what I'm
compete.
Facts,
saying?
bro.
And
Facts.
that's the difference between the way I see them white people, they raise their kids up. They raise their kids to manage black people. You get what I'm saying? All you got to do is just don't call them the N-word. You know what I'm saying? Don't say nothing crazy to them. They'll work for you for 30, 40 years. Tell on other black people so they can get a higher position. I'm talking about driving 85, 90 miles an hour through traffic so they can goddamn run across the goddamn floor trying to clock in so they don't get no occurrences. You know what I'm saying? That type of lifestyle. But then come on a platform and sit up here and talk about how white people are bad and how they oppressing us. You know what I'm saying? While you
This
risking,
was the
you know what I'm
biggest
saying, got
waste of
reckless
time ever.
driving charges to get to work. So what
This
I
was the
do is
biggest waste of time ever.
the only thing that I knew to do, Cuddy, is to
Nothing.
help black men be
You can't
entrepreneurs.
do
That's
anything.
the only thing. All that
Like,
shit up
please
because
don't
everybody
help.
ain't gonna be an investor. Everybody ain't gonna be with the stock market.
Please
But I'm
don't
gonna
help.
break it down to the most simplest thing that I think that any black man can do is
Well,
to
that's
go out,
smart. At least you staying
even
on
if
your
they
level.
don't choose
I'll
to
give you
do that.
that.
Even if they
Staying
don't
on your
choose to
level is
do that,
smart.
they can still make the
Smart.
money and branch off to do something else. But see, you got all these smart dudes that ain't doing absolutely nothing. At least I go out there on the weekend and try to get black men to be entrepreneurs. All they do is come up on here and try to sound smart and talk slow.
Yeah, good
And I
luck with
pass
that.
the mic.
Good luck with that.
I hope you don't pass out with your fat ass. You did all that blabbering about nothing. Huh? That was a bunch
A
of nothing.
whole bunch of
That was a bunch of
absolutely
nothing. That
nothing.
was nothing. Huh?
Bro was
That was
speaking
weak as
facts.
fuck. No, that was weak. He just took away from the whole conversation. He centered
And
himself.
Well,
so
you just
now,
stupid. Bobo, it's just shocking how
now,
dumb you are,
this is
bro.
the
Listen to
same
what I'm telling
dude.
you.
It's just shocking how
Hold on.
dumb you are, bro. I actually
Listen.
feel bad for you. That's why I don't even really say too much to you.
No, you
I
don't. You
feel
jealous
bad
of
for you,
Volvo.
bro.
You jealous of Volvo. Because Volvo
I
can
feel
show
bad. No, I'm
come
saying
out here
you do. I mean, I'm saying, bro,
tall,
you ain't got no,
smart,
you ain't got no shoulders and no neck, and you ain't
tall,
no
smart,
hairline in the back of your head.
intelligent.
So you just look like a hobbit to me. But other than that, I just feel bad for you because when you try to talk
That's a
smart, you
projection,
just
though.
sound
That's a
stupid,
projection.
bro.
Don't he sound like a
Hey,
hobbit?
look at
Listen
me
to
with
your
my
voice.
arm around
We can
that
hear the
politician's neck
huskiness
like
in your
he's my
voice. We can hear
son.
the fatness in your voice. You're a
Look
Oh,
at
you
short,
that.
can?
fat dude. You're a
Look at
short,
You
that.
say
fat
I'm
broke
short?
dude that lives with his mama. You had to
Right.
go to your room. You do this on every space. So if you on this space and you not doing this, that's because you around somebody. You was around your mama. Your mama came home. Go look
Look
at
at
the video last week.
look how
Your mama
dumb you
came home.
sound. Uh-huh.
Your mama came home and you had to go to
Right.
the room and play with your
Right.
toys, play with your Xbox.
Right.
You a boy. Me, I'm a man. I'm out here handling business every day.
So you're a man that you're a man that sit in the closet. You're a man that sit in the closet with some checkerboard wallpaper. You know what I'm saying? No, you don't. Hey, you saw my house. Hey, Volvo. Hey, Volvo. You know how to shit. You know how to shit me up, Volvo. I tell you what. Pick up your camera and walk around your trap house, bro.
No.
Why not? Why not?
Did that before, but no.
No, well, how about do it now? Cause I damn sure did it last show.
Hey, guys, let me. I just got back. Got to pick up my son. Let me read these super chats.
You drinking out the can, boy.
Canada, Canadian $2. Simp, when will you cam up and show your hairline to Volvo? JC Inks, thank you for $1.99. Holla, is this dude comparing Nuke and to rap? I don't know what he means by that.
Now he talking about Volvo, dumbass.
Samson, thank you for the 25 euros. Big ups, SFU and all. Samson, thank you for the 10 euros. Samson, thank you for the 10 euros. George Soros, G's SOS. I guess that's George Soros. I don't know. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, but yeah,
Volvo, go ahead. Show more than that closet that you in, boy.
I'm on a desktop.
You got a smartphone. You said you got a smartphone, just like you said everybody else got one.
Screens in front of me. I got 3
But hey, show.
It's a real media room. You said I'm in my media room, and you playing on the little.
Hey, Volvo, don't you got a smartphone?
Yeah, I got 3 of them actually.
Well, I'll tell you what. Then all you got to do is hit the link, log in from your cell phone. Hold on. Shut up. Hey, dummy. Let me explain it to you to help you out, so you won't have no excuses. All you got to do is grab your smartphone, hit the link, and you can still stay on the webcam, and you can walk around and show your trap house, boy.
I gotta pass the mic. Let me pass the mic to Johnny. Go ahead, Johnny.
Oh, holy shit, man. I appreciate it, Prince Dinas. Thanks for having me on, man. Man, all right, I'm gonna just stick with the topic, man. I think that basically what you were saying about who and what shapes culture, that it has to do with where people are at and how they put it together. So I do kind of actually agree that it's a hard standard to have when we talk about, okay, in this day and age, you created a product, but do you own it, or what did you can you take it with you? Are you the owner of this product? And the standard is different, I think, in this day and age, because we got a lot of influences and stuff that come into the music. We nowadays it's big with producers, it's big with there's writers, lyricists and stuff. There's people who produce beats, there's editors, a lot of stuff like that, kind of like how it is that it goes into the music industry. So you wouldn't really see nobody say like, hey man, Denzel is great, but he don't own none of those, those rights. These things actually are owned by Paramount, Pictures or whatever, or the studio labels that are behind it and that put it together. So I think that that's an important thing to kind of keep in mind, that like, it's a lot that goes into this, and like nowadays everybody kind of is back to like taking a piece of the part and working together. If you look at like today's DJs and stuff, Metro, DJ Mustard and all them, where they're actually getting like deals where it's like, hey, I'm not just selling you the beat no more, but I'm like actually part of the projects, and I'm like getting a percentage of that from royalties, continuations and stuff.
And the publishing.
All right. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, that's a big part of it, man. They kind of was talking about a lot of stuff earlier. I don't want to get into it right now. So let me just kind of leave it right there for now. Yeah, I just think that overall short, it's a lot that goes into music, and it's not just going to be tied to one specific person now, because there's so many cooks in the kitchen when it comes to songs and song credits and album credits and all that stuff, that it's hard for somebody to just own everything outright.
All right, go ahead, Skywalker. Skywalker, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, Skywalker, you on your Obama phone, bro. You on your Obama phone. You gotta call back in, man. You on your Obama phone.
You can hear me? You can't hear me?
Go ahead.
You can hear me now, right?
That's better. Go ahead.
Okay, so I was just going to say that
African American culture or like the control of our music and stuff like that. I mean, like jazz, that's African American culture, right? Classic R&B, like Willie Hutch, Bobby Womack, The Temptations, and stuff like that. African American culture, right? Classic hip hop, Wu Tang Clan, Tribe Called Quest. Even I would even go into like kind of early gangster rap, like NWA, because a lot of this stuff is kind of like revolutionary music, kind of trying to like, get black people to respond to the imperial powers in a more violent way. Now, that was the beginnings of gangster rap, and I will give that to African American culture as well. Anything after that, as gangster rap started to evolve into, instead of responding or fighting against the police or fighting against imperial powers, after that, it was hijacked. African American culture was, in a sense, hijacked and weaponized against African Americans. And so it kind of went to against fighting against the police and killing, or in many ways, killing the police, to killing each other and murdering each other. And so, like, that right there, I don't claim as African American culture. Drill music, all of that is imperialistic culture. That's colonial culture under the guise of African American culture. And we can know whether or not an African country has been compromised politically based off whether or not whether or not kind of like an Americanized or Westernized media is present in that country. Because if the politicians of that country is conscious enough or revolutionary enough, they wouldn't allow those kind of depictions of black people in their country to begin with, right? And lo and behold, Tinubu, corrupt, colonial puppet, and we see that kind of nonsense being displayed, in the Nigerian media, whether it's on the radio or whether if it's in the television. If a Nigerian family, hopefully they don't have one, but if they do have one, in their homes, and so. So we see African American culture, or like I say, the guise of African American culture. Really, all it is imperial culture, being imitated by Africans, because it's the same thing that's controlling or being pushed over here. So most of the images that the Africans have of African Americans has been influenced by Western powers. But that's not. Okay, but I can give examples of where, African culture has been influenced by true African American culture. And that's, like I say, Kuti, right? Kuti came over here, listened to jazz or whatever, the jazz artists and stuff like that. Went back to Nigeria with the Yoruba tones and Yoruba rhythm.
Skywalker, you gotta call. You gotta get your connections.
Are you moving around, Skywalker? Yeah, are you moving, or you in one place?
You're on your Obama phone. You're on your Obama phone.
It might just be the connection. It might just be my connection over here. I'm sorry, but did y'all hear the gist of what I was saying?
You got to get out that metro, bro.
Yeah, you're on that Obama phone. That Obama phone, man.
Okay, I'll call back, guys. But did you guys hear any of what I said?
You were speaking facts, though, Skywalker. You were speaking facts, though.
Okay. Well,
the white man metro won't let you be great.
Exactly. Maybe that's what it is. Right. I'll call back, Dinus. Hey, you guys be blessed.
Okay.
Appreciate it, man. Hey, put your hand down, Gary Coleman, over there drinking out the can like a true junkie. Ain't nothing left in that can. You don't put that can up to your small hobbit face 12 times and ain't drunk nothing. Do it one more time, Hobbit. Do it one more time, Gary Coleman. Pick up the can. Pick up the can, Gary Coleman.
Right. What that guy was just saying, right? Imperial culture. No, you don't. It's a part of our culture. I take the good and the bad with my culture. If you only want to take the good, you be in a culture vulture. No. The white man didn't cultivate 50 Cent. 50 Cent was he was an organic artist. He did that himself. He made himself hot. That 50 Cent telling his story from his community. King Von, I went to King Von earlier. King Von telling his story from his black community. Gucci Man, you in Atlanta. He's telling his story from his black community. What are you talking about? The real question should be this, though. This is the real question. Why do everybody like that? Why? Because
It's just a lack of it. It's just a lack of intelligence, man.
nobody's making these people pick this stuff up. Nobody's making.
Dinah, do you know
No,
who made it?
let Bubba finish. Let Bubba finish. Go ahead, Bubba.
Nobody's making anybody listen to King Von. Like I said earlier, all the stuff. I got 3 phones. Here's some shit that I don't. I see. I was on Instagram. A crusty foot page came across my timeline. It said, "Are you interested?" Hell no. Click. It was like people, doctors fixing foot. Since I'm not interested in your foot. Somebody's interested in that, and somebody clicked yes, I'm interested. Everything on your phone is up to you. Everything on your phone that's on your phone right now, that's your personal phone. I don't even like nobody touching my phone. If you ask to use my phone, I'll be watching you like a hawk. I got my banking information on here, my Cash app. I got my emails to my business, my emails from my job, my physician records are here, all kinds of shit on my phone. They interested in this stuff themselves. Nobody's making them do that. So they're not, you shaking your head, they're not. What's on your phone that the white man put in there? Lyor Cohen put in there. Everything on your phone, when you go buy a phone, you buy it brand new and you start searching. You got to set
But
up
this
your
is the
own,
most stupidest babble I don't heard, bro.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
You got to, Donis, did somebody set up your stuff? You in the Pan-Africanist algorithm, right? Ain't nobody make you get in that. A lot of y'all weirdos for real, like for real. Y'all hate on when you hear something real because you mad because you wasn't smart enough to think of it. That's what that's about. So y'all like to troll it. Everything I said gonna stand up tall. History gonna remember me well. Let's know that. Let's know that when they play Donna's videos back 20 years from now, 50 years from now, they're gonna say Bobo Rents was saying something. Ooh, wasn't that dope? Because that's true. Now I ask you without trolling to rebuttal this. I mean rebuttal this.
Let him finish. Let him finish. Go ahead.
What's on your phone that Lyor Cohen put on there? Everything on your phone you interested in.
All right, Diners, listen, man. Clearly, he doesn't understand with something just randomly popping across his phone and then a movement. Just like the rap game when it first started, it wasn't on TV. It was a movement. It was done at the park. It was done in the bathrooms. It was done on the street corner. You get what? It was at the football games. Everybody was rapping. It's a movement. He has no idea the equivalence of a movement and then a random pop-up ad. He's literally trying his best and think that he's being smart by trying to correlate something that's coming across his phone, which is an ad, which is a promotion, then a movement that is happening on the street. The drill music the drill music when the trap music was done in the trap before it came to the studio. It was done on the streets. The dudes that came up with trap music, the Gucci Mans, the T.I.s and the Jeezus was in the streets selling dope way before they hit the music industry, dummy. That's the thing that you don't understand. And that's the part that I feel bad about you for. When you're trying to correlate something, I'm not saying that you're not right about what you're saying about the ads and the promos that come across your phone. It's the point that you try to correlate that with an actual street movement. It's the same way with those kids out there doing the racing out there in the cars and everything. Before it came on the internet, I'm trying to help you out as best as I can. You just not getting it because your hairline won't let your brain go that far. You get what I'm saying? So let me take the first point. What you said about 50 Cent. Now this guy sit up here and said that 50 Cent was self-made. Without 50 Cent was signed to Columbia. 50 Cent will tell you about that. He'll tell you that they shelved him. He put out some shit that wasn't popping. And he talking about he's made himself. No, it was Dr. Dre and the white boy, Jimmy Iovine, and another white boy called Eminem. That's all signed to the Jimmy Iovine record label. That's who put that.
Not
And
the
the black guy dropped it in the club,
Not the
made the beat
vitamin
for in
water.
the club. But
Not the
before
vitamin water. Not the
what I'm
vitamin
saying
water.
is that what I'm trying to say is that, Cuddy, I know you understand. You with the streets, you understand the music industry. Before the white boy Eminem and the white boy Jimmy Iovine and they house dude Dr. Dre dropped the beat. 50 Cent was on the shelf. His contract was on the shelf. When they had the studio session, Jimmy Iovine contacted Columbia to buy that to take him off under the thing that he would be under Shady, Aftermath, G Unit, which is under Jimmy Iovine umbrella company. 50 Cent will tell you that he got $1 million off the deal, but he made it back on tours. He just started making money on this album until he got $5 million. Master P will tell you that he brought him out on tour. He was the opening act.
Now you doing all this yelling and all this, right? Is that not good business? Did 50 Cent not do good business? Yeah, you can't shake your head to that either, Cuddy, huh? Because your spirit
What we trying to get you missing the whole point.
Your spirit, y'all spirit is off. Anything Bobo say is good, you gonna be.
Bruh, you're missing the whole point.
He can remix what I said, and you're gonna be like,
the point is 50 Cent had a master, is the point, bro.
A master?
Yes. A white master, a white daddy that he had.
Y'all, come on, bro. Y'all really some lames for real in real life, bro. Bro, you a lame in real life, huh? You really a lame. He did business. He did good business. He had a white master. Like, look at how high the Black American standard is. We are gods, man. That's what it is, man. We like gods around here. Our standard is higher than anybody's on the planet. We gotta own every single thing. You claim to be a businessman, and you don't know how to do biz. Do you send your gold back to America? Do you own the shipment? Do you own the USP? Do you?
But what you don't understand about my business? I compete with the small hats in New York. That's the level I'm competing.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
I'm in the jewelry business, bro. The only ones out here that I'm competing
with. You compete with the small hats that own property in Manhattan, and you over there in dusty ass.
I gotta get my weight up. That's what I'm working on.
You ain't competing with them then.
I'm not competing with you.
I can't be at the gym talking
I'm not competing with nobody that look like you.
I made a 3 at the
That's the point you missing. I'm not competing with nobody that look like you, dumb.
Man, what are you talking about, bro?
That's the point you missing,
bro.
I'm not competing with no other.
You're a weenie, bro. You couldn't make it in America, so you want to go over there. You couldn't make it in America because you weren't good enough.
No, I was successful in America. That's what paid for me to come to Africa.
Man, you ran up out of here. Man,
yeah,
you know,
50 Cent did good.
Hey, Cuddy, you know what the weirdest thing about Volvo? He have all this intuition, like that chick that used to be on with the 1-800 number. Call me now. He know everybody business with everybody doing. He know what you got in your bank account. He know what you got. Like listen, then his voice go high. Like just because you talk like a woman, don't make you right. You know what I'm saying? So you don't have to like I'm just saying, it's just shocking. Like every single person on there that disagree with you, you tell them something about them business. Even when, like, bring it back to Maximilian dropped 34,000 on the back there. Your response was because you so dumb. You know, you wouldn't even congratulate the boy. Hey man, good job, man. You got 30,000. You like, it's fake. I know it's fake. That's play money. You get what I'm saying? So you know you got Cuddy over there in Bikini Faso. Some type of way, some type of way. There's no neck, small shoulder dude. Know what you doing all the way in Bikini Faso. I'm just saying that's the only thing that kills him, that makes him look bad when he talks like that. If you just stick to what you know, you'll be okay. You always go into this thing and want to tell people about them. You sit up there telling that man about him when he all the way in Bikini Faso. That's the craziest thing in the world. That's why people be calling you crazy, Volvo. This is an intervention, man. You know what I'm saying? Come to the light, bro.
Hey, guys, I gotta pass the mic. Go ahead, Willie. Well, let me read the super chat first. M-Mob Squad Gaming, thank you for $4.99 holla. Pope is said to be of Haitian and Creole descent. He's white. Go
Hey,
ahead.
Donnie, before you, on that Pope thing, I was shocked when they kept calling him American. Then he got up there, he started speaking French or some shit. That was the crazy. Did you see that?
I didn't. I haven't been following it.
Yeah, I haven't seen him speak English not one time when he went up there to take the thing. He just started speaking or something. Did you see it, Cuddy? Did anybody see that in the chat when he started talking? He does. I
No,
thought they were saying.
he was speaking Latin. It's the language of the Catholic Church. You have to learn how to speak Latin to become Pope.
You gotta speak that if you're gonna be the Pope. You gotta speak that. This
he
man
do-
knows
he
nothing
do
about
gotta
the world.
speak
You gotta make an address in Latin. You must. All of them do it. He don't know nothing about the world, bro. These guys don't follow the world politics or none of that. These are just faceless men coming up here. He's on his home time. He's a dusty truck driver with a felony. They not about to trust him to do nothing high level in trucking. Nothing. That's why he's on his home time now. Sunday night, he won't be on here. He's about to go sit in his room. He lives with his mother. Go back and watch that video. This how he usually come on the space. Loud like this and all that. He showed the house, and as soon as his mother came, she said, "Get out my presence. You fucking 40 years old."
Hey yo, Vovo. We all learn from each other, brother. We don't know everything. If somebody wants to learn
He went
something,
to his
he
room.
learns something.
He just weird, man.
He went to his
listen to
room
him.
and started playing on his Xbox on that little bitty TV
Just to
because
listen
he
to him.
needs
Just to
somewhere to
listen
sleep
to
for
him
the
talk,
weekend.
man. I actually
He
feel
don't own a
feel
car
bad
unless
for him,
it'll
bro.
be a car in the driveway. If I've been driving all week, I'm about to go drive my car, or my car gonna be in the driveway while my truck is in the driveway.
Hey, let me explain something to you that for people like you, because you're a worker. Most people that drive all the time for a living, when they come home, they don't want to drive because they've been driving the goddamn. No. You're a worker. It's a difference. You're a worker. You come home every day. You don't have no truck outside. You can't park no truck in the trap. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got a driveway. You ain't got a driveway. You ain't got a garage, Volvo.
Maybe I don't, but maybe I don't. No, I do agree with that. When I just go to work right now. I don't want to drive no more for the day.
Then why would you say, "Oh my God, man"? I'm done.
Right, if I don't want to drive, my cars are going to be in the driveway. That's undeniable. A man as rich as you should have several cars. You should have more cars than me. You richer than me. Your car would be in the driveway. That's your car.
How many cars should I have, Volvo?
I got 4, and I'm a worker.
That's good for you. I mean,
one.
Hey, Volvo, let me ask you a question though. Volvo, let me ask you a first question.
Volvo,
Do you have
cars are a liability, brother. Cars are a liability. You have 4 cars,
man,
you don't really need them.
Elvis, please don't help him out, man.
He got an Xbox. I got a car.
Don't help him out. Don't help him. Hey, Volvo, do you have kids? Hey, Volvo, do you have kids?
Yeah, I got a daughter. I got one daughter.
How old is she?
She'll be 16 next month.
Are you gonna pay for her college?
Yeah, what you think I'm doing? You ain't been listening to nothing that Volvo saying. You said
I'm asking you a question, just yes or no.
And bro, last year I made almost 93,000. I made 92 and some change.
Yeah, that number keep going up every time you say it, Volvo.
Congratulations, Volvo. Congratulations.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I just got a new assignment. Hopefully, I get to go back to Canada. I'm gonna go up to about 120. Volvo chasing financial freedom. I don't care about
you're a worker, Volvo. There's nothing wrong with that. Stay working.
I'm chasing retirement in my 40s. That's Volvo's.
Yeah. You're gonna retire with a company, and hopefully you work for a good company that has benefits.
I'm gonna retire off the stock market. That's a whole nother. You ain't even.
Oh, okay, hey, believe me. Listen, I don't mess with Willie at all. You know, it's a Wall Street Willie. But you talk about finance, you're gonna make him chop your head off, bro.
I haven't heard Willie talk about the stuff that I'm into. I haven't heard nobody talk about that. But this ain't type of space.
His name is Wall Street Willie. You talk about the stock market now. Don't put yourself in the hole, Volvo.
I'm not putting nothing in the hole.
Just stay with that. Hey, Volvo, just stay in the frame of I work, I stay in the trap, I got a $20,000 house, and I stay in the closet all day.
If that's what you're saying,
no, I'm just saying this is what you do. This is what you present.
There's no trappers in this neighborhood or on my street. There's no gang members or nothing. I'm on here all the time. You ain't never heard no bunch of noise or no shit like that or none of that. I stay in the hood. What would be considered the hood?
Yeah.
I bought my house because it's in my neighborhood that I grew up in, and it's cheap. And it's cheap. I can renovate it, do whatever I want to do to it. It ain't gonna cost that much
There you
money.
go, brother.
My
That's
floors
good,
won't be
man.
finished though. Your
That's
floors
good.
wasn't finished. We can go back and
That's
look at the
good.
video. Your floors wasn't finished.
Yeah.
You could have went and got some of them. You could have got a $30 box of vinyl planks and
No,
filled that
I
hole in.
don't want to do it because it's mine, Volvo.
Oh well, that's fair. That's fair, but I
Yeah.
don't think it's yours. I think it's your mother's. I think you went to
Right.
your room. But you went to your room. And
Wait,
started playing
Volvo to tell you that Volvo to tell you that Volvo just for you, because I just want to let you keep saying that. My mama been dead for 20 years, Volvo.
I don't believe that.
So
Well, then who do you live with then? That's even worse.
Hey, Cuddy, did you hear this clown? Did you just hear this clown? I said my mama been dead for hold on. I said my mama been dead for 20 years, and he said he don't believe that.
Oh no, okay, all right. Well then, if she is, that's unfortunate.
No, I'm not emotional. I'm just saying that's how dumb. Volvo, what I'm saying is show how dumb your reaction time is. Your reaction time is slow. Like I literally said, my mama been dead. Volvo, slow down, Biko. What I'm saying is, I said that my mama been dead for 20 years, and your first immediate response was, "I don't believe that." That was your first response.
Well,
that's the habit. That's because your body is deformed and your brain is deformed, bro.
Let me pass it to Willie. Willie, you there? You there, Willie? If not, I'm gonna pass it to Koja.
I mean, yeah. When I listen to this, I have to question: is this what we're doing right here not worse than hip hop? Like at least they're actually making money. Like when I hear this conversation, at no point was anyone talking about strategies, ways to steer the culture away from the negativity of drill or whatever we say Lyor Cohen is doing in the backgrounds, in the spooky halls. Like at no point were we talking about strategies. You know why? Again, y'all believe in y'all hearts that y'all can ever defeat Lyor Cohen or Kodak Black. That was the point, right? Kodak Black being the
Are you
young
repeating
junkie.
yourself again?
Kodak Black being the young junkie that eats food off the street, as the brother pointed out before. I just don't think y'all can beat either one. So me personally, when y'all get some heart and a strategy, call me. I'll be at the golf course until then.
We won't call you. We gonna put on your golfing skirt and go out there and play some golf, boy.
I'm the one that was just talking strategy. I said I'm chasing financial freedom.
That's not a strategy, Volvo. That's a job, you dummy. Hey, you know, have y'all ever saw that skit with Key and Peele when they were sitting up there talking about they was gonna rob the bank, and they were sitting there like, first, man, hey, Dinas, have you ever seen that skit when they was like, man, first thing we gonna do, we gonna go in here, we gonna work, you know what I'm saying? We gonna come to work every day, you know what I'm saying? And you know what? And then by 30, 40 years, we gonna walk out of here with $300,000. And the good thing about it, they ain't gonna even know we're robbing the bank.
On having a job, right? I hear it being spoken of as if it's a negative thing. But the one thing I know is 100%, 110% of zero. Be how much? Like, so, trying to villainize someone having a job and correlating that to them being a slave, that's goofy to me. And it's literally everything anti what my parents and my ancestors worked for in terms of pushing us to get educations and get good employment. And now we have this mindset, it's a job. Meanwhile, I'm surrounded by people who work 40 hours a week that make 3 times what you make a year.
How do you know? Hold on. How do you know what we make?
I can tell by how
you're
you
not
speak.
making that much, bro.
So hold on for a second. So you got Volvo with the intuition like Miss Cleo, and now you got this clown over here talking about he can tell. So you got these two Miss Cleos that, hey, you know what, man? I swear, man, this is why we're doomed as a people. You got two grown ass men sitting up here talking about they can tell how much somebody make by the way they talk.
All right, bro. All right. Listen, listen to what I'm saying. Having a truck, right? It's not necessarily a good thing. Guys, these guys lose their shirts every day. I know guys that done lost their houses and all that. If I'm I'm a hazmat driver. I drive all over the country, all over Canada. If I'm making 90,000, right? 100,000 some years with no truck, with no expenses. I don't got to
That
worry
number
about
keep going up.
tires.
Now it's up to
I don't got
100,000.
to worry about busting one of them $800 tires. That's how much a tire costs for an 18-wheeler.
Yeah, yeah. My steel tire just
I
went out the other day.
don't gotta worry about the engine giving out on me. Wouldn't that be better business? These guys
No, hey,
listen.
Volvo. Do
Being
an
an
understand
owner
that?
listen to what I'm telling you.
Volvo, no. Let me help
Let
you
me
out,
finish.
Volvo.
Let
Let
me
me help
finish.
you
I know
out.
you
All of that money,
I know you want to what?
you
What I
just
said? What about hazmat?
yeah, you sit up here
So if
driving,
you
Dave.
crash your truck, boy, you dead. You ain't getting paid enough. It need to be
You
200,
you
500,000.
Why you say
You
that?
drive hazmat.
Hazmat, yeah.
That means you breathing in them chemicals, whatever back there in that
I'm
truck.
not. No, I'm not. This shit is safe. I'm in America. I'm not in over there.
No,
where
hazmat means that it's hazardous. It's hazardous.
hazardous material.
So it don't mean that it's safe. It's the opposite. Hazmat is not safe. What is gasoline that can combust or chemicals that is harmful for you or the environment? That's why you get the
Hold on,
hazmat.
y'all. You
Bust a tire. It's
hold on. Cuddy. See what they do is he's a company guy. So what they do is they just give him these placards. They give it. Hold on, Volvo. They give the employees like him. They give them these placards to put on the side of it. That's all they do. They don't really care. They just drive those hazmat. I don't drive hazmat material at all. You get what I'm saying?
Right,
All you do is put those. All you do is put those placards. I don't have to do it. I don't have to do it. But you know what? But on my endorsements, hey, how much do I make a week?
700 after taxes. You bring home about 700 a week.
$700, right? So $700 got a house, got a car, got a truck, and all that stuff.
You don't have a house. You don't have a car.
I don't have a car.
Your car would have been in the driveway.
So hold on. So
your car would have been in the driveway.
So who car?
You said your mother was dead. That's unfortunate, brother.
Bro, listen. You ain't got to apologize, Volvo. Volvo, I'm not emotional like you, bro. Last week you called. Hold on for a second. Hey, Dinah, you remember on the show last week? You actually called my mama a whore. I didn't even get mad, bro, because you retarded. I let you talk like that because you exposed yourself. You're one of them type of people that you just let you talk. You let you talk like that, and you just sound stupid. It ain't no reason to get it. Like, listen, I tricked myself off the street cutting when I was about 17 years old. I'll never be emotional to get.
You're a criminal, sir. You're a criminal.
Yes, and so hold on for a second, Cuddy. Hold on. Hey, Volvo.
You can't get a passport. You can't get a passport.
Are you for real? Are you stupid, bro? Volvo was Malcolm X loser.
You can't get a passport.
Volvo.
You can't get a passport.
Volvo is Malcolm X.
Volvo, he traveled to Africa, bro. He has a passport, brother.
You can't get
Let's leave that shit alone.
I have no reason to listen. I do this for work.
He's not talking about you, Dammy.
They're not going to let you work in another country.
What are you talking about?
You're a criminal. They trust me to drive.
Hey, Volvo. Yeah, you're an employee, bro. You on the back. Volvo, was Malcolm X a loser?
Yeah, he lost. Yeah, he was a loser at that point. He redeemed himself. He wasn't on here hating on women. Look at his thumbnail. That's a guy that hates women. These hoes be lying. Yeah, they be lying to a fat, short, ugly, broke truck driver like you that live with his auntie. Yeah, they gonna lie to you.
Oh,
See,
now I
they
live
gonna
with
lie.
my ex. Oh, hey,
They don't lie to
Volvo.
Volvo. They
Hey,
like Volvo.
Volvo,
They
just
don't
for the
want
record,
tall,
hey,
smart,
Volvo,
handsome,
just for
funny,
the record,
smart.
just
I
for the
dress
record on my
well.
mom,
I'm well spoken.
Let me
I
help
don't
you
want
out.
you.
Let me
Listen,
help you out. Let me help
I
you
got all
out.
my teeth.
Volvo,
I
just
got a
for the
beautiful
record, on my
Jason,
mom's side,
long hair. Look, bro, I
and
got
my
long
dad's side,
hair.
all my
Yeah,
aunties are
I'm
dead
beautiful,
too.
bro. You a short, fat, ugly, miserable guy. You're on your home time from trucking right now, so you don't got nothing going on. So you just a
Right?
hair and tall level. That's what that is. That's all that is.
That's
Y'all
what it
know what that
is.
is.
So
Yeah,
hold on, hey, Volvo, tell the headline. Hey, my aunties are dead too. I don't got no aunties that's alive. So who else I stay with now?
I don't believe all that. Now you're going too
Oh
far.
wow! So you don't believe that my aunties is but
Now you're going too far. You stay
I
with
got
your
two
black
uncles.
auntie.
Hold on,
You
Volvo. Let
got
me
a
help you
room
out.
somewhere.
I got two uncles
You got a
alive.
room somewhere.
One of them stay in Memphis and one stay in Pennsylvania. That's it.
This is
All my
getting
aunties are
weird.
I thought
dead.
they was all dead. I thought they was all dead. I thought you
I
was
said
from
all
Memphis.
my aunties, dummy. That's why God gave you
I
two
thought
ears
you
and
was.
one mouth for a reason. You stupid son of a
Listen.
bitch.
I thought you stayed in Memphis. Yeah,
Not
you
the
stayed with
2
your
ears,
auntie and
I
one
them.
stay
mouth.
in Memphis.
Yeah, it's starting to come
You thought
together.
that's where I stay at?
Yeah, you stay in Memphis.
Oh, okay. Hey, Diners, I guess we both stay in Memphis.
Broke boy. Broke boy.
Hey, but listen, man, it's just shocking that you like that. But let me explain to y'all for a second. When you get the load, all that stuff is covered with the load that you get. See, Volvo probably make like 30 or 40 cents a mile or something like that. That's what those companies pay. They don't pay. They get them. They book the loads and then they give the employees the crumbs. Yeah, he right. They don't have to pay for any overhead. You get what I'm saying? But all the overhead I pay, everything I write it all off at the end of the year.
I get paid by the load, bro.
Yeah,
I'm
bro,
I'm
you are a worker. You're a worker. You get paid by the mile. What are you talking about? You're a company driver.
Let me give some game. If y'all would just silence this
You're a
bitch.
company driver. Hold on, but let me explain this.
Silence,
Cause listen,
bitch.
hey,
Silence,
Volvo,
bitch.
we don't need you to
Quiet.
say no stupid shit, bro.
Quiet,
I'm
bitch.
trying to explain to people how
Quiet, bitch.
it works. You get what I'm saying?
Quiet,
So
bitch.
when you go on the load
Quiet,
board,
We
you can
understand.
find
You
these
think
load
employment
boards
is a
that
bad thing. We understand.
pay by the
We
mile, and
understand.
all
You
of
think
that is
quiet,
employment is
bitch.
a
including your
bad thing. We
overhead,
heard you.
your
Be
fuel, and
quiet,
everything. You
bitch.
get a fuel surcharge. Hey, Volvo, how
Be
much is the fuel?
quiet, bitch.
How much is the fuel surcharge,
Why would I know that?
Volvo?
The company pay for the fuel. I just do the work.
Yeah,
The
that's right.
company
That's
pay
what
for
I'm saying.
everything.
You are
They
a
pay for the.
you just
Who
a
got
do
the better
boy.
deal here? Who got the better
You're
deal?
a do
He
boy.
drop the box.
They
He drop the
tell you
box.
where to go. They tell you where to go. They tell you where to stop at. They tell you when to take break. They tell you
Man,
everything.
don't tell me
All
to take
you
break.
do
And
have
don't tell me to
all
stop that.
you know what? You ain't no different from
You
the
know what this
monkeys that
is?
they
I'm gonna
sent.
tell you what this is, y'all.
You
I'm gonna
ain't
tell you
no
what this is.
different from the
I'm gonna tell you
monkeys
what
that
this
the
is.
Soviet Union sent up there. You
I'm
just
about to
do
tell
what
you
they
what
tell
this
you.
is.
It ain't
I'm gonna tell
nothing
you what
wrong
this
with
is.
that, bro.
I'm gonna tell you what this is. This is a guy that was raised by a single mother.
No,
He's
my parents was married.
he's belligerent like a
They
woman.
was married.
He's unreasonable like a woman.
They
He
married.
sounds like a woman. He's irrational like a woman. That's what ended him up in prison. And he think it's a bad idea to take an order from another man. That's a soldier. I was raised by another man. I had to take orders from my father first.
Hey, Didus, when you work for somebody else, that's a
My father,
soldier.
this man right here, this
Your
man on the
supervisor's
screen,
a
you see that man
soldier,
on the
Didus.
screen? You seen that man on the screen? That man, I had to follow his orders first. He never
What?
sent me on
How
a
you
dummy.
correlate that with your job,
He
man?
never
You
sent
were
me
just
on a
talking about
dummy
your
mission.
job. Now you went to your dad. What are you talking
He never
about?
sent me on a dummy mission. So
What are you
he
talking
trained me.
about, man?
He trained me to be reasonable. I'm
What are
reasonable.
you?
It makes better sense.
Hey,
It makes better sense.
Volvo, just for the record, my mom and dad was married and both
No,
of them
they
was
wasn't.
prostitutes.
Nah, you ain't
They
had no man
wasn't?
growing up, bro. You wouldn't be
They
acting like that.
wasn't?
Men that had a
They
mother and
wasn't?
father in their life don't act like this.
They both was married and they
You're
both were
all over
pastor.
the
Hold
place.
on. Let me help you out, Volvo, because I know you new around here. Both my mom was an evangelist and my dad was a reverend, had his own church. My sister is a Pastor, my nephew is a prophet. No, actually,
no
no,
way
he's
you
a
went to church
doctor.
and all
Hold
that.
on,
You acting like
got you.
you gotta be
I got
quiet
you.
in the church.
Hold on,
You learn how to be
Volvo.
quiet.
In my
You learn how to be
immediate family, far as mom, dad, all of them were preachers. Probably was like 7 of us. I'm the one that decided not to be the preacher. I don't want to be a preacher.
So
But
you
I
grew up
grew up
in a good home like that,
I grew
and
up
you
in
end
church
up
though.
in prison because you was like, I was the guy with the gun out there. I would have blew your brains out. You ended up like that? What a doofus. What a doofus. What a doofus. You ended up like that. They gave you everything you needed, and you ended up going to prison. You ended up there. Your father was a preacher man. Your mother was a. What type of idiot is this?
Yeah.
What's wrong with this boy?
Yeah.
This boy special needs.
Yeah, super
This
stupid.
boy special needs. This boy retarded. This
Super
boy
stupid.
retarded. This boy retarded. They gave you everything. You grew up in a good home, and you end up going to prison.
Well,
you end up going to prison. You was in there fucking punks, weren't you? Yeah, I know how you niggas do when you go to prison. Yeah,
damn.
Hey, that's a fine. That's $10. That's $10.
For what?
Yep.
You said the
For
N-word.
what?
Bovo, you said the N-word.
He's
No, I
so
didn't.
stupid.
What
He
did I
don't
say?
even realize he said it.
That is out there is juicy.
I said what, Donis? I said what, Donis? I said
You
what,
owe him $10, clown.
You said that's a terror. You said the
What
N-word.
did I say? Can you
Oh
repeat
my
what
God.
I said?
Oh Lord.
I said he was in there fucking punks.
You said the N-word. You said
no, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
Well, did anybody
Yes, you
else?
did, clown.
I said he was in there fucking punks.
Boy, you so stupid. Pay up, boy. You got all
No,
this.
you said the N-word, Bobo. You said the N-word.
What did I say?
Oh my
Can
God.
somebody repeat
I
what
told
said?
you he's slow.
I'm
I
using
told you
context. He
he's slow as
said,
fuck.
You said,
yeah, I don't know what you said, but you
the
said
punks
it.
part. You said,
No,
I know how
nobody knows what
y'all
I said. Nobody knows what I said because I didn't say. I said he was.
Hey, Bobo, you gotta take responsibility, brother. I mean, at your age, you seem like you're on the right path. You gotta start taking responsibilities, man.
If I said it, I
All
said
right,
it.
$10 is $10, man. It's not a big deal.
I asked you
Then
what I
pay
said.
up.
I asked you what I said. And
Pay up,
can
Hobbit.
nobody say it? Can nobody say it? The fucking punks thing really hurt y'all. That's what that was. It sounded like.
No. We'll talk about the N-word. I don't care about that.
Why would it hurt them?
You heard it.
Why would it hurt them? They didn't go to
I heard
jail,
the rap song,
Volvo.
I ain't say
That is
that.
just what. Hey, Volvo, you doing all that talking? Just pay the $10. You got 3 cell phones,
You was in there fucking punks.
right? So now go ahead and pay that $10.
You're an idiot.
Right.
That disrespected your
Hey,
parents.
Daddy, hey, you put me on mute until I paid it, bro. So
okay. You know what? You got to pay the tariff.
Well, Donis, I'm not paying for something I ain't do.
You said the N-word, bro.
What did I say though, Donis? Be a man and tell me what I said.
You said the N-word.
You know I didn't. I said you was in there fucking punks, and you said,
"Hold on,
you said the N-word." Well, just for, can I say this before I go? Rewind the tape. All right, y'all.
Get your clown ass up out of here. See, he sit up there brag. You got a clown. You got a clown. Hey, Daddy, mute him up, bro. You didn't let me talk like that.
Well,
You didn't let me talk.
Hold on. Somebody paid it for Volvo since Volvo didn't pay it.
All right, there you go. Good. Now let me tell you something. Let me tell you how much of a bum. Like you got a clown sitting up here talking about. Like think about it like this, Daddy. You got a clown sitting up here talking about he make all this money. You get what I'm saying? And won't even support the brother. You get what I'm saying? Like you just act like a child, bro. You just act like a you just act like a child. You don't take no accountability. I would just listen to you talk. I understand you don't even listen to yourself. You don't even hear yourself. You get what I'm saying? So when you listen to this back and do this, it just shows how immature you are, bro.
Donis, now you're an honorable man, Donis. Send that man back his money if you rewind the tape and I ain't say the N-word. That's fair,
no, we
right?
got to do this right now. What minute mark are we at? Hold on 1 second.
We gotta
do this.
Bro, but we heard it, bro. You said it for sure.
Hold on.
You said it, bro.
No. I'm not gonna run it back. You're gonna pay $10, Bobo.
He just paid 20 on Volvo tab.
Hold on.
I'll send it to him.
But you lying and you trying to make it sound like Donnie was lying on you. We all lying on you. You said it, bro. Just admit it, man. Yeah.
What did I say? If I said, bro,
you said nigga. You said nigga.
If I said, listen, he know that Elvis know he can get away with that. No, I didn't.
He said it. Hold on.
I'm talking about.
Hold on. We're gonna put this to rest right now. Give me a second.
Out of all the people that don't ever say that he's the only one that's complaining like a girl about $10 with 3 cell phones and a tether hairline.
Oh yeah, that's interesting.
Hold on, y'all.
Let's hear it.
Hold on.
See what they do is he's a company guy. So what they do?
Hold on.
Not emotional like you, bro. Last week you called. Hold on for a second. Hey, Dinah, you remember on the show?
Women, these hoes be lying. Yeah, they be lying to a fat, short, ugly.
Lows, and then they give
Like,
them.
you gotta go back to like 6 minutes.
Yeah, he right. They don't have to pay for any overhead. You get them.
Like
They was married.
He's unreasonable like a woman.
They
he
married.
Sounds like a woman. He's irrational like a woman. That's what ended him up in prison. And he think it's a bad idea to take an order from another man. That's a soldier. I was raised by another man. I had to take orders from my father first.
Hey, Dinah, when you work for somebody else, that's a soldier. Your supervisor's a soldier, Dinah.
You seen that man on the screen? That man, I had to follow his orders first.
How you correlate that with your job, man? You were just talking about your job. Now you went to your dad. What are you talking about?
He sent me on a dummy mission. So
what are you talking about, man?
He trained me to be reasonable. I'm reasonable.
Hey, Volvo. Just for the record, my mom and dad was married, and both of them was pastors too.
You ain't
they wasn't.
Growing up, bro. You wouldn't be.
They wasn't.
Men that had a mother and father in their life don't act like this.
They both was married and they both were pastors. Hold on. Let me help you out, Volvo, because I know you new around here. Both my mom was an evangelist and my dad was a reverend, had his own church. My sister is a pastor, my nephew is a prophet. No, actually now he's a doctor. Hold on, got you. Hold on, Volvo. In my immediate family, far as mom, dad, all of them were preachers. Probably was like 7 of us. I'm the one that decided not to be the preacher. I don't want to be a preacher.
So,
but I grew up in the church though.
Because you was like, I was the guy with the gun out there. I would have blew your brains out. You ended up like that. What a doofus! What a doofus! You ended up like that. They gave you everything you needed, and you ended up going to prison. You ended up there. Your father was a preacher man. Your mother was a.
Yes.
What type of idiot is this?
Yeah.
What's wrong with this boy?
Yeah.
This boy special needs.
Yeah, super stupid.
This boy special needs. This boy retarded.
Super stupid.
Retarded. This boy retarded. They gave you everything. You grew up in a good home and you end up going to prison.
Well,
you end up going to prison. You was in there fucking punk swinging. Yeah, I know how you niggas do when you go to prison.
Right there. There it go right there. Damn. There it go right there.
There you go, Bobo.
No, you was right. I did.
Yeah.
I told you retarded.
No, I did say
I told you he retarded. His brain doesn't operate like that.
Right. Yeah, and you wanted to see, I'm a man.
You gotta watch them dope fiend babies from Cleveland. You gotta
watch. You can tell he the product of. You can tell he the product of
fiend from Cleveland. You look like you look like Pookie.
You can tell he the product of incest, man. His brain don't work right, bro.
Now, hold on, wait. You talking about my mama now when you call me a dope fiend, baby. You look like a dope fiend. You built like a dope fiend.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about your history, bro. Why you calling him a dope fiend, bro?
You look like a dope fiend. You look like, you know why you went to Africa? Because you got AIDS and you can fit in.
Like he thinks shit like that is funny, man.
You won't fit in because you ain't got no neck.
I don't got no AIDS. I won't fit in. I won't fit in. You look like an AIDS patient. You look like an AIDS patient. You look like you on your last
something is mentally wrong with him, bro. Something mentally wrong with him for real.
You doing all this eating and you still ain't gaining no weight. You got AIDS. Bro, they said y'all was over there fucking monkey. You monkey fucker.
I mean, Bobo, why you so mad, bro? Just pay your fine, man. You going off.
You get to my mama and ain't nobody say nothing about that?
No, I
Boy,
said
What
you
it
about
talk.
was wrong. You
Hey,
didn't say
Daddy,
that.
Daddy, Daddy, Daddy. Hold on, Elvis. Hold on, Elvis. Let me show you how a
You are
hypocrite
a
this
fucking
hobby,
monkey, you
this
monkey
midget here.
fucker.
I let this
You
clown talk
monkey
about my
fucker.
mama for a whole week straight. Didn't say
You
a word.
monkey
You get
fucker.
what I'm saying?
You
So
monkey
this
fucker.
dude called him something. This dude
Monkey
over here
fucker.
saying somebody got AIDS and said talking about
Man,
they fucking monkey. That's how ignorant he is, bro.
chill out, Bobo. Chill out, Bobo. Chill out. In fact, let me pass it to Johnny. I gotta pass. I'll pass the mic to Johnny. Go ahead, Johnny.
Oh
Just,
man, I don't.
just
Yeah,
weird as fuck.
this
Go ahead.
whole thing is pretty wild today, man. I don't even feel like doing the back and forth, to be honest. Wall Street Willie, bro, are you there?
I'm here, bro. Yo, this
Did,
one depressed you a little bit, huh? I can hear it in your voice. This one was a little depressing.
yeah,
I'm
they
here
keep
though.
talking about all this stuff that happened, bro. I think I went too far yesterday on what's his name anyway, bro. That's as close to apology he's getting is me acknowledging it. But did you look up the Spiral electric bikes that we was talking about the other day?
I didn't get to look that up just yet. I
All
didn't.
right, bro. Well,
I didn't.
yeah. I mean, whenever you get a chance on
I'm
that.
glad you reminded me too. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna check that out.
Yeah, man. That was productive. I don't know what's going on, man. I really don't even know, like, to pull us back to the topic, man. I really don't, man. It's just there's too much shit going on today, bro.
Then you either sink or swim. Sink or swim. Ain't no sense of complaining about it. Sink or swim.
Yeah. Like I was saying, I don't know, man, what to even bring it back to on that point. There's no other like social topic points and stuff to even hit at, man, with this specific group and everything, man. I'll pass it
Right.
to somebody else, I guess. But
There you go. There you go. That was smart. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Don't go around hyenas if you're gonna
I
complain
hate that
about
I
hyenas.
participated in anything that got.
Well, then
Don't
how
go
about
around
you?
hyenas if you don't want to go to Africa.
How about you complain?
Don't
How
go
about
around
you
hyenas if you
complain?
don't want to
How
go to
about you
Africa.
complain outside the club? Yeah, I don't complain outside the club. Like some shit that I don't want to be on, I don't want to be a
No, I'm
part
not.
of.
That's not what I'm talking
Be a
about. I'm not
part of
about
it.
to
I
do
don't
this with you,
complain
though.
about it. I'm just listen, I'm just not a complainer. I mean, maybe I'm just not built that way to complain. You get what I'm saying? Like if it's
That's
something I don't want to
literally,
be a
bro.
part
That's
of,
literally all you do,
I
man.
just
Come
get the fuck on. That's what I'm saying. Hey, bro, if you don't like what's going on, you don't like what's being talked about, it's above you, under you, over whatever, get the fuck on. Or
bro,
just
I know you ain't
relax,
gonna let
man.
stick
him talk
around
Nobody's
and get
to you
talking to
like
you. It
that.
was me. I had
I
to
know
say
you ain't
that.
gonna let him talk to you like that.
stick around and enjoy the show.
Johnny,
But
I know you ain't gonna let him talk to you like that.
Bro, I'm not about to do
sense of
this with him.
complaining. That's all I'm saying.
Put it this way, Volvo. At least he's beneath my content, bro. So I'm not gonna do that with him. But at least I respect you enough as a man to be angered by something that you can do. There's nothing this dude can do.
Why is that though? Why is that?
Because you are at least a man, at least, even though I don't like you. I at least see you as a worthy adversary. All right. Put it that
But
way.
then you got to be just as dumb as he is, then, because
I
nobody
mean,
don't
like
think he's
that's fair
smart.
though. That's fair though because
Nobody don't think he's
I
smart.
see you
No,
as a
you
smart
know what?
partner. You
That's
easy
the
work.
craziest thing I don't.
You
That's
easy
the
work. I
craziest
see you as
thing
a
on here.
smart partner.
Because nobody, not one single person, not
this
one.
is
I
a
mean, Dirty's
practice
gonna have
space.
about 30 or 40 people on this
This is
platform.
a practice
Not
space.
one person on the panel. Not nobody in the chat think that Volvo has any type of intellectual properties. And you say he's
Electrical
naked there.
properties. What's electrical properties? Bro,
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it,
bro, listen to what
bro.
I'm saying. Your life has been you are a loser. You are example
Yes.
what not to be. You
Yes.
make black people look bad. You could be given everything. The son of a preacher man.
So let me go.
Evangelicals.
I guess I'm gonna go back to asking Wall Street Willie, bro. We
And
can
you
talk
still
about
ended up
that.
in
We can start
prison.
talking about the
And
electric
you
bikes
still
when
ended
you
up
get a
in
chance to
prison.
look that
What
up.
a fuck
I
up.
did.
What a fuck
So
up.
we can talk about it
What
here,
a
bro, and
fuck
try to steer it into something
You're
else,
a
man. That's the
douchebag,
best I can
bro.
think, bro.
You're a douchebag, bro. What a fuck
I'm a
up.
douchebag.
Yeah.
What is a douchebag?
Fuck that up. You had
What is
everything.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, what, Mike? Let me read these super chats, and then I'm gonna get Johnny. Go ahead and share what you were sharing with Wall Street Willie. I want to know.
Okay.
Samson sent €5. No need to send back. All right, no worries. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I like Samson. What's Samson Cash App? I'm gonna take care of Samson. I like Samson.
Go ahead, Johnny.
Okay, yeah. Me and Wall Street Willie was talking about we got into our kind of spat or whatever the other day, and it kind of ended with him.
It was yesterday, dummy.
Anyway,
bro, come on, y'all.
I'm not
I'm just saying.
Oh no, one mic. You ain't gotta call him that. Sim. You ain't gotta call him that. Go ahead, Johnny. I'm trying to hear this. Go ahead, Johnny.
Yeah. So
Simp
what
should be his new name. Simp. Go ahead.
bro? Yeah. Okay.
Go ahead, Johnny.
Yeah. So we were discussing about how specifically you can invest into Africa and stuff and things like that. And Wall Street really wanted a specific example of like a company that exists or a field out there that you actually could work and invest and put into, like an actual name for it. And then I brought up one as an example specifically that you can invest into and you can get that product and stuff into early. He was talking about equity, buying private equity and stuff. And I was like, a good place to start is because there's so many street bikes out there. You can look into a company that works on electric street bikes in Africa because they already have the materials to build the electric batteries. That is going to be like a starting. It's starting to take over in the economy as they push towards environmental regulations and pledges within Africa. Those kind of things is becoming more prevalent. So I gave them the example of one that can kind of get it going early, and that was a company called Spyro Electric Motorcycles, I think it's called. And he was supposed to have looked it up, and I guess now I think he said he did. But I was going to ask, what's bro's name? Cuddy. If I know you out there in Africa, have you seen any actual like electric bikes or anything like that?
Yeah, they got them out here.
Okay. Is it like a lot, or are they still doing a lot of the street bikes? And then do you know if it's any like anything past like with the EPA or whatever that they got?
If you're gonna do that, you better hurry up and do it because you're not the only one with that idea. So if you're gonna do something like that, you better jump on it right now. Because next year, gonna be electric bikes, all type of bikes everywhere. The kids, that's what the kids use to ride to school.
What? So but what do they? Hey, Didas, did you see any electric bikes in Nigeria? Because I didn't see not one.
I didn't see not one either.
Yeah, I didn't see not one.
That's Nigeria, not Burkina Faso.
No, I got you. But I'm just saying, Burkina Faso. I'm just saying, what would they charge them up at? They have to be charged up. Like like electricity is a problem over there.
It's not a bike. It's more like a tricycle, like a kicking.
No, I got you. No, not the tricycle. They talking about the bikes. They got the bikes that they got here, like in Atlanta. Do you see them where you live at, Diners, where they'll post them up on the weekends?
The little scooter things, whatever.
Yeah, they like scooters. Elvis, they like scooters.
Yeah, they build them in town, but they solar power. Everything out here is solar powered. That's what they believe in out here.
Yeah, that ain't gonna work.
They'll hook them up to the solar. Oh, it work out because it's sunny. Like rainy season get ready to come up, so this is gonna be the test. But even rainy season, it's like sunny during the day and then it rain at night. So
yeah, but
power is us out here.
Yeah, that's solar power. You can't build no nation with solar power. Cuddy. Solar power can't be. It's the same way when they try to do it. They do it here. You got all these companies that's in Atlanta right now that got 40, 100 solar powers that they just could not. What it is, you can do a house. You can do something small. All these businesses have shut down these solar panels because and then they can't even trash them no more because of the toxic that it does when they trash them. So now, just like Owens and Coins, where I'm at right now, they don't even cut them on. They don't even cut. They said they cut them things off like two years ago. You get what I'm saying? 2 years ago, and they don't get the, and they stopped giving people the they was giving people when Obama was in there, they was giving a tax write-off for them. But then when Biden came in there, they stopped doing the tax write-off. So therefore, even to the maintenance of everything, all of that was a tax write-off. Like it takes a lot to be a bit because you got to have a surcharge where you're gonna keep the energy at, and it got to flow out properly. You get what I'm saying? That is, Africa just ain't built like that to cover that. Now you want to keep the solar on your house for your cell phones and you know what I'm saying, stuff like that. That's fine, but something like that where you need at least even on a house, Cuddy, a big house, you need at least 20 panels up there just for your hot water. It still ain't gonna do nothing for your electricity too much, but that's just if you're gonna run it for your hot for your hot water. If you go out there to Owens and Corn right now, they got a whole they cleared out a whole acre of land and got nothing but solar panels out there, and they ain't even running no more because it's too it runs good when it runs, but when it's time to repair it, you get what I'm saying? The people that the trash them, you got to pay them to. It's like nuclear waste. That's why they don't even dig it in the ground. So it's not gonna happen till they get like the power for the electricity.
Let me pass it back to Johnny. I got to pass it to Free Game. Go ahead, Johnny.
No, I'm not responding to that. I'm good. Thanks, Don.
All right, go ahead, Free Game.
Yeah, no, Volvo, I agree with you on a lot. You know, I'm with the FBA too, but what I'm saying is we don't control like anything right now. We only control entertainment. Like you saying that earlier, you were saying that it's unrealistic for us to want to control the water, the food, the electricity, everything. But we don't
I
control.
never said that, bro. Can y'all stop putting words in my mouth?
Yes, you did.
I never
You
said
did
nothing
say
about
that.
control. It's unrealistic for us to. Well, if I did say that, maybe I misspoke. That ain't what I meant.
First, as Black Americans, to move forward, we have to be honest with ourselves in the position that we in. Right now, we don't control it. Them boys control it, and we are basically locked out of our own entertainment that we produce.
Can I say this to you,
But
brother?
Free Game, what's stopping us from doing that though?
Can I say this real fast? White supremacy is global. That you're not gonna get that right now. I just wanted to add that. It might take you 5, 6, 10 years. Like sometimes that's just how we pick up on the stuff. Just remember that we keep saying that white supremacy is global. That's what we trying to wake y'all up to. That's what like the teachers and what y'all consider to be the FBA movement. That's our whole premise. We trying to wake the world up to white supremacy is global. But nobody really seems to really understand that. If I say something, you're gonna say no, because they do this and China do this and you don't really get what's going on. If you don't understand that, everything else is going to confuse you.
So Free Game, what's stopping? Like, is it actually something they're doing that's different, or they got access to something that we can't do? Like, what's actually stopping us from, like, you know what I'm saying?
Well, what's stopping us is they believe in teamwork,
So,
working together.
but what I'm
Hold on.
saying, bro, is like, is it like an actual like supply chain or something? You know what I mean? Like if we wanted to own these things or have our own version of them and distribute it out to this level, is there anything stopping that? You know?
No, it's nothing that's stopping that, but us,
So it's just
it's nothing
specific
that's
people in
stopping.
different spots, right?
For
Is that what you're saying?
for instance, right? Do we have a problem with how our women dress?
No, bro, I get what you're
Hold
saying,
on.
but
Let me finish.
go ahead.
We have a problem with how our women dress. A lot of our women dress provocative and whorish. So we don't control the clothes. So their clothing options is coming from another man.
You a simp, bro. You is a simp. You think
How
that
I'm
women
a
don't
simp?
control what they put on? I never seen my
Any
grandmother
real
with a pair of
man
pants on.
controls the food, water, clothing, shelter
You don't have to
of
wear
their
you don't have
people.
to wear hoe clothes. They wear hoe clothes because they like dressing like
No,
hoes.
I'm
Hey,
saying
Free Game.
All
That's what.
women,
hold
Hey, Free Game. That's what
all
you
women
get
don't
for.
dress
That's
like
what
that.
you get
All
for
women
trying to
don't
be
dress like
nice
that.
to the snake, Free Game. That's what you get for trying to be nice to the
I'm gonna tell
snake.
you this. I'm gonna tell you this. I'm about to go to Macy's tomorrow. There's all
Temp
kinds
police.
of shit in Macy's.
Temp
You
police.
don't have to have your titties out. You don't have to have your ass out. What are you
Do they
talking
have an
about?
option to buy from you?
I get
From
what you're saying.
anybody,
I
bro.
get what you're saying. Free Game. It's no
Google modest
cohesiveness
clothing.
from the
They don't.
beginning.
We don't.
I get what you're saying. Free Game.
A
We
woman
don't
can go out in your
control. We don't.
t-shirt.
Do they have an option to
My
buy from
girlfriend
you?
can't wait to put on one of my shirts.
As
She
men
love
of
wearing my
hold
shirts.
on, as
It's
men of
big.
our
If she went out in
community,
my shirt, she would not be.
as men of our community, do they have an option to get food, water, shelter, or clothing from us?
Well, you got to keep that in context because that's
Yes.
such a wild. That's a broad statement.
Come on, man.
I'm
Yeah.
asking a simple question. What do you mean? If she
What do you
comes to this
mean what I
house,
mean?
right? If any woman comes to this house, there's food in my refrigerator.
Free game. He's trying not to
There's a
understand what
shelter
you're
over
saying,
this
bro.
house.
He's trying not to
There's a
understand
shelter
what you're
over this
saying,
house.
bro.
You can turn on
This,
all the
Now, what
taps
I'm
this
in the
what I
house.
saying is
don't. This
Flooding
what
All
I
the
Season
work.
is
don't
a
like.
black
This what
company, right?
now,
So
Diamond.
that
I
covers
have
the
came on
food.
here and
There
I
are a
have.
lot of black landlords,
Oh
right?
I'm one of
So
them. Yeah.
when you're talking about providing food, you said food, shelter, and clothing, right?
yeah.
Yes, there are black clothing companies. Absolutely. Yes, there are black landlords and
Free
black
game.
real estate
But
You
again,
agents and
worded your
everything
question
else.
Willie,
wrong, bro. And they
Willie,
being disingenuous, but I get what you're
Willie,
saying
Willie,
though.
Willie, what
You
they're
worded
gonna
your
do, what
question
they're gonna
wrong, free
do
You
game.
is
have to get down to
they're
the
gonna move the
molecule.
goalpost again and say, well, where do those black companies get their
Right.
fabric
Police.
from?
You have to
Yeah.
get
Where
down
they
to
get the
the
thread
molecule.
from?
Police. You have to get
Some of
down
it
to
is
the
an intelligence
molecule.
thing, and some of it is just a troll thing, or this being unreasonable. Because if I say I got a black clothing company, you're gonna say, well, then where you get the fabric from? White man control the fabric district on down in Manhattan.
Well, he be having a conversation with
That's what they're
himself,
gonna
free
do.
game. You can't.
Diamond.
He just weird like that,
Diamond.
bro. Go ahead.
How much I come on here and defend FBA?
So what are you talking about then,
Every
bro?
They
When
don't
you
time.
care.
say are
You
women
FBA
have
will
to be
always eat their
realistic.
own.
You
dressed
have to
like
be
me because
FBA
they
is
realistic.
don't
like the
control the
Democratic
clothing?
Party. They will always eat their own. They ain't no loyalty. It ain't no loyalty in the free game.
So you think that these women can't put on an oversized pair of
I'm
pants?
saying, do they have an option to buy from us?
Yes. There's tons of black clothing lines. Let me go.
Do
Hold
you
on.
do you know them, Bobo? Are they visible for women to
They
go and
buy
shop
from
at them?
China.
No, let's let Bobo answer because I want to know: is it visible that women can search for and buy some more conservative clothing?
Yeah, because he says tons.
Just Google modest dress. There's tons of black ones
Oh, well, how
online.
do you know if it's black owned? That's the key, right?
And then if I say it is black owned, you're gonna say it's made in China. Like there's no
Bro, you
way.
just
No,
be having
I'm
a
not making that argument, brother. I just want to know if you
You
know a
know
few
why?
brands. Let us know. If you know a few brands that's owned by black people and is modest,
In my
dressing.
closet that's owned by black people.
Okay, what are the
People
names?
wear. Here's the thing. People wear what they like. People wear what they like. People want to wear
moving the goalposts.
You know,
It's
black
moving the
Americans,
goalposts.
we have this thing where we have learned helplessness, and we argue.
You sound helpless, bro.
We argue to the point where we know we don't control things.
Yep.
And we really get down to the things that we can control, which is nothing.
Again,
We don't
y'all.
control nothing right now.
Again.
We don't.
White
Yeah,
supremacy.
that's kind of a defeatist mindset though.
It
No,
is
no,
though.
no.
It
We don't
is. It
control.
is.
We already don't
I
control
control a
it.
lot in my
No, you
neighborhood.
have to do
I control a
something.
lot in my neighborhood, a lot of my
I'm
life,
asking
a
you.
lot. I don't know what these
I'm
guys looking
asking
for,
you.
bro.
What
These
could
guys
you
are
do?
not winning,
What?
man. You can't be a
Free
winner
game. Let me help
twice.
you. Let me help you out, free game. What you got to broaden the question. You're talking to individualists. So you see how both of them answer the question. Both of them are saying that they control a lot. He controls a lot, and the other guy controls a lot. They're talking about you're talking about as a community, but the way you wording it, you setting yourself up for them to answer the question as an individualist. I
Yeah.
get what you're saying because I don't heard you
When you
talk
say as
before,
a
free game,
community,
but you're
when you
not
say as a
wording
Industry.
you're wording the
when you say
question to
as a
make them
community, when
answer
you
it as
say
an
as a community,
individual.
what do you mean? Y'all don't even know what y'all are looking for.
What industry do we control?
When you say industry, like what are you talking
Oh
about?
my God, bro.
I
No,
told
you
you he
don't.
was a
You're not.
weirdo, bro.
Man,
We
Clothing,
don't control an
media,
industry right now.
press. Those are industries of Volvo.
when you say what you said, clothing, media, press. When you say I
So
drive
you
black
just say manufacturing, entertainment.
media. Let's start with media. Tyler
Mm-hmm.
Perry Studios, Hollywood. Fly to Atlanta now.
Where he gonna
But
post it to?
what do you see? The goalposts keep moving.
what
The
host is
goalposts
he
keep
going?
moving. You see
Where
what I'm
he
saying?
gonna
Like the
put the?
goalpost is moving.
No, let Bobo answer. Let him get to his point,
Yeah,
brother.
that's totally unreal. He gonna post it to where all the rest of the studios
They
post
hold
they
on.
movie stuff.
If they say
To
they
where
don't
all the
want
rest of the
Vovo,
studios
if they
post
say
I
their
they
new
don't
can't
want
lie.
movie.
You literally just
it,
did do what Volvo said you were gonna do.
no,
Like
if they
once
Yeah,
he
say
gives you
and that's
something,
okay,
because
you
no
you
spin
more
know
it.
why
Black
I can
Americans,
call
And
no
that
you
more
Let,
gotta
Black
know.
Americans on
I
let him
can call
articulate his
that
point, brother.
because I
Let him
already had
articulate
no
it.
if they
conversations with
say
this
no
type of
more
guy.
Black Americans on
I'm
my
sorry, free gang.
on
I'm sorry, free gang, but you're a loser in life. I'm telling you. I
how
can
am I a
tell you.
Bobo, you're
loser
so
when
quick to jump to ad hominems. Don't do that,
No,
brother. Let's have a
no,
conversation.
He's
Make your
no
not
point.
if they
smart, bro. That's
a
why he
man
do
gets
that.
money.
He's just not smart.
A
That's just
man
how he
just a
is.
minute. A
That
man
just
just
shows
hustle
how
smart,
ignorant he is, bro.
hustle smart, if they say I don't want no more Black Americans on my shit, where we gonna post it?
They're not gonna say that. So we ain't even. That's
How,
you see
how you know? How you know
Right?
the
unreasonable
Like
white
that
people
why
is.
gonna
would
do?
but
Do you
what
see
would
how
cause your
unreasonable that
mind
is?
to
How
do
You know,
unreasonable that is?
Bobo is right on this point because it's business, right? You want
This man
consumers. The
said,
broader your
listen,
consumer base is, the more profit you make. So they're
Free
never going to
game,
tell you
free
not to
game.
buy from them.
Hold on. See,
They basically doing it now.
man,
y'all
no,
being
no,
disingenuous
no,
because
man,
free
no.
game is not. He's asking. He's not just
He
answering
said
the question.
if they don't want no more black
You got
Americans
to
on their job.
understand. You got to
He
understand
asked
who
me,
you
no, he
dealing
asked
with.
me,
Free game.
listen, look at how
They
many,
waiting
you
for
move the
you to
goalpost three
ask the
times.
question in that
You move
way
the
so
goalpost
they
three
can
times.
answer it the way they answer. That being
Listen,
disingenuous. But I
he moved
get
the
what you're
goalpost,
saying. Tyler
he moved,
Perry. Tyler Perry don't put out his own movies. He
yes,
go
he
through either
do.
BET. He go through Paramount. He go through it's
With
three other
every
That's
companies that he
right.
signed for.
He has a distribution deal, Volvo. He doesn't own a
Yeah,
distribution company.
he
yes,
got
he do.
distribution deals.
He owns a production company. Once you produce it, you need
You
someone to
produce
distribute it.
something, you own it.
No,
Yeah,
yeah, we
yeah.
get it, but you have to distribute it to the consumers. That's
Yeah,
where the
like
real
He
money is made.
doesn't
look at
distribute
how
it.
And
high,
Tyler Perry
look at
doesn't
how
own a
high,
distribution
look at
company.
how
He
high the
doesn't
black
own the
Americans can get.
distribution.
If I say first, you said what media do we own? I said Tyler Perry Studio.
You see what I mean,
Oh,
free
Wait a
game?
You
minute.
said industry.
No,
Industry is a
bro, I
whole,
said
you know,
industry. What
He
it's
doesn't
industry?
know what
larger than just a studio.
Bro, what
hold on,
industry do
y'all.
we
Hold on. This is what I'm
control?
trying to help y'all out with. He doesn't understand what industry is. That's why he's answering the question like the ways he answered it. That's why he brought up Tyler Perry. As soon as he says Tyler Perry, it made him look stupid. You get what I'm saying? That's why I just wanted to let him talk. But let just break it down for him. Tyler Perry, it's the same thing when he brought up Birdman. Birdman is not the distributor. You know what I'm saying? Universal is. You know what I'm saying? Universal is the distribution of a Birdman. Same way with Master P, it was Priority. You get what I'm saying? They own the label. He managed the artist. He have his own studio, but the production he still Priority still cut Master P a check. Universal still cut Birdman a check. You get what I'm saying? And the studios who Tyler Perry put his money through, as far as BET with all his little minstrel shows about how women is doing bad and women are so strong and men ain't shit. You get what I'm saying? It's produced through BET. He doesn't own his own streaming service.
Close this
You get
door.
what I'm saying? That's the industry.
No, my
He
door,
doesn't
Kyle.
understand the industry.
Thank you.
That's the sad part. And y'all just let him talk like that and going back and forth with
And
him
let me
when
let
he
me
don't
pass.
even understand what you're saying.
Yeah, let me pass it to say two. Go ahead, say two. Unmute yourself. Say two.
Peace to the chat, peace to the channel. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
All right. So I just wanted to address, I jumped here just to address the guy that was talking about like the solar system is not, Africa is not built like that. The solar system is not working. They cannot handle that. Totally wrong. That's false because you don't have experience on the ground, know the technology or whatever electrical system they're using doesn't, give you the right to just say some stuff like on air like that. That's not true. Houses are living 100% off grid, not paying anything to no company or nothing in Africa. So in different parts of Africa, using the sun that we have every God's given day, like Brother Cuddy was saying. So every day you got the sun, no matter it is like raining or whatever. So on some part of Africa, especially on the Sahel region, they have the desert. It's a tremendous amount of space that people can use to set up solar system to even not only like the whole Africa, but even Europe can be serve in terms of like they can pay like that region, if they set up that system to use this, the blessing of God, which is the sun, free for everybody. So you don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, Sadima, do you know how solar panels work? Not individually for a house. I'm talking about for like 60 or 100. Do you know how it works?
Go look up the project that they're doing in the Sahara Desert to set up a solar farm to like fund in electricity the whole France, Spain, and Italy, like just through the solar farm that they
No,
plan to build.
I asked you, do you know how they work?
I have, look at the picture I have on my profile.
Sonny,
You can
it's
zoom
just a
in.
yes or no, it's just a yes or
Listen.
no question.
I
Do
do
you know
know
how they
for
work?
personal use, for house use. I don't know how about like an industrialized use. I don't know that system, but for a house use,
That
I
was
have.
my whole point. Said I actually
Yes,
agreed with you at the house. Maybe you didn't hear that point. I agreed with Cuddy on the house. It will work. You get what I'm
you
saying?
talk
But as
about bike. Cody was talking about solar, like bike that were charged with solar system.
no, he wasn't. That was Elvis said something. Elvis thought it was the solar ones with the bikes. No, the ones with the scooters are plug-in. They're not by solar. Those are the plug-in ones. See, sometimes you got
No,
to just
that's
listen
what
to the
Cody
whole.
said. No. Cody
No,
can unmute
he did
himself. And
not. No, he
no,
did
Cody, what did
not.
you say?
Oh my God.
Nah, we was responding to somebody else that left the panel. But the solar one that I didn't mention, I don't know how this technology worked, but the EV cars, I was thinking the same thing about the infrastructure. I'm like, they got these electric vehicles.
Yeah.
How's they gonna charge them? Man,
Yeah.
they building the solar panels inside of them. I don't know what type of solar panels these are, but they strong, bro. They say China and Germany is where they be getting them from.
But this is
Yes,
the
so
thing.
this is what
So
I'm
this
trying
is
to say.
no, son.
Because
You
you are
don't
in
know
the
what you're
US,
talking about on
you
this,
have
son. Because
access to a very limited market. We can access like our whole house solar system. We have it from Germany and China. You know what I'm saying? So we like off grid. If you don't want to pay the electricity, just because sometimes you can have some outage on your own personal system. That's why we are connected to the local company to be like furnished in case of need. But we have batteries. We charge everything is through, even the water pump. Everything is through the solar system. So what you
yeah,
talking about?
that's fine on the individual. You get what I'm saying? Like what I'm saying is that what I'm trying to tell you is that this is the market that we they work good when you put out them things in the front. And the thing about it is you only can put them somewhere and you're gonna have to cover them. They can only stand so much heat. So that God blessed by the thing, the solar panels can only hold so much heat to the point where those panels get damaged. The problem is they have nowhere. You got to bury them. Now the thing about it in Africa, somebody got some feedback. So the thing about it in
It was said
Africa,
too.
which yeah,
I
somebody else.
muted
So the thing about it, Diane, is you can get away with it in Africa. So the guy, Jenna or whatever, they was talking about the EPA. Ain't no goddamn EPA in Africa. They ain't got no motherfucking. They ain't got, that's what I'm saying. You get these guys on here that try to sound smart and they sound dumb. It's no EPA. It's no regulation. It ain't no OSHA. You get what I'm saying? So what they're gonna do with those panels when they don't work in time to bury, they're gonna bury them. And you cannot bury solar panels, but they're gonna do it. They're gonna do it in Africa. Somebody got their feedback.
it. Said
So
too when you got feedback there
so
too.
what's
Go ahead.
gonna happen is, Diane, is they're gonna bury them and they're gonna poison the ground. And it's still, no matter what y'all don't know about desert, it's still running water in under the desert. You get what I'm saying? So if you bury those solar panels, they're gonna seek a poison into the water. So it's gonna be something that's gonna be effect 10, 20 years later, but it
That
does
that's
work.
that's that,
God
that's
damn,
not
man.
what's happening over here, man. People
You
are
but
recycling
it ain't
everything.
happened. Said it ain't happened yet. So you
We are
have no idea.
recycling
It
our
hasn't
solar
happened yet.
panel.
So you have
People,
no idea what you're talking
hey,
about. What
hey,
I
hey.
said was after they build these farms and they run them for 2 years, you got to replace the panels, and
So
you
your
cannot. And they don't even let you. They don't
mentality
let
is
you.
very
They
very
don't let you
limited in
bury
terms
them.
of
See this the
creation.
thing. This
No,
thing,
no,
that
that's
we
this
have as
no
black
thing. You
people.
gotta
We just
listen to
look
like
at
it's
we
my
look
flow.
at the
Just
we look at
don't
the
over
step.
fucking talk me, man. You
We
gotta
only
listen.
We
You
don't
gotta
think
listen.
far as
No,
we
no,
don't
that's
think
not
far as in
we. It's
front of us.
not
That's how
we.
you can
It's
tell these
you
people
gotta
don't
talk
run
for
no
yourself.
business. They just like, hey, let's put a farm out there. You're not worrying about how you're gonna recycle the product. You're not
No,
worrying about the after effect of the environment. That's how the African mind is.
no,
So you
you
like, hey,
changing
you know what
totally
I'm saying?
what
Just
you
put
said
the
in the
panels out
beginning. You
there.
got now listen,
Where you gonna
Dennis.
store them at? Where
Can
you
you
gonna
let this
replace them
guy?
at? You get
Donis,
what I'm
can you
saying? That
please
shit is
get
gonna
this guy out
point.
of here?
It's
Donis,
the
this
reason
guy,
why they don't let you
please.
bury them in the United States. They stopped that. You can't bury them in
Okay,
the United States now.
let's that
Yeah,
to
I mean,
go
he
ahead,
just
Seth.
up
Go
here
ahead.
whining like a bitch, man.
Go ahead, Seth, too.
Okay, so this guy, he can't even listen. Well, you have a mentality that's very, very limited. When you and I talking about people are not anticipating on like how to manage their West, we manage our West very good. We have a traditional system and we have also a modern system that we learn from like European fucking mistake. We learn from American fucking mistake. We are all over the world, man. We learn from their mistake and we do it better. That's
Hey,
what I'm
what
trying to
country are
tell
you
you.
talking about, Sadie? What country are you talking about?
Hey, I'm from Senegal, West Africa.
Well, what is this video in the chat? Why did somebody? I missed. I had took a phone call. What's this video in the chat about? Oh, my bad.
All right, so Dennis, that's all I wanted to say to address this guy talking about stuff that he has no idea about.
No, you have no idea. You clearly don't have no idea. Keep dealing with that shit
Let me
that's on
say
your
this, right?
house.
Instead of asking us, right, all
Yeah.
the strides and stuff that we made throughout the plan. I know we ain't perfect and all that. Our standards so high. Why come don't nobody ask the African why they don't control the gold? Why they don't control the oil? Why are they using solar panels? Because we're not there yet on the planet. Trump just talked about he just signed an executive order to bring back coal in America. Yeah, China burns coal. Everybody's still using fossil fuels. So why aren't they controlling their fossil fuels? That's in the ground
But
under their
why are
feet.
we
Why
talking
are we
about
held to such a
Africans?
high standard to where we got to control every part of every business or we don't control nothing? But they don't
But
control
why are
no
we
part
talking
of
about
no business
Africans? We not
and
talking
nobody
about
has any.
Africans.
Hey,
We talking about Black Americans.
Vovo, let me ask you, right? You know that China is the largest producer of solar panels. You know China is the largest producer of electrical vehicles.
They're
You
the
know China is the
largest
largest
producer of
producer of
everything.
electrical batteries for
Everything.
vehicles. So they run coal, but they also are pioneers in the solar field and the electrical vehicle field. So just because
They're not pioneers and all they do is mimic other shit that everybody else do. That's why they make everybody's stuff. They
what do
say
you think you think the batteries for Tesla was being made in the United States? It was being made in China, bro.
what do you mean?
The batteries that Tesla run on, the electric batteries that they run on.
When I say I haul hazmat, I'm serious. I study this shit. We got lithium here in America, right in Nevada. You can open that up on your other window. When they about to, Trump said we're going to take advantage of our rare earth minerals.
Oh, that's what I was going to tell you. You know what the rare earth minerals are?
Yeah,
Do you think they're rare or they're common?
I would say that they're common, but they're being controlled.
Uh,
Is that fair? Is that not right?
No.
That's not right. Oil isn't.
the production of those
America
things
got more
for
oil
over the
than
last 2
any
decades.
country on the planet.
Africa, I see a lot of people, even back home in my country, a lot of people are doing the solar panel. But one of the things they complain about is that we have rainy season, right? During the rainy season, is you don't get a lot of sunlight.
At
So
all.
the electricity is usually not enough. It's not sufficient to run a household all day. You got to kind of time it, get a good 6 or
You
8
ever
hours
been to
out of it, and
Seattle?
that's it.
You ever been to Seattle? Seattle
No, I
always.
know it rains a lot in Seattle. I haven't been, but I know it rains a lot
It's
there.
always in the rainy season.
And,
Always.
oh my
They
God, you
don't got
cannot
no
compare
shovel. They
Seattle.
don't.
You cannot compare Seattle to rainy season in
You were gonna be
Africa,
quiet, bro.
dummy.
I know you're. Listen,
Like, come on, man.
Seattle.
You can't and like you
I
can't
got
you
you,
can't
bro.
even
I got
compare
you.
it. Like
Seattle is always.
that's the thing that makes him sound so stupid.
Seattle
That you
is
know what I'm saying?
always
Like, let
in
me
the
ask you a
rainy
question
season.
though, Volvo. I'm gonna ask you a
They
question.
don't.
I'm gonna try
They
my
don't.
best.
They don't
Do you
have
know?
any.
Hey,
They don't
Volvo.
have
Do you
any
know
type
how
of
long it
power in
rains?
anything. They don't have
Volvo. Do you
any
know
type
how
of
long?
power in
How
anything.
many? Do you know the timeline of rainy season in Africa? They just a simple question. Do you know what the timeline is for rainy season in Africa?
I thought it was like 90 days or something like that. Like they go to, but I don't know. But what I'm saying is this: Seattle is always in the rainy season. They don't have any trouble powering anything because they still burning fossil fuels In America, we still burn fossil fuels. That's what I was trying to get to.
I get what you're saying, but then
So why
that's
are
what
you
I'm
jumping
saying.
all over everything?
What I'm trying to tell you, but because we was talking about the rainy season in Africa, and your ass went to left field and started talking
No,
about
I'm trying to
Seattle.
make a point that he said, no, do you know about the rainy season? I'm trying to tell him why that their ideology is
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. But he was
solar
talking about the
panels ain't
rainy
it.
season. He was talking about the
Yeah, I was
rainy
talking
season
about it
in
in relation
Africa.
to solar panels, not the electrical grid that you have in the U.S. Because they don't have that in Africa
Solar
yet.
panel from China. When you got the fossil fuels in the ground, you can refine this stuff yourself. But that's why I'm not refining myself.
Man,
What?
it is funny, man.
I get your point, Volvo. Yeah, Africa hasn't developed, they haven't industrialized. I get that point. So that's what I'm telling you. There are people who are trying to get a shortcut. Instead of waiting for the government to build, the grid, they're using
Volvo,
solar
he's not
panels for their
saying
home.
that you're not. I'm not saying that your point is not correct about Seattle. It's just the point that he was talking about the rainy season when it comes to the solar panel, and you just went straight to start talking about Seattle. Not like it's like it ain't saying that what you're saying is not true. Just
Why
that.
you just wanna? Why you weird, bro? You weird,
Oh
bro.
my God, bro! He ain't gonna get it, man. He's not
Bro,
gonna get
I'm
it at
using
all.
that as an analogy. I'm saying that these is two different situations, both on planet Earth. One got worse weather than Africa, and they still getting it done.
Who got worse? Who got worse weather than Africa?
Seattle is always in the
Boy, you
rainy.
have no idea what you're talking about. That's what we.
It's not a word, Volvo. Worser is not a word, but fine.
Worcester is not a word. You're right, but you know what I'm saying. But
Yeah, I get you. I'm just saying.
Worcester is a word.
Seattle has one thing that most of West Africa don't have, Bobo, and that's the point we're making. They have an electrical infrastructure, right? They have,
Where
the grid.
are they getting the power from?
That's what I'm saying. They have an electrical system,
Fossil
right?
fuel. Who got more fossil fuel than that? Well, America got
Well,
under our feet. I used to work.
what I'm telling you is Africa is not industrialized. That's a problem. So listen. For some people, their solution to bypass that problem is to get solar panels. When they get the solar panels, another issue is that the rainy season obstruct the sunlight, and they're not getting enough, power in the solar panel to carry them throughout the day. Give them like 6 or 8 hours, So it's not as effective as having a grid that is consistent with electricity. That's the point I
Why
was
don't
making.
they have a grid if they come over here, right? Brother?
That's a problem. We know that. You're not asking me as an African why we don't have a grid. Why haven't we industrialized? That's a problem that we
They just
recognize.
don't have
Right.
it.
We
They
don't
just
have it.
don't have
We
it.
haven't got there.
Listen to what I'm saying, though, brother. Listen to what I'm saying. I only attack Africa when these people come on here and attack me. I'm
What are
saying
you
this.
talking about?
If you would just let me finish, bitch.
Nobody ain't talking about attacking. We passed that.
You act like my
But I just don't. I just don't understand how your. I don't understand how your brain. I don't understand how your brain went from what. I don't understand how your brain went from what Elvis said to you start talking about where Africans attack you. How did your brain go to that?
Make a nigga a sandwich, bitch.
How do your brain go to that, bro? That would make you sound so. That would make you sound so stupid and ignorant. They stood up here talking about something intellectual, and your dumb hobbit ass started talking about, well, when Africans attack me, that's when I said, what the fuck are you talking about? It was talking about grids, infrastructure, and solar panels. This clown started talking about Africans that attack him. How do you do that?
I can't wait for you to go back to prison, man.
How do your brain does that? How do your brain do that, bro?
Take your ass back to prison, man.
But I want to get back to the point. How can we gain control of things that's being controlled by others?
They don't want to control the free game. These black people are happy. Black people are happy being happy employees.
Listen, is you ready to kill these people?
That's what we're gonna have to do.
But I'm saying though, y'all talk this tough shit, y'all won't even show y'all face, bro. That's a telling sign when the man don't want to show his face, he's hiding something. Talk is cheap. You got to get in the field. That's how right there. You got to be willing to fight a war with these people. That's your answer though.
Hey, free game. If you talking about going to kill somebody, do you think it's smart to show your face?
No, it's not.
Do you see
And
how
why would
dumb he is, bro?
I didn't say that.
in a
I didn't
war?
say
It's
that.
not always.
I didn't say that.
War is not always dealt with guns.
How do you get these people to give up their power?
No, how can we gain
anything I say,
power?
you're gonna keep moving
How
the
can we
goalposts.
gain power? Is
These
the
people
question.
are bloodthirsty.
You think these people care
You
about
don't see
us?
these people blowing up people on this planet. Y'all just
He's
be y'all
a funny little dude, man.
little boys, man. Y'all some little boys. Y'all need to
Vovo, you asked a question. I'm going to attempt to try to answer it, right? This is why the likes of Diners and other smart people, they say try to utilize
Stay
Africa.
on there though. Stay on there.
Hold on, Vovo. Try to utilize Africa because Africa has the resources.
I ain't gonna cook. That wow.
Vovo, I'm speaking, brother. Hold on. I know you want to clown. Let me just try to give an answer to your question, right? So using Africa, all of its natural resources, if black people globally can come together with their resources that they have from the West, go to Africa and use that as a base for the black race and try to develop Africa as a power base, then maybe we can compete against the whites. But that's something that we're not doing. That's something that Pan-Africanism has been trying to do for the last few decades, and they don't seem to be getting anywhere. So that's the question. The solution is not to go to war with them in a hot war, but to utilize Africa and build ourselves up as a race, and maybe we can compete with them on a global stage.
Here's the thing: you can't be talking to
Door is
Bobo.
open right now.
You got to talk to the president of them countries, the ones with the military, and say we're gonna.
I get you, Bobo. That's the question. The solution is there, but the conundrum is how do we get to that solution? How do we work together? Is it through
They don't know what's going on. They the presidents of countries.
I don't have the answers, Vovo. I'm just telling you, we know what the solution could be, but the key here is we're having problems getting to there because we can't work together.
It ain't me and you. I'm willing to work with you if that's your plan. That's a fire.
That's what I'm saying. That's the ideal plan.
Me and you ain't got no armies that we control. Me and you don't got no large spaces that we control. I know you about to mention this Burkina Faso guy. Go ahead.
No, I'm not mentioning, bro. I'm not your enemy. I'm trying to engage with you. I'm trying to engage with you for understanding. I'm not trying to fight with you, bro.
Elvis just hit it on the head, and it's happening right now.
No, it's not.
It is happening.
That's 3 nations. Where's the other 50 nations?
They coming along slowly, but all it takes is one.
No,
see,
it don't.
While you waiting on everybody else,
no, it don't.
While you waiting on everybody else, you gonna miss the wave.
What are you?
Hey, Cuddy, see, this is what I tell you the difference between black people and white people. You get what I'm saying? Like when you go about the history of America, you think about the colonies or whatever. They ain't had the British at the time had the number one navy, number one military in the world. But you had white dudes over here with pitchforks and motherfucking goddamn shovels that sit up there and say, like they said, fuck the king. But this is what it is. So a lot of people, they don't know the history. So the people hold on, bro. Come on, Vava. You don't have to sound stupid all the time, bro. You don't have to be. You don't have to. They didn't have none of that because the people from Britain. No, bro. Come on, bro. You have no idea what you're talking about. So Britain was trying to levy taxes on them. You get what I'm saying? Wasn't even helping them. So they formed together and said, we ain't paying no more taxes. Why we have to toil and do all this stuff and then send our money to across the pond? You get what I'm saying? So they like, fuck it. So the people came over here, they fought, and they was ready to die. We talking about people, we talking about librarians, you know what I'm saying, black swordsmen, you know what I'm saying, farmers, all came out there and wanted to die. What they did was they started going in little barn. It all started in a barn. It all started in somebody's barn where they came up with an idea. And this person went to this colony and said, hey, you start meters in your barn. Then the other people, all the people in the barn went to their respective areas and started up meters in those barns. They didn't have no telephones. They had one agenda in mind. And they's like, listen, we ain't got nothing written down, but this is what we got right here. We're not going to stray away from this. Nobody. No matter who's the top, who's the bottom, nobody's gonna stray away from it. And then when they all came together, they wrote it down on paper and they picked the leader.
Simple
why
is.
Africa ain't doing that?
Let's think
Go
about
ahead.
this, right?
He said it's
They had single barrel muskets at that time, right? So it's
Yes.
more doable to resist. Right now, we're talking about drones. We're talking about ballistic missiles. It's not the same. We can't go up there and try to fight them
Hold
on an
on,
even
they
playing
hold
field
on,
with
hold on, hold on,
with
Elvis.
muskets.
They had the
But
military
here's
had
the thing.
had cannons and ships.
Here's the thing. But that not. Come on,
So,
bro.
so hold on. So you saying
America,
so what?
the West
So
has the
compare.
superior
So
firepower.
hold on. 'Cause I ain't talking. This fool right. This above his intellectual pay grade right here. What I'm saying is I'm using your analogy, Elvis. You said that they got drones and missiles. You know what I'm saying? And these people have single mothers. You're right. Now, right now in America, we got automatic weapons. We got all type of ways that we can farm, we can build shelters underground. All this stuff is available right now. So then Britain had ships. They had Canada. They had over 300 ships. When they pulled up at the ports, 300 ships. 300 ships with cannons and trained military men jumped off them ships. And the people here with those single muskets, you know what I'm saying, that came out here and they protected their land. So what I'm saying is that the problem is that as black people, it's the same way with the Africans. They're scared. We got it so good nowadays, far as with the basic necessities, we ain't trying to goddamn risk our life. Only time we'll risk our life, Elvis, is when we have confrontation. Now we'll blow a motherfucker brains out quick in a confrontation. But somebody come around like, man, let's go protect this. Let's go protect that. Let's stand in front of here with our gun. You saw what happened with the dudes in Atlanta. These clowns out here shooting themselves in the foot. Grandmaster Jay went to jail in Atlanta. It was the craziest thing. Me and my daughter and her friend from college, we was all going up there till we heard that these dudes out here shooting each other in the foot. Shoot, you ain't even got that much. You out there, promote yourself for the cameras. Y'all ain't bought that life because y'all didn't shoot not one white
So do
person.
you think the solution is to fight the white man head on, or to build up Africa and use it as a resource base?
This is what I feel, and it's one of those. It's a doomsday. It's a doomsday proposal. It's a doomsday proposal. In order for drastic change to happen, it got to be drastic blood gonna have to be spilled. That's the only thing that would change. You get what I'm saying? So if drastic blood is not gonna change, it's hey Elvis, you remember when the Nigerians they was marching about the SARS that what it was called SARS
And SARS.
In SARS, but let me tell you something. It was like 300,000 out there. All them out there with motherfucking flip flops on. You ain't finna do no revolution with motherfucking flip flops on. And then the goddamn military cracked the gun 2 or 3 times, and all of them running. Everybody runs. You can if you're not willing to risk your life.
Let me say this to Elvis.
When you're not willing to risk your life and die, then that's what it's gonna happen. Because I'm not gonna do it. I'm telling you, I'm not gonna do it. So I'm not gonna even talk tough like that. Hey, Volvo,
Let's
we'll
listen
let
to
you troll.
Bobo. Let's
Volvo, we'll
get
let you
him finish
troll
his
in a
piece.
minute, bro. We being intellectual right now. You can troll in a minute, bro. You're not smart enough for this conversation.
There's another way. There's another way.
Let's hear your way, Bobo. Let's hear your way.
He like a child. Let him go ahead and talk. He like a child, bro.
You have to stop playing their game. That's it.
Oh my God, bro.
You gotta be willing to take the sacrifice and take the hit.
Elaborate, Bobo.
You gotta stop taking their money. You gotta
come on, Elvis. Elvis, stop entertaining him, Elvis. Just let him talk.
You gotta build your own. Now, nobody's following behind them. We all agree that guy's right. He's doing the right thing. He's fighting for his people. But we just some guys on YouTube. He need other nations to back him up. They're coming around slowly. They're coming slowly. Why not come now? The time is now. What do coming around slowly mean?
Boy, you stupid.
What do coming around
I told you, man, he retarded, bro.
No, he's right. Bobo's right. If all the African nations came together and took the same stance as Traore, the West would have to negotiate collectively with the continent. and the continent will be in a better position.
Elvis, that's a pipe dream. That's a
No, I
pipe
know
dream.
that's what I'm saying. That's a pipe dream.
Yeah,
But what he's saying is,
you can't,
you know,
Elvis, you cannot add a pipe dream. You cannot add a pipe dream and a plausible conversation. It's not gonna. It ain't gonna happen. It ain't gonna happen that all 54 countries gonna come to his aid. Because you got Arab countries and everything, so it's not gonna happen. So that's what I'm saying. Don't entertain that dumb shit, bro.
so now your solution is to
25 to 30 might come together, but
your solution is to go to war.
30.
Yeah, it might.
Your solution is to go to war. That's why the African Union was so disappointing, because they should have been speaking as a unit, for the entire continent. But again, they're divided, and that's a problem. So I mean,
Gaddafi
but Elvis, the point is that you can't depend on these. Goddamn, little boy, we gave you a chance. We gave you a chance, and you saying something stupid, man. God damn. I ain't never heard a clown just
Sam, give him a chance to finish his stuff. Let him get another minute or so.
Grandmaster Jay, who this coward just laughed at, was a real Pan-Africanist. He went to jail. He's in jail right now for Pan-Africanism. That's the problem. When the guy go out here and fight, don't nobody back him up. We get this coward shit talking about they shot themselves in the foot.
The whole world backing up eBay, ain't they?
No, they not. No, the whole world not. It's only 3.
They backing him up with words, Cuddy. They're not backing him.
That's all
him up with deeds, brother.
They showing solidarity.
The word, hey, Cuddy, the word you should have used was support. The world lives supporting him. They are supporting him.
By saying,
bro, god damn, man. Like you act like a perpetual child, man. Like you just sit up there and just repeat yourself like listen to you, bro. You act like a goddamn stupid ass retarded child. Listen to you, bro. Just listen to you. Just listen to you. Just listen to you.
Action. Tell me where the whole world is showing.
But you are a straight up dumbass clown, bro.
Let me butcher the point, Volvo. Let me butcher Volvo point, right? And this happened in my home country, and there was some sucker shit, right? So when they had that, I think what was it, April 29th or 30th, when it was supporting Traore, a bunch of kids in my country went and not protested, but demonstrated that they supported him. Yeah, and the government arrested them because they said they didn't have a protest permit. And right now, we know what's going on with Africa and Liberia. We know what's going on with the influence of the United States. So it was a whole political thing. And my country was not in support of Traore. So to Volvo's point, he's right. A lot of African countries are kind of steering away from him because they don't want to be put in that same basket as a hostile to the West, and maybe their funding get cut off. Whatever aid they're getting from the United States and other Western countries, they try to pull that back. So I mean, we are just financially tied to the West. We're tethered to the West, so to speak, financially. So if we're going to withdraw from them like cold turkey, stop all their aid and not be influenced by their money, it's going to be a drastic change, and we're going to have to do some soul searching to survive, and then fight back economically with our own resources. That's the hard point.
That's correct. What do you have to lose?
That's what I'm saying, but it's about guts, right? It's about guts. Some people are complacent, right? They're complacent. They like their little menial life that they're living. They don't want to risk it all.
When I see Africans, right? Something that Africans I do see. Now, I don't really agree with their manner and all that, but they be some hardworking people. They do want more.
They want more for their families, but they're not ready to risk their lives.
Somebody's trying to tell you, bro. This dude is dumb as shit.
Yeah, they're not crash out. Africans are not crash out people. They will work their tail off for a 20-year goal to get a house built, to get their kids through college. They'll work their butt off, but they're not willing to make any kind of radical change that may end their life or put them in jail.
They gave up on their country.
Hey guys, let me shout out the super chat real quick. Andy, thank you for the $4.99 holla. Appreciate you. And Samson, thank you for the €5.97 too. All right, go ahead.
Hey, at the end of the day, man, I get what Cuddy is saying. For the three countries down, that's a start. That's a bro. What is wrong with you, bro?
You're not about to say nothing.
Bro, you are just a straight
weirdo. We let you speak, bro.
Like to be a child, bro.
Not about to say nothing. He's gonna talk.
Well, he's a child, bro. You a straight up child.
Shut up, bitch.
Well, you act like I'm
Shut up,
talking
bitch.
like you act like you
Shut
like
up,
3
bitch.
years old,
Shut
bro.
up, bitch.
And it's
Shut
the
up, bitch.
craziest thing in the
Bitch,
world.
shut up, bitch. Shut up, bitch.
And
Little
you like,
kid.
Hold on, let me
Let
let,
that
let me
bitch
pass the
say-
mic.
Yeah, pass the mic. Don't let that bitch
theory.
say
Go
nothing.
ahead. 111
just,
Oh,
theory. Go ahead.
hell no. Oh my God. You let this monstrosity up here? This
111
is
theory.
a
Go. Yeah,
racist.
No, this kid is cool, bro. He's a cool kid, man. Let him speak.
No, he's not. He's a racist.
Dennis, man, can you please mute this clown?
Y'all, let him talk. Go 111
He
theory.
was
Go ahead.
calling me fat and gay. He called me fat and gay.
Didn't you call us niggers?
Because you called me fat and gay. You
No,
don't
that ain't why you did.
Oh, you call people. You use the N word against black people.
Yes, he talk like that.
Yeah, but that's being called gay and being called a racial slur is two different things, bro.
No, it ain't, Elvis. No, it ain't.
Yeah.
No, it is not. No, it is
Nah,
not.
come on, Tim,
Because
please, man.
let me
That's a
tell you
racial
something.
term.
If you call a dude in Atlanta a faggot, he'll be ready to kill you the same way if a white person call a
Yeah,
black
but he
person a
called him
nigga.
gay. He called him gay, not the F word.
It's
The
the
F word
same
is a
thing.
derogatory term.
Elvin, you ain't even American. You can't sit up there and tell these a gay dude. Like, it doesn't matter. That's disrespectful.
This guy in a Pan-African
Calling a gay person gay is disrespectful.
Calling a
He in
straight
a
man a
Pan-African
gay or a
space
faggot
defending
is
a
fighting words.
racist East
Like, people,
Indian.
you'll get killed for shit like that.
No, simple is 1 second, right? So
Elvis.
if you call a homosexual person gay, that's an insult to
It
them.
doesn't,
Listen,
Elvis. I'm
He's in
telling
a
you, bro.
Pan-African space
I'm
defending a
telling you.
racist East
You
Indian.
Man, it's too much
call a
going
dude
on,
in the
man. It's too
streets.
much
You
going on.
call a dude in the streets a gay or a faggot, and he'll be ready to kill you.
No, I
Am I
get
right or
it.
wrong,
I
Cuddy?
get you, right? But the kid calling him the N word, that's out of
And
pocket,
then
bro. As
what he
black men, we
said
can't
was,
accept it.
he told them that
It wasn't just me, bro.
after Volvo disrespected him. And listen, I'm not for either one of them because he ain't smart enough to antagonize me. But that's what he do. He did the same. He do that with everybody on there. He try to get them to get in an argument match and get the name calling because that's where his intellectual stop. But Elvin, you
Let me
can't
say
sit up
this,
there and
though, man.
tell somebody about how they feel about being called the name doesn't
Okay.
affect them.
Okay.
They ain't went through no slavery,
Let me
but
say
the
this, right?
word
Let me
nigga,
say this,
the
bro. Let me
word
say,
the
you never
word
met the guy.
nigga
You
is
don't even
not
know.
synonymous
Hold
to
on.
black people.
I recognize the guy
Hey,
immediately.
guys, I gotta read this super chat. JC, thank you for $1.99.
That's not even smart.
I gotta read the super chat. JC, thank you for $1.99. Holla, Maghreb, Africa won't join sub-Saharan Africa. Never. Okay.
Okay, now let me get this off. I'll be in
No,
other
I ain't
spaces.
gonna let you get off nothing because you ain't
Nah,
let
let
me
him
talk.
speak, bro. You guys gotta
I
let
ain't
each other
gonna
speak,
let
man.
nobody talk. You don't let me talk. I ain't gonna let.
Chill out. Vovo, you got 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me get this off because it's very important. I'll be in other spaces. He be in white supremacist spaces. That's how I recognize him immediately. He be in white supremacist spaces calling us nigger. Nigger, he does that. This guy goes around doing that. We got a guy that claimed to be pro-black up here defending a racist East Indian. Like, man, come on, man. Y'all ain't serious, Don. It's not your. I mean, I understand Don.
I saw him on Kyle's platform the other night, and he seemed to be a humble kid. I didn't know he was calling
No,
people
he's
N word.
not, bro. Listen. Why would I
He
make
didn't
that up?
call not one person. He not calling one person a nigga when he was
He
on Collar
sits on
platform.
other racist spaces.
Yeah, I didn't know about that, Volvo. I didn't know he had a history of it.
Why would
That's
I
what I'm
make
saying.
that
Oh,
up?
he admitted
Why
to
would
it, so
I
never
make that
mind.
up?
Yeah, never mind.
Huh?
He had admitted to it, so never mind.
Yeah.
He had a
He
what?
does that. He sits with white supremacists, hardcore white supremacists. I'll be in there taking the
Okay,
abuse.
yeah, then it was,
In my
just right
mind,
to kick him
they
off.
talking over me. I'm all kinds of nigger. I can only say one
He
word.
said the little thing that I heard from Lil Dude is that
What do you got to
Tariq
say,
and
nigga? What do you
who was
got
the
to
other
say,
person he
nigga?
was
And
ranting
then I'll
about?
start talking, and they just mute the mic, and then he be like, I gotta go in
Yeah,
them type of rooms.
he said he hit Tariq and he's going against Tariq and blah blah blah. But for the most part, he was respectful to Kyler.
Bro, he plays the game in certain man. Listen, y'all, all right. I
Well,
wouldn't
I
make
mean,
that
you
up.
know what I'm saying? He calls playing
He sit with
just like any black person do, bro. You get what I'm saying? But
hardcore white supremacists.
let me say this though. And unless somebody gonna make some drastic change, ain't nothing gonna happen. The same way Burkina Faso, the president over there, them dudes over there, they risking their life. You know what I'm saying? To support what they people gonna do. So you got people who are trying to do contract killings on them. You get what I'm saying? That's a whole different ball game till you got the FBA clowns. You get what I'm saying? Sit up here talking about cut the check and delineate and talking about some cheetah piss and cracking jokes. You know what I'm saying? That's the thing that I realized. That's the thing that I realized when I was locked up. That black people sit up there and crack jokes. We sit up here and crack jokes and we prey on each other. You know what I'm saying? Won't breathe on a picture of a white person. You get what I'm saying? Even when it came to the Black Lives Matter thing, when they was tearing up shit, Dinah's black people didn't go in not one white neighborhood and tear up nothing. Didn't go in one white neighborhood and tear up a convenience store. We tearing down shit in our own neighborhood like we doing something. You get what I'm saying? That's the part that don't make no sense. It's no organization. So I support anything that look like it's organized. All we do is sit out here and do lip service. They even got videos of black dudes out there standing out there crumping and dancing. You got women out there.
I'm gonna play the video. Go ahead.
No, please play it. Please play it what black people about. Please, and then show the women out there doing splits out there in front of the police.
Was it a dance battle? What were they coming for?
Well, because black people is clowns. That's why they was out there doing it.
No,
they ain't ready to.
I got it. Hold on. Here,
go ahead.
Hold on, I'm about to play.
Go ahead. I ain't gonna say a word.
I know
Let it speak for itself.
What you talking about too? Hold on, I'm about to play. Hold on. Hold on. Here we go. Here we go.
Apartment. No, seriously. Home Aglow will clean it for just $9.
This is FBA, y'all.
Oh my God. He's covering in front of the cops?
Is the moment of these people
cheering. Oh my God.
Your heart beating because of your nerves. Like, use that to develop the stage.
Show the other video, Dinus.
I know what you're talking about. Hold on. They got played here.
Damn.
Mad at y'all right now. What?
I mean, but there's
so many of my friends shot and killed, whether to gang violence or police violence. Like I know both, so it was crazy when I heard about George.
We got a nose ring
that I didn't.
He from LA, man. That's LA.
That was
LA,
really
bro.
sad.
He from LA.
And it's crazy that you getting out there shaking your ass as a grown man.
Instantly, like.
I mean, dance could be used as a sign of poetry and expression, right?
Shut your ass up, man.
Maybe he was trying to express himself through his dancing, man.
Shut your ass up. So what about the women that was twerking? That was
I didn't see that one, but that's what the brother's talking about. He's trying to give you the backstory, right? So
he didn't say that when he was in front of the police. He was out there shaking his ass.
So that's what he said. It was a motif of his emotion. So it was it was an expression of his emotions.
Oh, okay.
Entering your space, yes.
Shake his ass. Shake his ass. Shake his ass.
The pain that is.
Look at this clown, bro.
Myself, that hopefully you will question.
It says he's the co-creator of Crump. I didn't know that.
And you know when Crump was invented like 20 years ago, and this clown out here, grown ass man.
Here we go.
It is.
It does look crazy though. Man. What was this? Was it like the George Floyd riots time, or?
Yeah, man, I swear, George Floyd, that whole situation. Oh man.
This is why
I mean, there's a lot of emotion going through black people, man. He just doing what he was good at. That's
so
the world don't respect black Americans right here.
Exactly. So when you
is that a white girl crumpet?
That's a white girl.
Yeah.
See?
No, she just on
everybody's using it.
No,
it does look crazy out of context, though. I mean, yeah.
What do you mean it look crazy out of context? It look crazy, period. Like, think about it like this. Hey, Cuddy, hold on, Cuddy, before you say something. Let me explain something to you as a street dude. I see that no matter what he doing, he keeping his 6 feet different. He keeping his 6 foot of space. With all that crumping and leg movement, he didn't move not one step forward. With all that happy feet and tap dancing, and now he need a bottle of water. Now he need a bottle of water, you clown.
I mean, you know, like ballerinas, they dance with emotions. I mean, the dude was trying. He was explaining it. That's why I want to hear what
Yeah.
he was
And
saying. He was trying
ballerinas
to
wear
explain
a
his
suit too.
emotions behind
What you
that
mean? You
dance.
want to hear Elvis? What you got to hear? This is what he did. He got out there, shook his ass, and then got home and talked tough. That's what black
Oh,
people
man.
do. That's what
Yeah.
black people do online right now. Sit up there. Now you take Volvo, the Hobbit midget. Now you see he bragging about his job when he working for a place. You think he finna give that up? To go out here and risk himself? He ain't finna risk nothing. He's gonna clock in and go to work so he can continue to haul that hazard material. You get what I'm saying? They and this is what the LBA do. They crack jokes. That's why they were jealous of the brother in Burkina Faso, because people was marching in the street. There ain't nobody march for FBA. FBA had to do their own march up there in Washington. That shit didn't even. The first one was okay. The second it was more vendors than it was people out there. They're not doing no movement, so they don't put this all online. And then at the end of the
They
day,
had a thing. They had a thing in DC, right, with Tariq and.
that was it. He did it twice. The second one, it was just mostly vendors. It was more vendors than it was people out there. So he didn't even do it again. So his next step was to come up with the hidden history strip club, the liquor spot. That's what it is. People expected more out of, even the people that was congratulating, saying, man, at least you got something. That's what black people do. At least you got something. No, that's not what he promised. He didn't promise no juke joint. He promised a building where people can come and strategize. You can't strategize where they selling liquor and finger food and meatballs and cheese crackers and shit.
So what do you propose they put that building in?
What I'm saying is that he just need to do what he doing now. It's a comedy lounge where he have comedians in now, because all black people do is crack jokes. You get what I'm saying? Like, at least me, because when I went through my fall, and one thing I admit, Volvo, I tell people all the time, I felt the most dumbest when I tricked myself off the street. But after I got out, I said, I ain't never going back. And it taught me to be an entrepreneur, because I sit out there and worked on them fields, Cuddy, all day from 6 a.m. to 8 at night. And all I got was a peanut butter sandwich and some type of ham or cheese where you can pour water on the meat and some red dye come off of it and some diabetes tea.
I just threw up in my mouth when you said that.
Yeah, you pour water. If you pour water on, and they put this stuff in the water to keep people docile. You know what I'm saying? To keep that
the fluoride
down.
The fluoride.
No, it's some different stuff. It's some different stuff they put it in the juice. You get what I'm saying? But you still it's still more, yeah. It's still men in now that's hyper with the, you know what I'm saying, the hyper emotions. They still will fight and kill. You get what I'm saying? Because they're trapped. You know what I'm saying? A lot of I met so many black men that couldn't function on the streets, but they function in jail. Like they running the whole block.
We got some white supremacists in the chat. You got to block that person. I don't know if you got your mods in here. Sinister Sammy.
But what I'm saying is that when the pressure of the world was off their shoulders, they seemed like they was more calm. It was the weirdest thing in the world. You know, I was in there with dudes that don't killed 6 people and blew up stuff, and then I'm seeing them out there all night on night dorm orders, Cuddy, putting 7-8 coats of wax on the floor. With bottles of wax in their back pocket in a rag, with their shirt tucked in. And I knew these dudes on the streets. On the streets, they was menace. But then they get in jail.
I had a question for Cuddy real quick. Cuddy, I'm hearing something about Traore in Russia. What's the deal with that?
Man, Russia's the homies. China's the homies. North Korea's the homies. Venezuela is the homies. That's why I said when y'all say Burkina Faso ain't got no friends. What?
No, I'm talking about. I'm hearing he's going to visit Russia or something like that.
Yeah, he there now.
Okay, that's what I was trying to double check. So he's in Russia.
Putin sent the private 747 big boy jumbo jet to come pick him and the goons up.
That's a problem. That's a problem.
Why is that a problem? that's that.
Let me
That's
tell
that.
you why, right? I was
Your phone messing up, Ev.
no, I'm saying the guy from Russia, the Mozambique president Michel, he was close to the Russians. You know, he was a Marxist kind of person, a Marxist kind of guy. He was close to the Russian for a while. You know, they helped him. He was even fighting against the sub African apartheid state. And when he tried to move away from them, they put him on a plane to go to a meeting in, I think it was in Namibia, along with like a lot of government officials, like 20 something government
What
officials.
year was this? What year was this?
I think this happened in the late 90s, I think 90,
And the
97.
plane blew up, right?
Yeah, the plane blew up in South
Okay, but see,
Africa.
but that's what I'm saying. The times are
And
different.
no, I'm telling you, it was a Russian plane that was flew by Russian officers, and he was pulling away from Russia. So I'm saying, I'm just giving you a history lesson that you shouldn't be proud that Russia is sending a jumbo jet for him because it supports Russia.
How many
They can
Why
people
use
would he?
that
did
Why would he
same
not be? Why
tactics.
would he not be
hey
proud if Russia is supporting him?
No, I'm
hey
saying
hey
you can
Elvin,
start off supporting Russia and you indebt yourself to them, and when you try to move away from them on foreign policy, they might try to get you just like what they did to. I keep forgetting his first name, but his last name is
hey
Michel
All right,
Elvin.
but I'm
from
just saying
Mozambique.
you can't just be scared all the time.
Yeah.
You gotta go with the flow. One thing I respect about Trump, he ain't scared. He ain't scary. You get what I'm saying? Like they conducting bit. Long as business is being conducted back then, it was like some puppet. Like now it's a whole different ball game. Even the same thing with Mamumba. Mamumba was trying to get with Russia.
Lumumba.
Lumumba was trying to get with Russia, but at that point, he was trying to get with Russia because he was running scared. The people was going against him, and when he did that speech, you know what I'm saying, that would put the ice on it. This is a whole different
But
situation.
let's be logical, right? Tell me any nation outside of Cuba, right, that has stuck with Russia and have been successful. And Cuba is a case where they're probably still not successful. They're still very poor. But any nation that supported Russia against the West that has been successful in the long term.
North Korea.
North Korea, are you serious?
Yeah.
Okay.
They the only country that's done hacked cryptocurrency. Did you hear
Oh,
about that?
I mean, do you see the development in North Korea, brother? Come on now. I mean, I don't want to
Yeah.
go there,
Hey,
but
hey,
Have
Elvin,
you seen
we don't even see the develop in North Korea because they ain't allowed to go, and the people that do go in
yeah.
there, they only allowed to go to certain places. Like nobody, even as much shit as Americans talk about their satellites, there they ain't doing because Russia and North Korea is protecting their sovereign land. They don't even know where the whole part. They haven't even scouted the whole thing like that because it can't even do it. But the thing about it is though, when I agree with you, you know what I'm saying? In the past of what Russia did, but the difference between now, this is a business thing. Russia not trying to colonize or trying to take over. Russia's on some business thing now. Now back then in the 90s, that Russia was more like hitchman. It's the Americans still trying to make Russians look like hitchmen, try to be like, but Russia's straight up on some business shit now. You get what I'm saying? Like America try to tell us who we should hate and who we should dislike. That's what
no,
they do.
I get your point, right? But as smart individuals, you know, history is our greatest teacher. So you look at history to try to, you know,
But it don't
chart
all
your.
even though history repeat itself, that's a false statement because history don't always repeat itself.
No, no, that's not what I'm saying. I said history is our greatest
No,
teacher.
I
So you
got you. I
learn
know
from
you didn't
history.
say that. I was using another analogy, like things that we say that not true, but we say them. You know what I'm saying? Like we say that history always repeat itself, and that's just not true. Like that's another colloquial that we use. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, Africans are full of them. Like if two elephants fight, it's the grass that suffers. You know what I'm saying? Shit like that. But at the end of the day, he has to reach out to somebody. You get what I'm saying? Some type of superpower. And why not get with the superpower like that? Because Russia's trying to get a foothold. So maybe the same way this is something new for Burkina Faso, this is something new for Russia, because the person that's late to the party is America. Because now, and that ain't Trump fault either. That was the Democratic fault for trying to push all that LGBT shit. They didn't get in there. If they would have just shut their mouth on that LGBT shit and said, let's conduct business would have been conducted. But when they went in there trying to push that faggot shit, you get what I'm saying? That's what made them alienate. So when the Democrat Party would let the faggot shit over, that Democrat Party said, we're gonna pull everything back. Russia's like, hey, we're trying to conduct business. We're trying to get in where it's profitable for me and profitable for you. So only thing we can do is wait to see. Even with my boy Brandon, me and Brandon close as shit. You get what I'm saying? But I still think get a brother chance to see how it's gonna go in 5 or 6 years. Africa is not America, so you can't put Burkina Faso on the same level of a first world country as far as the development, you know what I'm saying? Even the part with the voting and everything, you can't do that because some of the territories are ran by terrorists and shit. So you can't even get that because that means that it won't be a fair elections. You get what I'm saying? So it has to go the path that it had and let the chip fall where it may, but at the end of the day, I know from history, it's nothing that's happening right now that's happening with those three countries has not happened in my history from what I know. So you let those three powers start something. So I compare those three African countries the same way with the 13 colonies. That's how I look at it. It's a start. And hopefully some more countries jump on. But at the end of the day, even with the 13 colonies, it didn't become the United States until all of the states came together. How you think they oppressed the Indians?
But you know who helped the 13 colonies during that war?
But the French?
Yeah, French. There you
The
go.
French
You
and the
got it.
Dutch.
Yeah, they helped them. So they had a big power behind them. They didn't just fight against the
But they
British.
they helped them, Elvis, but they didn't fight. They didn't fight with them though. So they helped supply certain things.
You know the General Lafayette, the first general who came and was helping Washington with war plans. So they actually came and helped.
Come on, yeah. See, you're doing that for that straw
Guess
man.
who else was there? You leaving out somebody, Elvis?
You can refresh my memory.
Russia was there too. You missed that part of history.
Okay.
What I'm saying is
I'm
they
not
were
too familiar
supplying.
with that part of it.
What I'm saying,
You
yeah.
might be right.
So what I'm saying is they were supplying logistics. It's the same way with America and Ukraine. Now you can sit up there and say America was helping them, but America wasn't. They were just doing logistics. They wasn't running no missions. The Ukraine had to run their own home plays. So that's the same thing that's the same thing that the president and Burkina gonna have to do. Traore gonna have to do. He gonna have to run his plays with logistics from other countries, and then he's trained, and hopefully his people is trained that they can run those plays. Now, if they can't run them plays, then they gonna get shitted on. I'll be the first person to call it out.
Yeah, and I get you saying my thing is I'm just waiting and I want to see how he moves. I think he should be smart, play both sides instead of trying to take a side because these are powerful entities. The United States, you can't deny they're very powerful.
He can't play both sides because America is not gonna give him any weapons. America's not gonna give him any weapons. You get what I'm saying? Americans gave Ukraine weapons because it was something in Ukraine they wanted. You get what I'm saying? Like they want the brain drain and they want the minerals. Like it ain't shit in Burkina Faso that America want. America got plenty of gold. What else do Burkina Faso that American got? What I'm saying is that
they're fighting terrorism. They're against terrorism in that region. And Burkina Faso is
America support terrorism. They got their proxies too. It's just that since that blind thing that there's a lot of especially people that's not from America that's citizens now, they don't know that America had their proxies. You get what I'm saying? They overthrow government. They ain't overthrow government just by talking. They're sending people in there to help destabilize. They're using the American dollar to pay people to be disagreeable, to start a movement. How you think they got Gaddafi up out of there?
But Symbolies, I made this case the last time on other shows, right? Like you
Mhm.
said, I think you rightly said it. Russia is an arms dealer for the most part. They're going to
True.
sell you weapons. They're going to take your hundreds of millions and sell you weapons, like they
Right.
did with Charles Taylor and other warlords in Africa, in Rhodesia, and everywhere else. But they're not going to come and put boots on the ground when there's a coup against you. They're not going to come
That's
in
true.
and give you the logistics to help you to
Gotta do
prop your
some
government up.
homework.
They never
Gotta
do
But
do
that.
more
but what I'm
homework.
That's
saying
the
is that's when
difference.
the people got to
Gotta
stand
do
up for
more
themselves.
homework.
That's the Traore people got to put in that work too. What I'm saying is that Americans are not putting boots in Ukraine, but they're supplying them weapons. They're supplying them missiles. They're
No,
supplying
that's the
them.
difference, right? Ukraine is not buying those weapons from the United States. It's like a charity. I'm sure they're going to get it on the back end.
No,
But
no,
I'm
no, no, no,
saying,
no. It's a loan system. It's a
right, that's
loan
what I'm saying. But
system.
Russia, you got to buy the weapons for Russia. You got to
No,
go there
no,
and
no.
do an
It's not
arms deal.
everything.
Elvis,
Everything is not just
not
all the
I'm
way
not
bought.
agreeing with you on that about Russia not sending troops on the ground. They have
Okay.
the Wagner group,
They got but they're called mercenaries. They're not
Yeah,
considered to
that's a
be.
difference.
Yeah,
They're independent
they're not
contractors.
considered
They're
to
not
be
the
a
military
part
of the
of the
country.
Russian
Wagner, they're
military.
part of the Russian military now. After their leader got killed, after America killed the bald head dude,
Now, hold on, Cuddy. I get what you're saying. The leader.
For
Hold on.
whatever his
Just,
name
hey,
is.
hey, y'all. Just for factual statement, they're not. They didn't absorb them, but they're using. They're Russian are using them. You get what I'm saying? Because what they did was they let a lot of guys out of prison, and instead of them letting them in the military, they let them join the Wagner group. But this is the thing. This is like what you call splitting atoms. They are being controlled by the Russian government, you know what I'm saying, military, but they have not been officially absorbed in
Yes,
the
but
Russian military.
what happened to the last Wagner president? What happened to him? He
Yuri
died.
Yuri
He died on a
Porzinkins or whatever
plane
his name
crash,
is.
right?
He died in a
He
plane
died.
crash. Yeah,
Okay, so before he died on the plane crash, you know what happened?
he was speaking against the war in Russia
Yeah,
against Ukraine.
yeah, no, he was coming back from Ukraine, going to Russia. People were thinking he was gonna take, like do a coup, and then few, like not even like weeks after or a month, he died on a plane crash, right?
Yeah, because
Let's be honest.
Russia,
Yes,
Pulling on, you
they
don't mess
control
around. He
that.
kill you in the heart. You know how
Hold on,
many they think you're a threat.
hold
Yeah,
on.
they
Let's
control
be
that.
honest. Let's be honest for a second, y'all. Do y'all know how many people in the Russian military? Do y'all really know? Like just a ballpark figure. Just throw out a
I'll
number.
say maybe 6 million,
How many people you think was in the Wagner group?
maybe 20,000 at most. If I'm
20,000. So 20,000. So what he did was like a PR stunt. You get what I'm saying? Because ain't no 20. He didn't even have, it wasn't even 20,000 that came with him because most of the Wagner group was still in other countries. It was a group of them came over there. Well, they like y'all don't even understand this. It was only
no,
like
I don't agree with this point. I know he went into a little region and kind of did
yeah.
a mutiny and then took control of that area. But he wasn't fighting against the entire Russian military. No,
Yeah,
there
he
was no
wasn't
coup
even
like that.
making nowhere near. But that's the
No,
way that the
he
proper
can't fight against the whole Russian military. I'm not saying that. I'm just trying to make a point. The fact that they're sending not their troops, but they're sending mercenaries to other countries
yeah.
through contracts to bring weapons and like teach them how to use the weapons and stuff and fight on
True.
the ground. If you go to like if you check what we call Central Africa, Central Africa, the country itself, they got a lot of Russian troops on the ground. Do
That's
some
true.
research and you will know.
Yeah, we
That's
know.
true. That's
Yeah,
true.
but
But what I'm
those
saying
are
is that
mercenaries. Don't say Russian troops, right?
yeah,
Those guys
that's what I
are
keep. That's what I
yeah,
keep.
the
That's what I
private
want to do.
entities.
I want
Hey,
to separate the two.
I gotta pass it to Bang. Go ahead, Bang. Unmute yourself. Bang, unmute yourself.
Come on, man.
All right, you got it.
That's that Boost Mobile.
Yeah, all right, go ahead.
But listen, what I'm saying is that what we need to do is we need to just stick with the facts of it is. So yeah, they have the mercenaries there, and Wagner Group is considered a mercenary group. You get what I'm saying? So they
So
have
you
those.
you just made the point, right? The other brother I think was Setu. When he pissed Putin off, he killed him in a heartbeat.
Yeah,
That's his
and
own. That
nobody
you
ain't
know who
said
that guy. One second, Sim. You know who that guy was before he's front of that group? He was Putin's personal chef. They called him Putin's chef. He was a chef. He used to cook for him, and then he became a leader of a mercenary group.
yeah,
That was his close friend,
And he killed him in a heartbeat. You think if Traore crossed him, he won't go after him?
I don't think Russia killed him. I think America killed him.
Oh my God!
No,
You
that
see
was
this?
Russia. Yeah, that was Russia on that one. Now that was, they got they actually put the bomb in, they actually put the bombs in the engine. They got the parts. They got the part from it from the bomb that they put in the engines and everything. And the engines exploded first.
Cause y'all been seeing Ukraine been killing off other generals and stuff, right? Killed the general with a bomb in the bite. So come on now, it ain't too far fetched. I think.
No, I'm just saying it ain't far fetched, but you know, Russia to the point. Who was gonna check Russia? Like that's what I'm saying. If you make Russia to be the number one bad guy in the world, who gonna check them? So Russia can do what they want to do. Russia's like North Korea. They're already the bad guys,
Exactly.
so they don't have to sit up there and act like we didn't do it. They just stop talking about
And
it.
that's the thing with Russia, right? If Russia starts to mess around with you and they want to get you, you can't run to America. America's not going to save you from Russia. So that's the thing. So you're dancing with the devil. He might help you a lot, but when you cross him and he's coming for you, nobody gonna help it. Or going to help you save you.
The only thing that I agree with you, Elvis, but at the same time, American is the same devil. But America trying to push some gay shit on you.
Yeah,
with their deviltry.
Forget that. I'm talking about it just on a geopolitical level, right?
I'm saying
Not just
that
the social
if
level.
America don't want you, they gonna send in the SEALs. They gonna send in the same people to get you. They got the same. Okay, Elvis. The only point that I give you that America would take a little bit more time before they kill you.
There you go. And they would try to do it diplomatically. They might tell you got to leave, you got to step down, and all of that shit. But they're not just going to come in there and blow your plane up.
This is what I try to explain people.
Like officially, but whatever they're doing on the ground is far more dirty than what Russia is doing right now.
I mean, are you guys crazy? I like to see people who live in the United States. All respect to all of us on the platform. Except Cuddy, right? We live in the United States. For the most part, we're Americans. You know, whether you're naturalized or natural born. Why are we always against the United States of America, brother?
No, it's not. We're not against.
I'm not always
against. Show patriotism, man. Damn.
What I'm saying is America has when America go after. When Americans go after a country, they have ulterior motive. Like what I'm saying, let's use this example that we're talking about right now. When
not ulterior motive, they have foreign interests, foreign policy interests that they have.
Regardless of what. So what I'm saying is they have a play. The same thing with Gaddafi. As soon as they killed Gaddafi, the military came in there and took over the oil. They brought them in for Saudi Arabia for the oil as security.
Pillage and plunder.
That's what they did. So what hold on for a second, Seth. I'm gonna give it to you real quick. This is the last point. I'm gonna give it to you right after this. Pause. So what I'm saying is that when Russia killed the president of the Wagner Group, they just killed him and that was it. It was nothing else. There was no ulterior motive. Is he dead? That's it. But when they went over there and got Gaddafi, the next day they was dropping goddamn B-52s over there, and paratroopers were coming out securing the oil field for
Gaddafi was personal, brother. Gaddafi killed a bunch of Americans and French in the Lockerbie bomb.
I'm telling you that America is just more sadistic when they do it. When Russia do it, it's more even when you watch the movie, they portray Russia as, it ain't really no common sense. They're barbaric. But when we do it, it's like manifest destination or something. It's like, we had to do it. Like, we didn't have no choice, but that's how American kill. Just like even in America now, when we kill somebody, but we got a whole bunch of reasons why we did it. So we get lawyers to say why we did it. We take cognizance tests. Have psychiatrists come up there, have your school teacher from the 3rd grade to talk about why you was a bully, why you don't sit up there and kill 12 people and 3 cats. Like we try to make the reason why we kill as like it's some honor to it. That's why when you watch any movies in America, they always make the military like, hey, this is gonna be a mission. You might die and come back. If anybody that don't want to go, take a step back, and all the military men step forward. The risk their life. It's the propaganda that we preach. That's why.
So Sam, let me ask you a question, right? Let me ask you. So in all honesty, right? Do you think Burkina Faso should be aligned with the United States or Russia?
Russia.
I believe the Burkina Faso should be aligned with whoever has his best interest because I don't think America, with the way they're moving with the AFCOM or whatever they call him, uh, has the best interest of Burkina Faso. It's three countries, right? But they have a lot of resources. All of them combined have gold, but also have something very, very special that the whole world needs, which is uranium, right? So they have like tremendous amount with the Niger area. So that's like something that they're paying attention because like that's the same resource that you're gonna use if you want to create a nuclear weapon. Those three
And power
countries
your
needs
lights.
to like
Don't
yes
forget
and
that.
light and bring electricity and all that.
So
So
you realize
no,
that's a
listen, let
national
me finish.
security threat for the United States, right?
Yes,
Let that
so
man answer the question, Elvis. Let him answer the
let me
question.
finish. Let me finish. So what I'm saying is the region right now does not need any attention like the way we have it right now. We have to secure the ground, secure the resources, and find allies if it is Russia or China or whoever it is. Like find allies that will work in our best interest so we can do business, protect our borders, and also develop like local industries. So I think that's what they need, but not this attention. And it's
Let me
by
respond real
separating
quick,
themselves,
brother.
by separating themselves from like people that don't know what's going on the ground, thinking
I
it's only
I
three
hear you,
countries.
right?
Listen,
Well,
let
let
me
me,
finish. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Elvis, let the
I'll
man
give you the
finish
mic.
his point.
People like the three countries, which is Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso, they have also support in Africa. Maybe because they have their own group, which is AES, doesn't mean that because some countries are not part of the AES that they will not support that mission. That mission was there before Traoré. It was there when Thomas Sankara was there. The fight of Thomas Sankara, that's what's going on right now. And it's not just a fight for a single country or three countries. It's a fight for all Africa, and it's a fight for all Black people. That's all I want to say.
okay, quickly, right before they pass it the bank. Look, America has a strategic national security interest in the region. Why? Because of uranium. Now, uranium by itself is not bad. When it's enriched, then it can be turned into nuclear weapons. They don't want that getting into the hands of just anybody. So it's one of the biggest fears that if a terrorist get a nuclear bomb and can shoot at the United States, forget it.
Burkina Faso is not a terrorist
No,
country.
no, I'm not. You wanted me to let you
Niger is
speak, right?
not
I'm
a.
just making.
Okay, go
Listen,
ahead.
brother. I'm just making a point. Uranium is a highly can be a highly deadly what's the word, element, right? If enriched and turned into a nuclear bomb, it don't even
So
have to be to the level of a
radioactive, right?
right. Yeah, radioactive. It can be used to cause mass destruction, even if what they call a dirty bomb. So it's not going to explode like the regular bomb. Is just going to cause a lot of it's a terrible thing. So the United States has an interest because they're terrorists. There's the jihadists in that area. A lot of things can go on. So you are American or you live in this country. That's your national security interest. So when you want to
No,
understand
hell
why the United
no.
States have an interest in that region,
Hell no. You're reaching now,
Oh
Elvis.
no,
That
I'm telling
boy,
you,
that
brother,
was
you
the
gotta go.
biggest
You gotta
reach of
read up on it,
all,
right?
bro.
this guy's way
Hey,
better
Read
than
up on it.
I gotta pass the mic to Bang. Go ahead, Bang. I'm with yourself, Bang.
That was a reach right there, bro.
man.
Stretch Armstrong.
Elvis, man. You the vote. What's that dude name from Cincinnati, man? Volvo.
Volvo,
Yeah, you the
the
Volvo, man. When it
Hobbit.
comes to Africa, man, I swear to God, man. To my mother, man. To my mother, man. Trust me,
I'm not
man.
attacking nobody on the
Elvis.
platform. Don't attack me, brother. You don't want
Nah,
to.
Elvis, man. When you talk like that, man, you are attacking the entire
I'm giving you
Africans,
my,
man.
my opinion, brother. I'm not attacking you.
I understand, but your opinion seems like you sound like if it was a black American talking like that, I would accept it because you know why? Most likely they're not well informed. No, they're not interested in it at all and stuff like that.
I what
That's
you
what I'm
saying.
trying to say.
A lot
You
of
know.
black Americans are well informed. Don't do that. You come on the platform, you start
Nah,
casting expressions on
I'm
people.
talking about like over to see like geopolitics, man. What I'm trying to say is you being an African, you're more well attached of
I'm an
seeing
African.
how
I'm also
shit
an
comes.
American too. What are you saying, brother?
No, it's the way you put it. You put it as if
Hey,
like
this is what
This
this
is our man. This is our man.
this our man. Okay, gotcha.
yeah. Hey,
Why you change your
man,
name, bro?
you
Why you
funny as
change your
hell,
name?
man. You funny as
Why you
hell,
change
man.
your
I
name?
never knew you was this funny, man. You funny as hell, man.
Man,
You
I
funny as
am the
hell.
funniest, bro.
You funny as hell, man. You the type of
I try.
you the type of person, man, I love to hang out with, man. I swear
Hey,
to God,
man.
man. You funny as
Cool
hell,
as
man.
fuck, man.
Yeah, you
My
cool as hell
midday.
too, man.
Well, hey, what tribe you from though? Cause I'm Midday Timney.
It's
Man from Sierra Leone. I'm from Sierra Leone.
it's
My
Fula.
father,
He's Fula from Sierra Leone.
Are you Fula?
yeah.
Are
And
y'all
then
with them skinny ass cows?
nah, not all the time. It depends on the weather,
Okay,
man.
got you.
It depends on the weather.
I got you.
Yeah,
They be slim as fuck. But I got you. Go ahead, man. I'm
it
just fucking with you.
depends, man.
Go
It
ahead.
depends. It depends. But you funny as hell. I gotta get to you where you handle that dude, man. But anyway, but Elvis, man, what I'm trying to say is right in West Africa, we gotta get rid of France. If we do not get rid of France financially, mentally, we not going nowhere. Like just like I said, right? I've been here almost 30 years. I have families in this country over like probably like close to 50, probably like even 50 more. You know what I'm saying? I could die in this country. I don't have, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't have to go back to Sierra Leone. But in Africa, man, we got to do better. Our people have to be better financially. You know what I'm saying? Socially as well. So if our people haven't done good for the past, let's say, especially like for the past 50 years, what's give us a better hope that we saying, oh, like these guys, they're not doing enough, they're not doing this. At least let these three countries do something so the other countries can wake up. Just like how you see all these other African leaders, they shaking on their boot. They shaking right now because you have this young man, 27 or 28. Look how popular he is. And somebody up here in America talking about, oh, this and that, this and that, this and that.
Dude,
Come
I
on.
think he's like 35 or 37. He's in his mid 30s.
Yeah, but still, at least let this man do his thing. So other leaders, you know what I'm saying, can step aside.
We're not against him. We're just scrutinizing his moves. Not criticizing, but scrutinizing and seeing if it's the most beneficial for him.
Elvis is a Democrat, so he think they should be with
No,
the man.
he's not a
I think
Democrat.
they should be. No, he's definitely a Democrat, bro.
No,
He is.
I'm a
He's talking
Democrat and
about
proud of it. Yeah, for sure.
No, I ain't gonna like. I don't agree with a lot of stuff Elvis said, but he's 100% a part of the
I live in
Democratic.
DC. You can't get more Democrat than DC, man.
Nah. Democrat.
Just living
Washington
there don't
D.C.
mean that's what you
D.C. is
are. If your
just a
ideology
city,
don't
bro.
align with them, then you're not a Democrat, brother.
What I'm trying to
Yeah,
say
it's
is
just a
this, right?
city. That it
I
doesn't
turn
make
left,
it.
I turn right. It's Democrat around me. Biden won
Yeah, but
DC about 98%. 98%.
yeah, but you're talking about the city though. The city is
I
it's
understand
more
what you're saying,
Democrats
but
all over the U. I mean, it's more Democrats all over. Like Seattle and places like Delaware, but they way Democratic. But this is the thing though, man. This is what I'm
they can be
saying.
crazy, man. These crazy ass liberals, man.
They are. They definitely
They
crazy
live
now.
in a different world. They live in a
Man, let me
fantasy
say something.
world.
Let me say
St.
something to you
James has
real
been
quick.
waiting. He's from Burkina Faso. I'm sure he wants to speak
No,
too.
I got no. Elvis. See, anytime you don't agree with Elvis, you want to move it on. Hey,
I'm not saying that, bro. I'm just saying, dude, want to speak too.
hey. Amen. See, the thing about it, I'm with you. They need to get the French out of there by any means necessary.
Exactly.
And you're not going to
They
get the
have
French
to,
out
bro.
of there working with
Thank you.
America. So
You
they're
know
doing
it.
the
You
right
see,
thing by doing it with Russia.
Okay,
Even
all
you
right.
know it, my brother. Even you know it, man. And it's
Yeah.
No,
it's
I'm
simple.
saying I just gave you a couple
Simple.
history of the
Hold on,
Russians,
Elvis.
working with African countries and what happened.
Hey, guys, let me pass it to St. James. Go ahead, St. James.
All right, Don. Thanks for having me. Salute to the chat, man. The panel. What's going on, man?
What's up,
I'm
St.
here.
James?
I'm here, Elvis. The bullshit again, man. What's going on, Elvis, man?
What's
Every
up,
day,
brother?
man. It's like
Peace to you, brother.
yeah, it's like Traore is living rent free in your head, huh? Every
Elvis
time
trying
when
to
you
run for
come on here,
president
you
in
got
Liberia,
something
man.
new to
That's
say.
why.
Bro, the boy was invited by Putin himself, for Victory Day in Moscow, man. Do you think these guys are gonna let him get killed? Do you think it's gonna happen? Do you think Putin has in mind of letting somebody touch Traore right now? If Traore goes away, Putin goes away, man. That's the most important asset that Putin is handling right now in terms of his popularity. He's not gonna let that happen.
So you gotta rest assured, man. So we in good hands. I want you to look at the Security Council. You know, we have five permanent nations in the security at the United Nations, right? So as a as a country in Africa, do you think if you can't align yourself with one of these countries, you think you can exist? Burkina is doing a good job because we have China and Russia. So anytime the French wants to come up with any resolution to attack Burkina Faso AES, it's not going to happen because Russia and China is going to block that for us.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
So you
They
got
got
to
the vote.
understand that way. You got to understand it like that. You know, it's not because they love Russia that they're doing it. You know, because it makes sense. You have to align yourself behind one of these nations. So United Kingdom ain't going to back us up. France is not going to do it. You know, the United States ain't going to do it. So who's left? The two nations, Russia and China. Understand?
The Western
So that's
countries
why you have to
not
do
gonna
that.
allow it.
Okay, if we didn't do that, we would have been attacked 2 years ago. You know, so that's the best thing that ever happened in West Africa. So for the United States, we are still partnering with the United States. So the idea of the United States is not partner with the AES is not true. We are still partner. They're still in Burkina Faso, in Mali, and Nigeria. They haven't left. You know, they're just not helping out with the jihadists, but they're still there. They haven't said they're not helping. Through the United Nations, they're still helping. So we are still partners, right? So
How is the American? How is the United States helping the Burkina Faso?
no, they're not. They don't help directly, but they help through the United Nations. You know, they're providing assistance to the displaced, to the people that were displaced because of the jihadists. The United States is still doing that. The
Yeah, like the
United States,
USA, right? Like the
yeah, the
USA,
US
right?
state, yeah, all kind of,
Yeah,
yeah, all these
yeah,
things.
that's some old handout shit. You know what I'm saying? Which is
Oh, yeah.
good. I'm not. You know what I'm saying?
No.
That's some handout shit.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why I don't count it a lot because so
Yeah.
if the United, like if you align yourself with Russia and then you become a threat to the United States, the embassy will leave the country, right? They will leave the country. You know, the United States doesn't have I don't believe they have an embassy in Cuba, right? They don't.
No.
Do they? Okay, so they still have an
No, they do.
embassy.
They have to because there's a Cuba embassy down the street in DC.
No, an embassy in Cuba.
They do.
U.S.
They
embassy
do.
in Cuba.
They
They
do.
do.
I think they do. I think Obama
Guantanamo Bay is
normalized
in Cuba.
relations with
Don't forget
Cuba.
that now.
So they
Right. So
might. I'm
our
not sure about the
relationship.
U.S. embassy in Cuba, though. I'm not sure.
So our relationship with the United States is still intact. You know. So they haven't said anything regarding the government of Ibrahim Traore. That's what I'm trying to tell you every time. We don't. Okay, beside the fact that they had a general who just made that statement, the United States directly didn't say anything to Traore about the way he governed the nation. 2 years ago, when I was even in Burkina Faso, the ambassador of the United States even praised Traore about the way he was handling the economy. I remember that. So I don't know how things changed, after
No,
that,
it
but
changed. It
yeah,
changed. It changed. It
yeah,
changed
because
because
they haven't
Hold
made
on,
it.
y'all. Hold on. Now, America does have what it is that they had it closed for a long time, and then I think when Obama got in there, they opened it back up. But it wasn't there. It was there, but it wasn't open for a long time.
That sounds correct. So
They
we don't
just
have that
reopened
in
it
it,
back up. They
right?
reopened it. They reopened the embassy back up. But I'm on the Burkina Faso side. What it is, it's more of a power play to deal with Africa, deal with Soviet Union. I mean Russia, because Russia's trying to put a power play. They try to fill that vacuum of the United States. United States, they the last to the dance this time. So actually, Russia is going to be on their best behavior so they can get in mostly states. Now, let me tell you the difference between Russia and French. This is the difference why I say deal with Russia. because Russia is not trying to occupy. They're not trying to move their families over there. It's strictly military, strictly business. The French people try to come over there and build nations over the nations of people, you know what I'm saying, for years. You know what I'm saying? They were trying to live up under there. So hold on, man. So what I'm saying is when you have your people there and you live in, that means that you trying to cut deals what's best for your for the French people that's there. But but what I'm saying is that with the Russia just on a military campaign, it's a different. That's why it's more in Russia and more in Burkina Faso to deal with Russia, because it's only military. They ain't got to make no deal for no people, no Russian citizens or nothing. It's only Russian military campaign right now. Go ahead, St. James, because I interrupted.
And you are correct. The Russian foreign policy even state that the Russian they don't see themselves living in one country for over a period of time. They come in there, they come in there for a limited period of time. They help out and they bounce. They're not known to stay in one particular country for a very long time. So they don't want to build no military base in your country. They don't want to stay there. You know, so that's the beauty of it. Like when you deal with them, you know, they come in there, they do their job, and they go back. You know, that's why we want them. And also, Elvis, we don't have Wagner in Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. Officially, we are with Russia. We don't have Wagner. Wagner is for the other side to talk about. We have Russia. That's why Traore is in Russia. He is not with Wagner. He is with Russia. You know, that's
sense, right?
That's our partner. Yeah, that's our partner. So the people who don't go ahead.
St. James, right? Man, common sense, right? Look at how the CFA franc, right? Which is the currency. I think the name of it is colonial something, France, something like that. Like the entire name of it, right? Look what it has done to West Africa for the past what? Because I think it started in 1961, right? Look what it has done, right? When you look at what the French government has done in West Africa, right? Basically nothing. Everything is just, trash. It's just basically like third world country. And what it is, you look at the country itself, the condition of West Africa, it's been destroyed 100% by France. Because you look at how France got their gold. France has about, I think, what, the second, gold reserve, because your money has to be backed by gold. That's what people don't understand. If you print money, it has to be backed by something.
Right.
West Africa does not have their own central bank.
Absolutely.
My country's central bank is in England. England prints their own money. England dictates a lot of things about Sierra Leone. People don't understand it. Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, Cameroon, Togo, Benin, all these countries dictated by France. And look at these conditions of these countries for the past, 60, 70 years now? I mean, let's be real. What about the last at least 20 years? These countries are supposed to be at least, livable. You have Africans crossing the sea, dying over there. Trying to go to Europe. It happens every month. Every week, people die. People from Senegal, people from Mali, people from Nigeria, people from Sierra Leone. I have somebody. He's not a family of mine, but somebody that knew of him. He was an NGO. An NGO is like how the way Elvis is talking. So his job was to take these white people around Africa villages, right? And then show what, like where these goals, things were, right? These people
Are you saying Elvis got an NGO mind state?
Oh, he's 100%. Elvis would be a perfect candidate to be an NGO, to be a minister or president. He speaks and talks just like them. I'm not lying to you. He has a mindset like that. There's something about him. I think he's training to be either a president or something in Liberia, or he works for NGO, or
boy, stand on
that
oath,
like his blackness. Oh, he just don't like his blackness.
It has to be, he ain't with that. It ain't Liberia because he ain't going back. He already said he.
No. If he get an opportunity to become a minister, those guys steal a lot of money.
No, he can't. He's American, man.
He's American.
No. Listen.
He turned his back on Liberia a long time ago, man.
I'll give you an example, right? Like the president of Sierra Leone, right? Manabio. He came in power, right? There was a guy that I used to work in what do you call the store? I think Whole Food, not like Whole Food, but like wholesale stores and stuff like that, right? So he used to work there, right? When Madabio came in power, right? When they won the election, right? This guy quit his job and became a high position within the government. This guy was making crazy money. I'm talking about stealing crazy money. Build a house, had this, had that. He was sending money to people to America that needed help. You want $10,000, he give it to you. You want $5,000, he give it to you. Like this. Because he was stealing money back home. He became a high position. He wasn't a minister, but he was like somebody underneath the ministers. So that's how they steal the money in that country. So I'm telling you, man, you could be making $150,000. You become a minister in one of the African countries, shit, you're gonna quit that job. Trust me. Because the power you get, the access to money, you just steal money. Nobody will ask you questions. That's all over West Africa. I mean, because of West Africa is designed to function like that. Think about it. That's what these people don't understand. There's no country in West Africa that's poor. It's just designed to dysfunction. Because anything that dysfunction, you can't get the real purpose within that country. It's like a family. A dysfunctional family is always fucked up. I don't care if you give them a big house, you have everything in it.
But see, this is where you lose the point at right here when like the rest of when you always say that Africa is not poor. You can't say that a country is rich by what it has in its ground unless it's refining what's coming out the ground. If somebody else tells you what it's worth, so let me give you an example. Say for instance, if I go, hold on a minute. Let's say for instance, I go in Cuddy's backyard. And he have a stone in the backyard. And I say, hey, Cuddy, that stone in your backyard, man, I'll give you $100 for it. And he's like, shit, this stone been in my backyard. It ain't did me no good. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got no use for it, so go ahead and take it. So I take that stone, gave him $100 for it. I take it back, produce something, get with another company, produce it, mass produce it, and then I bring it back and sell it to you for $800. And then you say, oh shit, then Cutter say, oh shit, that came out my backyard. I'm rich. No, you're not rich. You're not rich until you cultivate what other countries need. If you send your raw materials out, you're only gonna get pennies. It's just like Nigeria when they send out that aluminum, when they send that aluminum out because they don't have an aluminum factory. You get what I'm saying? So China takes this aluminum, give them not even a penny, give them like a half a cent on each pound. But when they bring it back over there with hard product, then they sell it to them and make profit off of them. So you can't say you can't say you're rich when you don't set the market for what comes out of your ground.
I understand where you're coming from, but let me say this, right? That's why I use the word dysfunction. When you have an entity, right, that's behaving dysfunction, right, you can't get nothing out of it. So at the end of the day, outsider comes and just take it and walk out. The leader, whoever in charge of that thing, would just go in and take it because everything is dysfunction. That's why I use the word dysfunction. You understand?
Yep.
I use that for a reason. Get that now, right? Okay. So, like for instance, right now, right? Look what Burkina Faso leader just did, right? And then you have all these AES countries, right? Making sure that we used to get 5% or 10% of the gold. Let's bump it to 20 or 30%, right? You understand? There's a there's a gold reserve in Sierra Leone, right? The last president, right? He signed a 100-year deal, right, with some Western company, right? So if you have a leader like Burkina Faso, right? He comes in power, right? Automatically, he will throw that away. Our current president has never even touched those people. Never even touched those people. And then 2 weeks ago, or like a month ago, right? She comes out, right? The first lady, which is Madabio's wife, right? She comes out and said, "Oh, these people are taking all our gold, right? They're only giving us 1 to 2%. When they in power, they have the authority to do that. Instead, she comes out publicly, try to act like she's some kind of you know what I'm saying, like what do you call it? These fake Pan-Africanists, right? If that was Burkina Faso, if that was what's his name? You call him eBay, right? He would come and say, "Hell no, we don't cancel this contract. We want 20%." What the F they gonna do? Nothing. You understand? She comes and talk about, oh, they're taking all our gold. You want to get it 1%. They've been in power for over 7 years now. So she knew exactly before they even come to power, because the contract was already signed before the previous president. You gotta understand how Western country works. I keep telling y'all, man. Western countries are very sneaky.
I wanna say something about what you said. I agree with you that France is sucking like the whole West Africa to the bone. Like
it's not even just France. So bad. Don't forget about England. Don't forget about England, man. A lot of people forget about England. Don't forget about those people, man.
As far as France, because that's the people that I'm more familiar with, because I'm in a country that was colonized by France.
We talk about West Africa, please. We gotta fix West Africa. I'm sorry, man. We have to. I benefited from corrupt government in Africa. Trust me. I used to have people in government. I benefited.
But how can you say we should fix it? And Amar, you're another person that's been in the United States for 30 years.
You hear this hypocrite, man? His family stole money from the Sierra Leonean government, looted the country, fled to the United States. They've been living up the largesse of the Sierra Leonean people. You don't be laughing, bro. You just admitted that you benefited from corruption in Africa, and you want to preach to us. Come on, man.
Am I right or wrong? Everywhere there's poverty, somebody's benefit.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that as long as there's dysfunction, when people can get, so what y'all did was y'all just got in and got out real quick. We call it a play here, y'all just did a quick play and got out of here. But that's what I'm saying. That's the difference what's going on in Burkina Faso. The only plays that's being ran is the plays that the president is running. You know what I'm saying? It's like a collective. That's why I'm trying to tell you that it's nothing that I have seen in my lifetime that is one voice, one message, one movement. You get what I'm saying? It was just like when me and my friends, we used to go to the club. We used to be like, man, we don't give a fuck who ain't ready to go. When we move, everybody move. That's how we rock to make us look good. You know what I'm saying? It was we get that conversation. We get that conversation going. Now, if you don't want to move, we leave you behind. There's no waiting for you. You get what I'm saying? We get that done.
Hey, guys, we got to close out. We'll be back on tomorrow. Everyone, thank you so much for joining. Like, share, subscribe. Until next time.
You killed Bobo, man. You killed that dude, man.